Yajang! Oh, I think we're good. We're good. I think we are good. It's a little concerning how quiet it is, but I don't think there's any background music playing. Hello, everyone! Welcome in tonight. We're back in Cafe Enchante. Hello, Burp. Welcome in. We're going to, I think we just started, if I remember correctly, Eel's Route? Yeah, we started Eel's Route, the fallen angel, the otome angel. So we gotta get through his route, or his chapter. We're not on any routes yet. His chapter. We're starting his chapter, and I think we got Miser's chapter. I'm gonna assume because we haven't done anything with him, and then we can finally branch. So the goal tonight is to get through the chapters, so on Tuesday we can branch. Okay, but are you sure it's his route? No, no, it's definitely not his route. It's definitely not his route. I take it back. I take it back. It's definitely not his route. We're in his chapter. We're in his chapter. I thought we were on a route last time. We're not on a route. I promise. I'm fairly certain. Intel, other people who have researched for me have given me intel that we've got like 2 more chapter. We got to get through this chapter and then 1 more chapter, and then we could potentially be on a route. So the goal is to get through that tonight, the chapters, and then hopefully on Tuesday we'll branch off and romance someone for Valentine's Day. So, yeah, I guess I should just go ahead and get into it. I decided to move my model to the other corner. You know what? I can probably let's see here. Display heroine. I'm sorry. We'll go ahead and turn you off because I'm going to be sitting over you for the stream. Kotone, I'm so sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay, we might as well just get into it. Let's see. Where do we start this chapter? I'm not sure if this was in this chapter or not. I'm not sure when the cutoff point was. I don't know. We probably just started off. I don't know. Either way, we're in our room right now. Kotaro began to snore softly, falling asleep after tiring himself out from playing. And I charged my controllers this time, so they shouldn't die tonight. Smiling as I watched him, I started to head down to the cafe, careful not to wake him. It seemed like all the regulars had gathered, aside from Mr. Indo. However, this time, we seem to have an extra guest in the mix.
いやー、兄貴が人間界に出入りしてることは知ってたっすけど。
And he seems like he's gonna be really fucking loud. Okay, that probably should be okay. What are you doing here? Go back! Go back! Nobody wants you.
まさかこんな場所に通ってたなんて。他の魔獣にも襲われないし、快適っすね。そうか。
Yeah, it's the human world. So most of the time it is chill. You could use a little trauma. Because you're being obnoxious, that's why. Stalker. The only time I can think of being called a stalker is like a good thing is being called like in like the lighthearted way, not like a serious way, but calling yourself like a stan because that's a stalker fan. Definitely not in a good way. You can hit on that dude. Oh, perfect. Give him a nice head massage, Ignis. So what's happened here?
見ての通り、イグニスの自称射程くんがアンシャンテに来店しちゃってさ。
Yeah, unfortunately. When someone types stalker, although when would you ever get in that situation? I'm not sure if I'm picking up what you're putting down here. When someone types stalker, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I came home this afternoon and I took a nap. And I've gotten up and I've had some rest, so we'll be able to hopefully go late tonight. But at the same time, it's like we're still mentally booting. We're still mentally booting.
我らの後を尾行し、アンシャンテのゲートへたどり着くとは全く気がつかなかったぞ。
What a dumbass.
こいつ逃げ足と気配の消し方だけは超一流だからな。
Am I running on batteries? No, the booting process. Today I'm not running on batteries. But the booting process is taking quite a while to fully implement. We're functioning, but sometimes we get to a point where it's just like we're gonna buffer for a minute. the connection to the network is not very strong today. The only thing this garbage is good for is running away or crashing a party. Yep.
まあ、伊達に兄貴の射程
Why
は
is he
名乗っ
so
てないっ
loud?
すからね。
Quit being so loud, my dude. I tested the audio too. Video output was being really weird earlier. That's why I started a few minutes late, because it wouldn't show up in OBS. I was like, come on, just show up. Jeremy, you can just go on out. You're getting too loud. You're causing problems. You're being obnoxious. Just head on out. Jeremy had just managed to not have his face crushed, turned his attention toward me. No, go away. Leave me alone.
琴音さんでしたっけ？
Oh, I don't know what this
喫
cafe
茶
is
店
either.
っ
You
て
should
の
just
は
just
よ
go
くわ
home.
かんないっすけど。
You should just go home. I have a feeling this cafe might not be open right now. Go home.
要は物々交換をすりゃ俺もここに出入りしていいんすよね。
Oh, sure. If you come as a customer, you're more than welcome to visit us.
お、や
Mm.
った！
Why are you so nice? Why are you so nice? Protect-chan. Jomi aggressively poses for the group. Why? All the members met his pose with annoyance, save one who had a smile.
なるほど。つまり新たな常連がこのアンシャンテンに加わるということですね。
Tear into the way a little bit.
で
Yo,
は私
don't.
が先達としてここでのマナーを享受して差し上げます。よろしくお願いしますね。
Beat him into
Doro
submission,
miss.
you. Tell him to stop being obnoxious. Don't ruin our cool cafe aura.
うっすって名前違うっすよ。俺の名前と口癖くっついちゃってるじゃないっすか。ドローミっすよ俺の名前は。
Brother Dromi.
ドローミス合っていますよね。
なんもどかしい。兄貴の方から説明してやってほしいっす。
I'm heading out because you're making obnoxious.
嫌なこった。第一よろしくもさせねえよ。てめえにはベスティアでの仕事がある。
No, yeah, he's not gonna leave. You
Eh?
leave. Yeah, get out. For an instant, Ignis looks towards me and furrows his brows a bit.
てめえはベスティアに戻ってアルムムたちの動きを探ってこい。それとてめえら俺の動向を掴んでやがったな。ドローミを襲ったのもそのせいか。
Yeah, that was a little suspicious.
単純バカの牛肉風情にしちゃ頭を使うじゃねえか。俺の情報が流れてんのが気に食わねえ。どこの雑魚だか知らねえが出どころを掴んで持ってこい。
Yeah.
兄貴のお役には立ちたいっすけど俺もちょっとはここでのんびりしたいっす。
Get to work!
その情報さえ真面目に探すならいくらでも出入りを許してやる。
I
そ
will
の
never
代わ
forgive
り
you.
サボるようなら
サボるようなら
Uh-huh.
てめえの腕と足を曲がっちゃいけねえ方向に上げる。
了解したっす。
He's just obnoxious and like I'm not sure if you were here last stream, but we did Ignis's chapter last stream, so Red Hair Boy's chapter last stream when we went to his world. And in there it's like a beast world, and it's just everything wants to kill you. It's a kill or be killed world type thing. Um, and we literally this dumbass from across the way sees Ignis and starts running towards him. Runs through like a pack of these kind of low level, really aggressive monsters and brings them straight to us. And then not only that, but then they continue to like the bigger, stronger ones end up finding us at the village we went to go visit too, and starting to try to wreak havoc in the village. All because of this dumbass. And he's just obnoxious too. He's like that. He's like a real obnoxious, what's the word? You see it in like anime where there's the real Genki, I guess Yakuza underling or like gangster underling, um, that just idolizes one person. They're like, ah, Ariki, that's him right there. He's just obnoxious and he doesn't think. He just does, and what he does is, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm glad he's not a route. Because if he was a route, he'd be one of the required ones before unlocking the true route, and I would be so upset if I had to go down his route. With an exaggerated salute, a panicked Dromi runs toward the room with the gate. Yep. I've met a couple people like that in my life. I hope to never meet people like that in my life. They sound exhausting. I don't know if I have enough computing power to keep up with people like that. Dromi is really quite a lively person, huh?
ポジティブだな、てめえも。ありゃどう考えて
Yes!
もうるせえやつだろうが。
Yes. Yes, main pro tag. You're too nice. Right as Ignis sighs, Enchante's front door open. Mr. Rindo,
琴音ちゃ
Mr.
ん、ちょっ
Rindo.
と遅いけど朝食を取りに来たよ。
Nah, you'd brick. Oh man, I probably would. I don't know. Hopefully, don't have to meet too many people like that. I don't want to test it out. Welcome, Mr. Rindo. Sure. What would you like? We replace someone obnoxious with someone much better.
そうだな。それじゃあ、サラダとトーストのモーニングセットにホットケーキ。それからセットとは
Oh my
別
gosh, that's
口
so
で
much.
ベーグルサンドをお願いしようかな。
So many carbs too. Morning toast set implies there's going to be bread in that. Then there's pancakes, which are bread in themselves, and then a bagel sandwich. Bagel's bread too. That's a lot of food, Mr. Rindo. Are you sure you can eat it all?
実は昨日夕飯を抜いちゃってね。
You know
お
what?
腹
I
空いてるか
feel
ら
that.
これぐらいは余裕でいけるよ。
Say sometimes you just gotta indulge in the carbs. You know, maybe it's a cheat day. Bread is very
なあ
good.
ことね、こっちもいい？日替わりコーヒーにアメリカン、エスプレッソとカフェ
If
モカを
Mr.
一杯ず
Rindo's
つ。
like overloading on carbs, Miser, why do you want so much coffee? Why do you want so much coffee and caffeine?
辛口カレーとナポリタン、ハヤシライスにエビフライセット。
Oh my
あと
gosh.
分厚いステーキが食いてえ。
All these men got such an appetite. It's gonna be you next,
我
Kanes?
はシーザーサラダと果実のスムージーをお願いしたい。
Okay, that.
ゆで卵もつけてもらえるだろうか。
You know what? You know what's it's kind of funny about out of everything that everybody's ordered so far, Kanes is the one that I would probably also order. What are the odds of that? Kanes does sound nice, yeah. A Caesar salad and a fruit smoothie and a boiled egg, like that sounds reasonable, but it definitely sounds like something that I would order. Oh, wait a minute. I can't write all these down fast enough.
みんなそんなに空
They're
腹なので
growing
すか？
boys apparently.
ではことね、追加で恐縮ですが、私もパンケーキをお願いできますか？
Okay, I'll get to work then. Sure. Double checking the orders. I run my pen across my notes. Okay, I'll get started on these. It's a lot. It might take some time.
ありがとう。ゆっくり待たせてもらうから。
You and your
大丈夫
like
だよ。
5 cups of coffee all at
よろしくね。
once. I'm happy about the sales, but I'm so busy right as the morning barely started. I hustle back to the kitchen and start prepping everything.
言ったか。
Oh, you scurried me off. You did this on purpose.
問題ないだろう。あの量の注文なら
What do you
しばら
guys?
くは料理に
What do you
集中
guys?
して。
What do you guys need to
こちら
talk
の
about
会話
without
は聞
me?
こえないはずだ。
Huh?
さてと。それで、陣外諸君。例の、ベスティアでの一件。コロロの仲間たちが駆られたであろう現場を見
Yes, I
てし
did
ま
see
った
that.
彼女だったけど、君たちから見て、今の彼女の様子は？
悪い意味で変化なし。表面上はいつも通りだね。
I've
俺たち
got
に心
I've
配
got
させたく
Kororo
な
to
いって
take care of
い
too,
うか、
after all.
自分自身で落ち込むことを良しとしてない感じかな。
おそらく彼女としては自分が望んでついていったゆえの結果だから、そう
Oops, sorry,
自
Connors.
分を律しているように見える。
そっか。真面目な彼女らしいね。
イグニス、お前が気に病む必要はない。反対を押し切り彼女を連れて行くと決めたのは我々の方だ。
別に気に病んでなんかねえよ。
Maybe turn the volume up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, stream acting up. Don't act up, stream. Don't act up. Whatever happened to his helmet? He only wears his helmet when he leaves the house. It's like his shoes, I guess. Whenever he's just hanging out casual, he doesn't wear his helmet. He just goes headless.
ただ、なんつうか、あいつが妙におとなしくて調子が狂うっつうか。
それを気に病んでるって言うんじゃない？とりあえず時間が経てば言えることかもしれないけど、俺たちからもできるフォローを。
質問をよろしいでしょうか。
Oh yes, Ill always out of the loop. Not out of the loop. He knows what's going on. Ill can't sense the mood.
先ほどから何の話をしているのです？
Yeah.
は
Turn on the volume. Don't want to make it too loud, but at the same time, visually, it doesn't seem like it's matching up. Them and my voice.
あ、いや、何のも何も。
先日のベスティアでの件、それを目撃したことに落ち込んでいる彼女について話しているのだが。
落ち込んでいる？
First,
なぜ？
why is she depressed after she saw literally a whole family of water demons be slaughtered on the ice? Why would she be depressed?
パークスの群れが殺されちまったからに決まってんだろうが。
うん。確かにあの件は悲劇には変わりないでしょ
He's so
う。し
detached.
かし、それはパークスにとってでしょう？彼女には何も関係がないではないですか。関連性が理解できません。
Empathy. That's why you.
コロロがいるであろう。その親が死んだかもしれぬのだ。彼女が嘆くのは当然ではないか。
お？なぜです？彼女とコロロの親に何のつながりが？皆何をそのように懸念しているのです？
Ew.
それに、琴音は今朝も笑顔を見せていました。落ち込んでいる
I
と
think
いう
you
のは
just can't
気
read
の
the
せい
mood
で
very
は？
well. Despite playing otome games, I don't know if you can read the mood that well.
そりゃ強がってるだけだろ。なんでわからねえんだよ。
強がる。
Mm.
いる。例えばだけどさ、今朝の彼女の
You're
そ
gonna
の
be like,
笑顔と
no.
かに
She's smiling just
何
like
か違和感
normal.
を覚えたことは？
What's so different about Kotone-chan? There's nothing different about Kotone-chan.
違和感ですか？
Mm.
あ、なるほど。言葉ではなく行動で好意を提示するという手段ですか。 その対応方法は実に
Oh,
参
right.
考になりま
He
す。
asked us, like, which option should I choose in my otome game? And there's like 30 options. But not actually 30 options. I'm just glad if it helps. Let me know what happens if you get to the good end.
はい、それはもちろん。ことね、今日のあなたはなんだか。
A bit?
いえ、なんでも。相談に乗っていただきありがとうございます。
You're just a little slower on the pickup. Oh, sorry, Il. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
何か思い当たることがあるのだな。
そういえば、私と話しているとき、琴音の声を弱々しく感じました。それに笑顔もどこかいびつで。もしや、あれが落ち込んでいる状態？
Putting two and two together.
正解にたどり着くまでが長えよ。
Give him a second, he's just slow, okay?
これこそいるって感じもするけどね。
なるほど。理論構築、概念補強、完了しました。つまり、皆彼女を励ましたい。
You constructed the logic? Like, did you just add in the final variable to whatever piece of code you needed to make the thought function?
そのような解釈で良いでしょうか。
まあそうだね。
できれば彼女に悟られないように自然にっていうのが理想だけど。
であれば、それは簡単なことです。
なんと何か
What's
妙
your
案がある
secret
のか。
plan? We play otome games all day.
あ？箱入りてめえ、適当ふかしてんじゃねえだろうな。
いいえ、任せてください。該当事項を一度に解決する素晴らしき方法がありま
And this
す。
wonderful method
それは、
is...
それは
それは？
Sorewa?
琴音をデートに誘いましょう。
It's obviously... Eh? It sounds
よ
deafening.
しミシェル、翻訳お願い。
No, that's what he
え
means.
いやーごめん。これはむしろ俺も翻訳してほしい。
ああ、その
He's all
いる
pink.
デートとはつまり
Rendezvous.
合いびきのことか。
そうです。男女が二人きりで甘くとろける時を過ごすあの
Yeah.
デートです。
Obviously, to his logic, playing otome games when someone's feeling down, you take them on a date.
それのどこが解決策なんだっつうの。
Go have fun doing something, get your mind off it. Just relax.
必要なのは彼女からその懸念となる記憶、その印象を少しでも和らげること。凄惨な光景を見たのであれば、それを上書き、もしくは中和するだけの穏やかな時間、
Like a
記憶
save
を提
file, we'll
供す
just
れば良い
override
の
it.
です。それに今回の出来事は異世界関連、つまりアンシャンテからひとときでも物理的に距離を取ることも大切かと。何も全てを彼女に忘れさせろと横暴なことを言っているのではありません。軽減するための一手段です。
確かに聞いてみれば悪い案ではないの
And
か。
what kind of date are you going to take me
む
on?
ちゃくちゃなこと言ってるような気がするけど。
We're not even on his
仕
route,
事
and he's like,
正し
let's
い気
take
が
her
して
on a
くるね
date. But then again, Mr. Rindo also took me out to dinner. Rindo took me out to dinner, like right off the bat.
さすがは天の使い。理論立てたそれっぽい説得が上手だね。
仮にそうだとしてもよ、別にデートっつうか二人きりである必要なくねえか。楽しませるってだけなら、あいつの性格上カリアとかも含めて全員で。
We can all go bowling or do karaoke or something.
いいえ、イグニス。
A boy and a
男
girl
女で二人
alone.
きり。そのシチュエーションこそが大切なのです。
Oh my goodness.
普段とは異なる優しさやふと垣間見える意外性にときめき 癒される。デートイベントとはそういった各種をこなし、自然と笑顔になっていくものなのですから。
おい、こいつ確実にゲ
Yeah.
ームと現実を混ぜてんだ。
Y'all didn't pick up on that in the beginning?
けど琴音ちゃんに気分転換が必要なのは事実だしね。
かな。物理的に少し距離を取るっていうのは俺も賛成。ありなんじゃないかな。
我にできることがあるのか少々不安が残るが、誠心誠意を尽くすとしよう。
たくけどまあ、ベ
I
スティア
guess
が
I'm
原因っちゃ原
responsible
因だ
since
し
my home world's responsible for this. It's not like this was my idea or anything.
それであいつの空気が変わるってんならやってやるよ。
では皆賛成ということで決まりですね。今後おのおのでタイミングを見計らい、彼女をデートに誘ってくださ
Oh
い。
my god. Am I gonna go on? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different. Oh no! I hit the button. 5 different dates this chapter.
もし自信がない場合は、アンシャンテの中で最多
You
乙
could
女ゲー
ask
ムプレイ
me
ヤーで
as
あ
the
り、
expert here.
つまり女性の心を誰よりも理解している
Oh
私
my
が
gosh.
共に最高のデートプランを検討いたしましょう。
Oh my goodness, yo.
その女心指摘されるまで全然察してなかったのはどこのドイツだ。
The kiss sound pretty lively. I wonder what they're talking about. They're talking about you, dumbass. They gave you all this food and sent you on your way. The day after the one with so many orders. It's the day off for Enchante. Kotaro was rolling around the bed while I tried to decide what to do on this peaceful day. Of all day, it doesn't seem like I need to do any shopping. Of all day? Of all day. I'm not going to even try. And that might be correct, it doesn't sound correct. What should I do? Oh. Lily Kotaro, practice pouring coffee, tend to the garden. This feels like... Oh, Kanis has the garden. Kanis takes care of the garden. Let's go tend the garden, we'll probably run into Kanis. It's nice out today. Thinking that it was perfect weather to tend the plants, I went out to the garden. I'm sure the coffee one would have probably been Miser. That's what it feels like. Oh. As I went to go get the hose ready, someone already had it in their hand. Kanis!
琴音か。
Hi. Yes, it's me? I come out here pretty regularly. I don't know why he's so surprised. The master of this garden. That's Kanis. Surprised by my presence for some reason, he accidentally points the hose at his face, losing his composure. Oh no. Wow, it sounds like it could be time for a dripping wet otome bachelor CG. Oh no. A stream of water blasted right into where his face should be. Kanis! Are you okay? I hurried to the faucet to shut off the water. I thought it was best to hurry back to the cafe to get him some towels. Ah, no dripping wet. That's only on the
すま
route.
ない琴音。
We already got our
我と
CG
したことがうっかりと
before。the route. No, it's okay. I'm sorry for surprising you. Kanis takes the towel I brought and wipes around his neck. Of course, he doesn't have a physical face, so at least that part was dry. And so, after the commotion began to settle, I finally realized something. Oh, you're already done tending to the garden, aren't you? I thought I'd try to help Kanis today, now that I had the chance. But it looked like he'd already completed that work. I stare at the flowers, so pretty, and think of another way to pass the time. Kanis like, oh, I could ask her out. I could ask her out.
なあ、その、琴音。
Kanis suddenly grips my shoulders. Oh no.
あなたさえ、
Yeah?
あなたさえ良ければ。なのだが、
Yeah?
今日一日、我とデート、行動を共にしてもらえぬか。
Yeah, I can accompany you today. Where are we going? Huh? Well, sure. I don't really have plans. Where are we going? So, upon Connis's invitation, we went into the town. We come shopping out here often, so it wasn't unfamiliar to us, and yet... I couldn't help but watch Connis walking in front of me. He looked so awkward. He was stiff, walking like some kind of guard. I think he's nervous about something. Connis? Is something the matter? Is everything okay with Karia?
いや、そうではない。
Okay.
今回はごくごく私的な用事であなたを誘ったのだ。
Personal matters? What do you mean?
ああ、それは、その...
So no. Yes. It's...
そうだ。裏庭の花壇にだな。
Okay.
新たな花の苗を植えようと思っているのだが。
Alright, definitely. That was definitely the idea.
どのような花を選べばよいか、あなたの意見が
We
聞
get
き
to
た
go
くて
pick
な。
up flowers together. Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad to help if you'll have me. Nodding happily, Kana sighs in relief. Taking his lead, we arrived at the flower nursery. Oh, the florist. A flower shop, greeting its customers with a vivid assortment of flowers. Wow, it's so pretty. Do you always buy your flower seeds and seedlings from the shop?
うん。こちらの店主殿ともガーデニングについてよく語り合っている。
Peering into the store, Kanis finds the one who was most obviously the owner, as they were taking care of a group of customers.
がしかし、多忙のようだ。
I wanted to work as at a flower shop as a kid. Yeah, like when I was younger too. Not that it was like a big thing for me. For me, as a kid, I wanted to be like a pastry chef. That was like that was the thing at first. That was like, ah, yes, I would like to try that. Never panned out. I ended up dropping that pretty quickly. But I also thought it would be fun to work as a florist too. That just seems so fun to me. Dealing with the flowers and making pretty bouquets and stuff.
ひとまずはここで花を見繕ってみるとしよう。
Yeah, we can admire them. Okay, got it. As soon as I began to peruse the flowers, I was engrossed with how many there were. What my eyes stopped on in particular was... Oh wow, these small white flowers. They look like snowflakes. So cute.
それはイベリスという花だ。英名ではキャンディータフトと呼ばれているらしい。
Candy? That makes it sound so sweet.
ソーアン殿に尋ねてみた頃、本当に歌詞が由来の名前だそうだぞ。
The smell of baking bread. Oh my gosh, the smell of baking bread in the morning is just amazing. I don't know. I was like really into baking when I was younger. When I was like younger. Like when I say that, I mean like 10, 11, 12. The idea of just making like little cakes and little sweets and little breads and stuff like that sounded really fun. But as a job, nah, fam.
その姿が砂糖菓子に酷似していることから、そのような名が付けられたそうだ。
Oh, wow. They didn't look so grand like roses do, but because of their sweet name and their look, I couldn't help but be charmed by them. I know, like, I'm not sure if these are related. I'm not super into flowers, so I don't know. But I know with, like, a lot of... At least, like, you go to the grocery store, you buy a bouquet of flowers. They'll usually include baby's breath with it as well. And those are little itty-bitty little white flowers as well, and I think baby's breath is just so cute. Baby's breath is so cute. I would get into baking if my oven wasn't messed up. Aw, man. My messed up oven kind of sucks. Because that goes with, like, just cooking meals. And oh, I guess technically it's baking. But, like, whenever you're making, like, dinners and stuff, you bake it in the oven. I personally haven't baked... I like, do Christmas cookies and stuff like that. Especially for, like, work. I bake cookies for Christmas gifts. But other than that, I don't have enough time to want to bake. I don't have that... What's the word? I'm not as into it as I once was, so... More nowadays, it's just... I have other things that I have to spend time on, so I'm not going to go slave in a hot kitchen for like 2 hours between getting everything ready, putting it in the oven, and then cleaning everything up. No, it's just not it. Like, if I come across a cool recipe that I really want to make, I will make it, but it's definitely not on the usual to-do list.
ことね、その花が気に入ったのか？
Yeah, cute little white flowers. Yeah, it would look so beautiful to see a bunch of them bloom or blossoming together, not blooming. Even though it's the same word, same idea.
では、それを購入すると
He's
しよう。
buying me flowers. Thank you. You know the way to my heart, Kanas. Huh? You're going to buy them? Just like that? I just like how they looked. You should be the one who makes the final decision.
ああ、たった今選んだ。我もその花を美しいと思う。
A knight in shining helmet. Yeah. Yeah. He's buying me flowers. And we're gonna plant them in the garden. And?
歌詞の名を持つ花だ。甘味も提供するアンシャンテには
Represent
まさにぴっ
sweetness.
たりではないか。
What about Enchante represents sweetness, Kanas? I guess so, yeah. I giggled at this quirky side of Kanas. Hey, Kanas, if it's alright with you, can I help you grow these flowers?
無論だ。他でもない。
These are your flowers
あなたが選ん
after
だ
all.
花なのだから。
After that, once we got settled back at the shop, Kanas and I took the Iberus seeds. Iberus? I'm not sure. We took the seedlings we had just purchased and quickly planted them into the rear garden. I hope they blossom beautifully. Well, one day down, we got 4 more. We got 4 more after the sun had gone down completely. Ew. Okay, maybe not actually. Oh my gosh, Kororo. I forgot how shrill you are. Hugging Kororo. Not Kokoro. His name is Kororo. Hugging Kororo after he gave me a welcome back squeal, I sat back on my bed. I was surprised to go out on a whim like that, but it was really fun. It might be nice to go out like this from time to time and forget about work. But the frequency of these outings. After that day, whenever I had time, each of the regulars, other than Il, invited me to go out with them every day. Yeah. So that being the case, it feels more like just a coincidence. Karia, have you heard anything from them?
俺が知るわけないじゃん。
Drinking some iced coffee, Karya replies to my question curtly. Right after heading out for groceries, I run into Karya on his way home from school. I invited him in to ask about the situation, but got no closer to an answer.
あ、こら、こぼれるからやめろ。お前にコーヒーは飲めないぞ。
No coffee for little baby demons. Kororo seemed to have taken a liking to Karya and was even sitting in his lap. So cute. So cute. About the incident of Kororo's family. After returning from Bestia, I told Karya what had happened, leaving out some of the details, of course.
そっか。コロロの家族見つからなかったんだ。
Technically. Technically, kind of, yeah.
ごめん。俺が後押ししたせいで
No,
危
it's
ない目
fine.
にあったんだよね。
It's fine. We went to go see Ignis's world. It was bound to happen eventually. No, it's okay. It just would have been irresponsible to keep Kororo here without even trying. Look how cute he is. Kororo looks up and worried at Karya while he was closing his eyes.
ねえ、コロロ、ちょっと貸して。
I hand over Kororo's small body to Karya. Kokoro, I know they keep typoing his name to Kokoro. Every once in a while you'll see Kokoro, but his name is Kororo with 2 R's.
なあ、お前懐いてくれてるの。俺のそばが。
That might be part of it, true. But I think he also just likes you in general.
ベスティア、寒いんだってな。だから。
Cut him out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Karya. Kororo tilts his head, but Karya just took it as a yes.
じゃあ、さあ、俺がお前の親代わりになるよ。本物の親が見つかるまでさ。
If we ever find his real ones. Karia.
ことね、コロロのこと、忙しい時は俺に任せてくれない
Yes, you wanna babysit him? By all means, you can babysit him.
俺はまだ中学生だし、正直この店に貢献できることなんてほとんどないって悩んでたけどさ、やっと自分にできることを見つけた。
Are you sure?
うん。俺、少しだけどわかるんだ。こいつの気持ち。自分の居場所はここにあるのに、周りだって優しくしてくれてるのに、時々どうしようもなく寂しくなる。
Kororo reminds me of a character from what series? There's especially if it's like especially if it's like one of the like pet companions, you know, like creature companion type ones. There's so many creature companions out there.
本当の故郷に戻りたくなるような、そんな気持ち。
From a cooking isekai? What's the name? What's the name of it? And what's the name of the character? I probably haven't seen it, but I might have heard of it. I see.
だから約束する。コロロに寂しい思いだけはさせない。させたくない。
Yeah. You keep him company.
俺がこのアンシャンテで故郷の空気を感じて心が安らぐみたいに、コロロにとって安らげる場所に俺がなれたら嬉しいって思うから。
He's a clever kid, so I'm sure he figures the real details behind what happened. So whenever I need to prioritize work or go out, Karia would look after Kororo. Karia and Kororo. I hope they're both able to make each other feel a little more at ease.
コーヒーごちそうさま。
You're welcome.
買い出しに出るとこだったんでしょ。
Oh my god.
コロロと一緒に見送よ。
Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill. I think I've heard about that. That's like a fairly new one that came out. Yeah. I haven't watched it, but it's like the cover image is like I think the brunette guy and the big gray wolf. It's like on the cover image. It's a slime named Sui. Yeah, I feel like these kind of like one noise creature companions are kind of popular in some ways. Like they vary, but it's definitely not abnormal to have a creature that just with even like, I'm not super big into Pokemon, but don't Pokemon just say their names? And like they say their names, but then just the inflection of how they say their names can change what their like mood is like. Not their mood, but like how they're expressing. Some of them just grunt. See, yeah, it's not even like a coherent word. It's just like a no actual conversation, just intonation. Thanks. All right, I'll get going now. Bye, guys. After Kaya finishes coffee, we go down the stairs that lead to the cafe.
ああ、それで本題はなんだっけ？やたらデートに誘われるって話だっけ？
Yeah. What? Dates?
いや、デートでしょ。男と女が二人きりで出かけるなら。
Kaya is more perceptive than our MC, it seems. Wait. No way. None of the men at like... As if I was denying it, trying to laugh it off.
皆の報告を聞いた上で、彼女の経過観察を行った限り、デート計画は成功のようですね。この調子で琴音をより本来の状態に近くなるよう励ましましょう。
Yeah, definitely not dates. Both of us just...
今ので大体察したけど、様子ちょっと伺ってみる。
The Rose opened the door. What's going on here? Yeah. I mentioned I was going out, so I don't think they knew I came back up here. If we tried hiding, they'd be able to hear our footsteps. All we could do was stay where we stood. Eavesdropping. The five were in a circle around a big table. Gil was leading the discussion.
では、次の作戦に移りましょう。 今度は彼女に何か贈り物などを。
Stop it, Il. That's what we're told me, Mickey.
ちょっと待った。次の作戦もいいけど、まだあと一人いる。君はまだ琴音ちゃんをデートに誘ってないよね。
I'm just the one who orchestrates it. You guys are making her happy.
俺らにあんだけ偉そうに語っておいて、まさか
Oh my
自分だ
gosh.
けやらねえとか言わねえだろうな。
Il blinks in confusion.
なぜ私までデ
You're
ー
the
トを
one
行
that
う
came
必
up with the
要が。
idea.
我としてはそこで心から不思議そうに首をかしげることの方がよほど消せぬのだが。
そこはもういるだからとしか言いようがないね。
Oh, his idea. The idea was that since MC was feeling kind of down and trying to put on a happy face after seeing all the what are the words? I think they're called water demons. There was like the last thing from the last chapter in Ignis's world was we saw a bunch of the water demons just slaughtered on top of the ice and stuff like that. And that the little Kororo is a water demon, and we were looking for his parents, and it looked like his relatives. At the very least, they're the same species as him. But we saw like a whole bloodbath just on top of the ice. We're like, ah, no. And so MC's been putting on like a happy face, like everything's fine facade, you know. And Il, or everybody else was concerned, and Il is just slow on the uptake here. But he's like, oh, I see, I get it. And so he's like, you know what'll make her happy and help her relax and try not to pretend everything's okay and just unwind? Everybody takes her out on dates. But he's the one that's like, but why would I need to take her on a date? Why would I need to take her on a date? And everyone's like, but it was your idea to take her on a date. Like, all of us to take her on a date. Was that not including you?
いる？僕たちは君の百戦錬磨な恋愛
Rich and
経
valuable
験に
experience in
一目
romance.
置いてるんだよ。
Oh my goodness. I know, he really is a genius. Absolutely.
ここは一つお手本として理想的なデートというものを僕たちに見せてほしいな。なん
Ah,
て。
yes.
うん。言われてみれば、私一人何もしないというのも不平等な話ですね。
Wait, does this mean next time I'm free, Il's gonna be the one to ask me out? The one who put an end to my guesses was, oddly enough, Miser.
ああ、いや、別にいいんじゃない？彼女の気分を晴らすって意味では結構な
It's
数はこ
fine.
なしたは
It's
ずだ
fine if
し。
nobody else asks her on a date. It's okay. Nobody else needs to ask her on a date. It's fine.
いるわ、ほら、今回はプロデュース役ってことで、無理に彼自身がデートをしなくてもさ。
We've worked on cheering her up. I could take her on a date. I could take her on a date. Il, you don't need to. Everyone other than Il seems surprised at Miser's comment.
ミシェルらしくないね。君こういうのはむしろ積極的に押すタイプなのに。
It's the beginning of possessive behavior.
それは。
He doesn't want to share. Miser's smile seemed to stiffen slightly as Rendo called him out. As if understanding why, the flame around Conus's neck began to change color.
ミシェル、イルが外出することにやはり反対なのか？
Is that what it is?
それはこいつは一人で放っておくと何するかわかんねえし。
That's
あ
true.
いつと二人で出かけんのも初めてだろうけどよ。そこまで過保護に見ることはねえんじゃねえか。
I
実際
forgot they baby
俺
him
より
too.
ずっと年上なんだしよ。
みんなの意見もわかるんだけど、それでも心配は心配っていうか。
イグニス・リンドウは私がデートを行うべきだと考え、対してミシェルは反対。ではカヌス、あなたの意見はどうです？
我はそうだな。特に反対する理由はない。むしろすべきだと思うが。
The moment he heard Const's opinion, Il, who was up until then unsure on how to proceed, gave an answer.
3対1で賛成が多数。よってその判断が最
Since
善
you've
と
all
いう
said
ことです
so
ね。
and you've all
で
voted,
私も彼女をデー
majority
トに誘
wins, I
いま
will
しょ
go
う。
on a date with her. Miser had a worried look on his face at Il's declaration. Yeah, Il isn't used to going outside, and I hear he gets lost a lot. I feel like it's pretty reasonable to be worried about him.
じゃあ
No
一
baby
応
him
こっ
too
そり
much.
ついてって様子見るとか。
だからそれが過保護っつうんだよ。
I feel he might be over-exaggerating. But from the way Ignis is talking, it's like Miser's being overprotective of Il and not necessarily of me.
ミシェル、本来は君たち反則級の人外が外に出るのは僕も反対なんだけどイルは世間を知らなさすぎるからこそ何をしでかすかわからない。そういう風にも考えられないかな。
それは一理あるね。
At some point, you gotta send your kid out into the world, Miser.
こういう機会はむしろ活用すべきだと思うんだ。彼の社会経
Exactly.
験としてさ。
Experience is good.
彼をずっとフォローしてくれたソワンさんはもういないんだ。自立。
Sorry, Rindo.
いる。改めて聞くが、多数決ではなく、お
Personal
前自身の
opinion?
意見はどうなのだ？
But you guys just told me to go. What would...
私の意見ですか？
Predictable.
そうだ。落ち込んでいる琴音に対して何をしてやりたいのか。我々はまだ一言もお前の口から聞いていない。
私の意見。
Il often just follows the suggestions that Miser makes for him. But this time was different. After a long silent pause, he timidly addresses Miser.
ミシェル、確かにデート自体は多数決で実行を決定しましたが、私も琴音を笑顔にしたい。うまく言い表せませんが、今の彼女にはいつもの柔らかな雰囲気がありません。
Il continues to deliberate.
彼女のためにできることがあるのなら、たとえ不慣れなことであろうと挑戦してみようと思うのです。
Let's not break anything. That's the goal. Il. I guess everyone's invitations really were meant for me. I must have made everyone feel concerned about me being so disheartened. Everyone made time for me in earnest to help me feel better. I really feel happy for their concern. Miser's eyes laid wide open for a moment at what Il said, and then... Whether by coincidence or otherwise, he looks towards where we were hiding and sighs with a nod of his head. He probably knows.
はいはい、わかりました。ゴーさんです。確かに心配しすぎってのも良くないよね。好きな場所でデートを楽しんでおいで、いる。ただし彼女を気遣うのを忘れないこと。
That's the rule. You must take care of her.
はい、それはもちろん。
ミシェルと同じことを繰り返すようでなんだけどさ。次のデートも楽しんできなよ。あのイルが珍しく真面目な顔して考えてくれたんだからさ。
Right. He's gonna take me to an otome location, bet. And so, even after making my decision in front of Miser and the others earlier in the afternoon,
非常に困りました。
what's
自
troubling?
分が参加することを想定していなかったがゆえに、 肝心のデートスポットが決まりませんね。
Even after seeing all sorts of opinions and scenes as an otome protagonist, I never knew I would be the one going on a date. But this is no time to lose myself. I must find a spot that Kotone will enjoy. Oh, are we in our Eel's POV? I'm like, why are we talking in why are we talking in first person and then third person in the same sentence? I must find a spot that Kotone will enjoy by her next day off. However, the others have already taken her to all the spots nearby I can think of. I searched on my phone for other candidate locations, but
遊園地は遠いですね。移動だけで彼女を疲労させては意味がありませ
is the
ん。
aquarium open up again? To not forget to care for her. Considering Miser's caution, this option, it must be denied.
先日行こうとした水族館ならば雰囲気も良かったのですが、予定通りリニューアル工事中ですし、
After careful consideration, I've got it.
こうなれば琴音に直接行きたい場所を訪ねてみましょう。
She surely would not be disappointed. A fine plan if I do say so myself. No plan whatsoever the best plan. Of course, however, I must try to conduct my research discreetly, as to not let her know that it's for a date.
というわけでことね、断じて特に意味はない何気ない世間話なのですが、
Mm-hmm.
最近興味を抱いたり行ってみたいと思っている場所はありませんか？
Yes, we must proceed discreetly. Acts incredibly discreetly. That's what you'll ask me after he walked down from the second floor as I was cleaning up the dishes. His question was painfully obvious. I should just pretend I don't know anything and answer him. Right. A place I've been wanting to go. Although, being asked that now, no place in particular comes to mind. And especially recently, I've been taken all sorts of places by everyone else. Just then, my message tone went off. Sorry, y'all. Wait just a moment. After I turned him away for a moment, I checked my phone. And on it, I saw the banner and the message it contained. This is it! Yo, so about where I want to go that you asked me just now.
どこか思い浮かびましたか？
It's like the heavens decreed it and sent me a message to remind me where I want to go. Yeah, that raffle you asked me to participate in? Entry ticket to that otome game event. I won! Let's go there.
はい。
Otome game event? Is it like a Seiyu event? Although I ended up being the one inviting him out, it all ended up just fine. Are we going to a Seiyu event? On my next free day, we were seen off by a seemingly worried group of Miser and the others. In the early morning, Il and I left Enchante.
過去に私が起こした行動の各種からミシェルの杞憂はもちろん理解できるのですが、何度も念を押されてしまうと私の知能そのものを疑われているような感覚に陥りますね。
Your intelligence that they're questioning, but your judgment. You might know quite a bit, but your judgment, they might be questioning. He was fussing over us a bunch when we left, wasn't he? Making sure everything was in his wallet and that he knew who to contact in an emergency. He was like a parent or an older brother who couldn't help but be worried over ill. It felt a bit strange, considering angels and demons are always portrayed as being mortal enemies. We made a lot of transfers on the train. I was even worried at one point that ill would be swept away by the crowds. We didn't have any major issues though, and we got to our destination safely. Hold on. Hold the phone. Who do we have here? Who do we all have here? Let me lean in here. I'm not sure I recognize anything behind the chat box. Is that Hakuoki? Straight ahead? Ah, the little circles on top are just so small. I don't know if I can make out anything up there. These cameos. These cameo appearances. They warm my heart. Close to the shore of the city. Was this? Oh my gosh. Ah, the proofreading. Was this a rather large space reserved for holding outdoor events? Lined through the space today were brightly colored signs and stands, and along them, several lovely posters and panels of charming characters. The moment he stepped foot into this world, Il cries for joy as he begins to blush. Wow, there are more people here than I imagined. It was my first time at one of Il's events, so this was all a new sight for me. Actually, it seemed like Il hadn't gone to many of these himself either. The reason was... the people passing us by, apart from staff, were basically all girls, yeah? Grandpa, it would have been hard for him to come. Grandpa, you want to come to an otome event? Likely reacting from the side of everything, Il's excitement seemed to continue to grow.
見てくださいことね。あそこに。
お
私の大好きな作品の新規書き下ろしパネルが。写真を撮ってきてもよいでしょうか。
Yeah, let's go together. Sure, go ahead. I'll be here, so take your time. We're gonna get split up, bet money. As soon as I give the okay, he rushes over to the panel quickly with his phone in hand. I assumed he's just. Words. A proofreader would have. Where was the proofreader for this game? I assumed he'd just grab a quick pic, but he was taking several from all angles. As if he were a professional photographer, Il takes photos from every direction. He really does get excited about otome games, doesn't he? As I smiled thinking to myself, suddenly stopping his rapid photography, Il came back to me.
申し訳ありませんことね。あなたを置いていくなど、つい興奮してしまい。
It's okay. No, it's fine. This event means so much to you. You're like collecting the merch, right, Il? Wanna check what they're selling?
いえ、それはまた別の機会で。少々お待ちいただけますか？
No. Okay. Of course, yeah. Il turns away and takes out his phone.
どうしたものでしょう。私もあらゆる乙女ゲームをクリアしてきた身ではありますが。
He's come to a fork in the road, and he can't decide which option to choose.
このようなデートのシチュエーション、今までプレイした記録の中には一つもありません。これでは私の趣味に付き合わせているようなもの。普通、女性の好みに合わせて場所を選ぶものでは？今更悔いても仕方ありませんね。せめてこの会場内で好ましい反応がありそうなものを。
He's talking to himself quite a bit.
お待たせしましたことね。まず最初にコラボアクセサリーを見に行きましょう。
Collab stuff's fun sometimes. Accessories? What sort of accessories might there be with these otome games? While I was thinking about it, we came to a space to a particular store in one corner of the venue. After seeing the beautiful necklaces there wavering on display, I had my answer. Wow, they're so pretty. These are really goods from a game? Yeah.
はい。最近は有名なブランドとコラボし、ネックレスや指輪などを販売する作品も数多いのです。
Not just otome stuff, you see some other titles do it as well. But with like merch stuff, I've seen like $80 rings with like, they're probably like CZs, but at the very least they're or you can get more, like you can get like a sterling silver or gold rings with like gem inlays. I'm not sure what kind of gems, whether they're CZs or some other gems. They're not usually like diamonds, but sometimes you get colored gems in there. But yeah, they start at like $80 sometimes. And this is if you're buying like from overseas from like Ami or something. It's funny to see some of the collabs that some of these do, but it makes sense for otome. It's like, oh, you know, you want to collect the ring from your best boy, right? Right? You know you want to collect it.
愛する作品への思いを直接その身につけることを可能とする実に素晴らしい商品展開かと。
Is he crying? And they're really fashionable. These colors would go well with anything. I'm beginning to see how games and anime contribute so much to the global economy. There's profit in beauty. There is. Just like, okay, just speaking in general, like the beauty industry with like makeup and stuff. I think it's like a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar industry. Like, it's insane. It's insane. I could only imagine adding on top of like just general fashion with either like clothes or accessories and jewelry and stuff like that. I could only imagine how big the profits yearly must be for everything encompassing the beauty industry. There are more than just necklaces, but rings and earrings and even oh my gosh, I'd forgotten about the fragrances. That's like everybody does fragrances for their characters. Especially in otomes. Otomes usually always eventually come out with a fragrance for your character. I'm like, oh my lord. Gazing at each and every one of them, Eel and I enjoy our time browsing the items. Oh, they made the mascot character into a ring for this one. It's a bold sign, but it's cute. It was getting more fun the more I looked. I could feel the love towards the item, and everything was so nicely detailed.
ことね。気に入ったものがあれば私から。
I could buy it for you. Would you like me to buy your anime
すみま
merch?
せん。ちょっといいですか？日本語って喋れます？
Oh, they've spotted him. The one guy at the otome event. We turn around to see two girls, shyly calling out to Il. Where the con is going? You know what? I don't know. I have no clue. Either way, I'm not going to buy it. Either way, I would not buy the Kana's cologne, the Kana's perfume. Their gazes they pointed at Il felt somewhat intense.
私ですか？ええ。
Oh, did they think he's a
会話に必
cosplayer?
要な最低限の言語は取得していますが。
Excited they're able to communicate with him, the girls let out a high-pitched squeal.
すごくクオリティが高いコスプレですね。それ、
I know
何の
it!
ゲームのキャ
We're
ラです
back on the
か？
cosplay again! Especially the otome event. Yeah, they're gonna think he's cosplaying. What game is that from? Oh, just a small little indie title called Cafe Enchante.
す
Don't
ご
worry about
く
it.
綺麗なお顔だし、もしかして今日のステージイベントで登壇されるプロのレイヤーさん？
I know the term cosplay, but what's a layer?
確かキャラクターに扮する行為を楽しむ人々を指す言葉
Yeah.
だったかと。
Oh yeah, I did see several people in the venue like that. Wait, I shouldn't be asking to be taught new things right now.
おや？
Oh yeah? As I got back to my senses, it was too late. All of a sudden, several girls gathered and fully surrounded. I knew this was gonna happen. You stand out so much, Il. You would look like a cosplayer, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, you're so pretty." Oh no, caught up in the day I'd totally forgotten. Slightly differently from Kanis, Il's looks are capable of getting people's attention. The usual magic that makes people avoid us must be weaker here. So far from Enchante. Now he was surrounded on all sides by girls gathering around him in excitement. Sorry. He actually isn't cosplaying and it's just...
よかったら撮影させてもらってもいいですか？
Come to an event as a pretty boy. As a bishi, you come to an otome event.
私もできれば
You're
一緒
going to
に
get
写っても
surrounded.
らえると。
I tried to explain things to them. Oh no! I tried to explain things to them, but their voices were so loud that they couldn't hear. And at the center of the misunderstandings,
このようなケースは初めてのことですね。
they're fawning over you. How does it feel, Il? Beauty is a curse! Hey, your greatest strength is also your greatest weakness.
ミシェルたちは不在なのでした。となると、ことね、少しよろしいですか？このようなトラブルにはどう対処するのが最適？
You should just be blunt about it and be like, hey, chillax, you're causing a scene. With the first request, the girls closed in ill, like sharks for blood. Oh no. Completely ignoring my existence, I was pushed by the rushing girls. And I lost my balance, about to fall to the ground. Until we get a C. No CG. No CG? Huh. From what I saw through the crowd, ill. I saw for certain, and the moment his relaxed, calm face was painted in shock.
ことね。
Not happy.
大丈夫ですか？怪我は？
I'm okay. Thanks. I'm okay. Thanks for helping me up.
そうですか。
Yeah, I'm okay. Eel sighs in deep relief. He must have slipped through that ring of girls and saved me in a single moment. After he helps me back to my feet, he turns to the girls around him. After a long silence, with a serious face, he first bows elegantly, and next he speaks so everyone around him could hear.
私のこの姿はコスプレではなく、本来のあり方そのものです。故郷からやってきてまだ日も浅く、この国に溶け込める衣服を用意する時間がありませんでした。その結果、皆様に多大なる誤解とご迷惑を与えてしまったこと、心から謝罪いたします。ですがどうか、この人を巻き込むような騒ぎは
Please leave
起こ
me
さないで
alone.
いた
Let
だ
me
きたい
enjoy
の
the
です。
otome event. Perhaps influenced by his dietic aura? By his dietic aura and gentle negotiation, the commotion amongst the girls had quickly and completely vanished.
そうなんですか。
Hmm. Yeah, wink wink, definitely not an otome character.
ごめんなさい。勝手に勘違いしちゃって。
Yeah, you can quit your squeeing. No glomping. The girls that called out to him first bowed their heads towards Eel.
いいえ、理解していただけたのなら良いのです。このままお互い、この素晴らしいイベントを楽
Let's
しみましょ
all
う。
appreciate pretty boys, fictional pretty boys together.
行きましょう、ことね。少なくとも今ここにいた方々は同じようなことはしないでしょう。
Time to skedaddle and go enjoy the event. Right. Though I felt plenty of stairs on our backs, Eel and I were able to run into the crowds. Question mark question. Miser, are you following us? Or is it someone else? Weaving our way through, we managed to make it to the food court. On the way, even the area here was filled with layers. It was able to get by without getting a terrible amount of attention. Finally able to relax, we stopped to rest and have our lunch. The drink was a pretty strange color, and bracing myself for a crazy taste, it was actually really good. As I was guessing if the taste and color were from some sort of syrup.
ことね、あれから体に異変は？無理をしているのでは？
Strange with your body? What? Eel keeps asking about how I'm doing. He must have been surprised to see me fall earlier. No, I'm alright. I didn't twist my ankle or anything. Actually, that was pretty amazing how you dealt with things right after that. How were you able to deal with that? If it were the usual Eel, he would have been swept off by the momentum, and he would probably still be over there having a photo shoot.
いえ、あれはあの場で考えついた
You pulled out
即興なのです。
your inner otome route, where you gotta stand up because the girl that you like has been knocked over by all these other girls, and you can't stand for that.
異国のものと思われているのならば、それを理由とすることで
Well,
深く追求されないのでは？
it's not that
Oh.
far from the truth if you say that. Oh, I see. Well, if something like that happens again, we can just say the same next time.
ええ、そうですね。ではこのドリンクを飲み終えたら次は調べ直しますので、もう一度待っていただいても、物販以外で
Why
他
is
に何か
shopping in the dictionary? Oh my gosh, as it says, this means selling products. In the anime and game industry, this mainly refers to limited goods directly sold at event venues. Depending on the goods, the lines can be insanely long. Be sure to secure plenty of hydration before lining up. I could only imagine. Because even just going to, what's the word? Even just going to conventions here in America. Not necessarily for booths, but like for autograph lines and stuff like that, they can get really long sometimes. Or panels. Panels can be insanely long sometimes depending on how popular the panelists are. I could just imagine, and especially if they're like selling stuff, it's a limited time thing, so people are gonna be like, oh, I gotta line up, I gotta get it, because there's only a limited amount. And that's when you get the crazies that come in and start elbowing you out of the way because they gotta be 5 more people in line ahead of you. He finally stopped hiding the fact that he was conducting research. I chose this event thinking it might make him happy, but I'm actually making him fuss over me. Where do you want to go? I'm happy that you're thinking about me, but where is it that you want to go?
私がですか?
Yes, you. Yeah, I'm sure there are things you'd like to see or places you'd like to go, right? But you look like you're enduring this and you feel bad to ask me to tag along. Am I wrong? I'm happy you're so considerate, but not every day you enter a raffle, right? You're gonna regret it if you can't enjoy this to its fullest.
イベント当選の機会が貴重というのは指摘の通りですが、しかし私の目的を優先しては
I'm having a good time if you're having a good time. Let's just go hang out. And you have. Yeah, it's my first time coming to an event like this, but it's so lively. It's fun just seeing everything. And I can study the drinks here too. Oh right, yeah, we can study the drinks
そうですか.
to use at our cafe. Yes, of course. I wouldn't lie about something like this. And it was embarrassing, but I need to be honest. Before, when we were going to the aquarium, I felt that just seeing the face you made when you were so giddy and happy helped me relax. So you enjoying something sort of makes me feel better.
顔ですか?
Yes.
私の?
Yeah.
それは気のせいでは? 私に表情だけで他者を癒す能力はありませんので。
It's a healing of the soul. Our conversation wasn't connecting. That's not what I mean, but... I'm talking about our feelings. When the characters in your otome game smile, it makes you happy, right? It's like that.
確かにそう言われてみれば実感があるような気も。
So then...
わかりましたことね。あなたが癒されるというのなら、私自身もこのイベントを全力で楽しみます。
Let's have a good time. Immediately, Il grins, as if that gentle face really did have some sort of healing power. And just like when we went to the aquarium, his eyes suddenly sparkled and...
では早速ですが、限定のランダムグッズ、その販売列に並びましょう。目指すは全物販店のグッズ制覇。
Oh gosh. Alright. Just make sure we stop when it... Just make sure we stop when it'll be too much to carry, okay? After that, with such a lively expression on his face, Il took me around to all sorts of shops and art exhibition corners around the venue. There were even some cute mascot goods that I bought to decorate my room with. In the end, Il and I went all in and enjoyed everything the event had to offer.
素晴らしいことね。あなたにはランダムグッズを引き当てる才能があります。
Il smiles from ear to ear. He practically sings his praise to me, as he carries a ton of bags in both arms.
缶バッジの総数と一度に買える量から確率を計算するに、事後通販でも揃わない覚悟を決めていたのですが、まさか一度の会計で全てのキャラクターを引き当ててしまうとは。
I'm surprised too, though I think it's more luck than skill. I'd like that fortune to come into use when winning prizes or raffles in this town. Oh, was it like blind box stuff? Yeah, they're probably referring to like the blind boxes, or the blind bags and blind boxes. As I was thinking, we come to a bench at the edge of the venue and put down our things for a minute. Il, what do you want to do next? Do you have other shopping you want to do?
いえ、目当てのものは一通り買えましたし、あとは1時間後のステージイベントを観覧するだけなので。 しばらくここで休憩をしましょう。
Okay, I wonder if they're going to do it in the big open space there? It's close to where we are now. It's maybe a 3-minute walk. It seemed like the tickets I won also gave us admission to watch the show, so there wasn't any point in lining up now.
ことね。狭い空間とはいえ、長く歩きましたし、喉が渇いているのでは。
Hydration, here, hydration is good. Let's hydrate some. Yes, we've hydrated.
希望を言っていただければ、私が何か買ってきましょう。
Huh? Are you sure? Okay. Okay then. Yes, please. Anything cold is fine. I'll leave the flavor to you, Il. And I'll keep an eye on our stuff.
冷たい。 お任せ。なるほど、承知しました。
Hmm.
それでは少々お待ちを。
After acknowledging me, Il walks off towards a shop selling drinks. I sit down on the bench, watching him. He'll be fine, right? Even Il should be able to buy some drinks on his own. Ah, no. Yeah. The crowd seemed to split in two, girls whispering amongst themselves. Watching him walk between the crowds was like watching Moses part the Red Sea. I guess I get why Meister worries so much about Eel. Still, he was able to handle the fuss from this morning all on his own. Yeah, I trust him. He told me he'd be able to buy them. As I was nodding to myself.
困ります。本イベントはチケット入場制ですので、無許可で入られては。
うっせえな。
Uh,
金は払ったんだから問題ねえだろ。
but being a dick.
おお、マジで女の子しかいないでやんの。
Get out of here.
しかも割と可愛い子ばっか。最近のオタクってバカにできねえな。
Something's going on. I looked down the road to see a few young men ignoring the staff, trying to stop them and walking this way. They don't really look like they belong here. Actually, they look kinda sorta excited. As I was thinking, a voice called to me from beside me. Ah, you're the girls from earlier.
はい。あの時はお連れの人に迷惑をかけてしまって。
Oh no, it's totally fine. Is there something you need? Eel is, he just went to get something, so...
いえ、そうじゃなくてですね。あの男性たち、こっちに歩いてきてるんで、
Oh
絡
no,
まれる前に逃げた方がいいです
I'm on
よ
a。home game myself. They are definitely going to see me.
たまにいるんです。女性向けのイベントやショップにナンパ目的で近づいてくる人。
I see. Thank you for the warning. I have to wait for my friend, but I'll make sure I don't stand out, so go on ahead and leave first.
はい、わかりました。気
It's
をつけ
okay,
て
I've
くだ
got a
さい
guardian
ね。
angel.
あの手の
It's
人、
daijoubu.
本当に強引なんで。
The two girls bow their heads and leave in a hurry, carrying their shopping bags. Oh boy, gross and weird coming. Incoming, for sure. Not even thinking I'm being hit on. The way these guys looked was actually threatening and just plain scary. Maybe I should hide in the shadows somewhere and not stay out in the open with this bunch. As I was collecting Eel's items so I could get away.
お姉さん一人？
Mm.
よかったらここから出て俺たちとカフェとか行かない？
No, you couldn't take me to a cafe that would beat one that I already go to. Huh? They were really fast. Perhaps because the girls around me ran away so quickly. It seemed like they targeted me and came straight to this bench. Before I realized it, I was surrounded, left with little room to walk away. Excuse me. I'm here with a friend, so...
じゃあその子も一緒に遊べばいいじゃん。
その間も仲良くだべってよよ。 スマホ持ってるよね。連絡先交換しよう。
Wait, please stop. I embraced my phone, guarding it before it was almost ripped away by force. What do I do? These guys are super pushy.
怖がられてやんの。
ごめんね、こいつ考えなしのバカだからさ。お詫びになんでもおごるよ。お友達には連絡だけ入れといてさ。早く行こう。
Yeah, I'll message my friend. Yeah, you wanna meet my friend? Oh, just give me a second. I'll message them right away. He'll come over here right now. As one of the men reached out to try to grab my arm.
何をしているのですか？
With a waft of silver hair and white fabric. Eel.
お待たせしました。思ったより列の進みが遅く、時間がかかってしまいました。こちらは何でもタピオカというものが入っているとか、もちもちとした愉快な食感が楽しめるとのことです。
He bought us boba tea? Right. Thanks, but now is not the time for drinks. The men looked menacing and ill, who was cheerfully handing me a drink.
なんだこいつ。どこの国のやつ？
おーい、 日本語通じます？
Hmm.
邪魔しないでほしいんですけど。
They must not have seen Il as a threat since he has such a thin frame. The men were laughing at him, but despite how they were looking at him, he didn't seem to find it unpleasant at all.
随分と親しげに語りかけてきますが、
No, I don't
彼らは
actually.
知り合いなのですか？
No, I think they're trying to pick me up. This is a bit embarrassing having to explain that I'm being hit on.
おお、これがナンパ。
No!
なるほど。
No!
本物の。
No, not like this, Eel. Not like this. Unflatteringly, Il gazes suspiciously at the men. And with those overly honest eyes and face, he begins to question them quizzically.
女性との出会いを探すのは結構ですが、選択する場所を間違えているのでは？
あ？
ここは乙女ゲームのイベント会場。ここに集う女性たちの目的は、愛するキャラクターたちの生きる世界を目で同じ心を持つ同士と交流を深めること。つまりあなたたち、実在する異性と恋愛関係になることは意識の隅にすら置いていません。互いに求めている対象や行動方針が異なるというのに、なぜ求愛に応じてくれると思うのです？それともそれを承知で実行するほどに日常的な出会いに恵まれてい
You
ない、
simply
もしく
lack
は単純な
intelligence.
知能不足
Oh
でしょ
my
うか。
goodness.
は？
Ew.
なんだ？
Ew, you've asked for it, Eel.
てめえ。
That was rough. Eel's words ruthlessly stabbed into the men's hearts. His obliviousness and lack of ill intention made it worse.
それに何よりも、彼女は私とデート中なのです。邪魔をしないでいただきたい。
And the angel appeared before the fuckboys and said, "Yes, be afraid. Now fuck off." Huh? All I could do was stand there in daze. Not because he changed his appearance, but because Eel, who laughed off most things. That Eel. He was clearly keeping these men in check.
なんだよこいつ。いきなり変な格好しやがって。
Definitely cosplay.
あ、コスプレとかいうやつじゃね？男が天使とか食
Yeah, go ahead, try us.
オタク野郎はお呼びじゃねえんだよ。引っ込んでろ。
You said you want my friend to come over. My friend came over, okay?
拒否ということですか。であれば仕方ありませんね。
What happened? I just blinked. They're giving Eel hell, and Eel being his oblivious self. It's just like, oh man, like you know this is not right, right? And he's finally had enough, so he donned his angel form to put these guys in their place. He does have drip right now. I like his design. Oh, I like this. I like this sprite too. It's a very casual. What's the word? It's a very casual Phoenix Wright. What's the word? Like objection. Take that. Take that pose. He'll gently raises his hand towards the men who refuse to back down.
手荒で申し訳ありませんが、物理的に彼女から距離を取っていただくことにしましょう。
This is not the time and place to pick up chicks with your rough behavior. I ask you to fuck off politely. As Il talks in a troubled manner, his light starts to shine. Oh. The men's bodies were instantly bound by the chains of light that appeared. Immediately after, Il simply turns his gaze towards the stage where the event happening later would be taking place. Get out of here. The bodies of the men float in the air and are flung towards the center of the stage where guests were already gathering. Put them on display? Their bodies crash into the ground, and I could tell from here that they fainted from the pain as the chains disappeared. Wow. Il could use his magic like this too.
ようやく静かになりました。確かに乙女ゲームにはナンパイベントもつきものですが、
Yeah, just go ahead and break the fourth wall, why don't you?
いざこうして実際に遭遇してみると、 やはり不快になるものなのですね。その相手があなたならばなおさら。大事はありません
No,
か？
just a little
あの者
awkward.
たちに
It's
危
okay
害
though.
を加えられたり
You
は。
came just in time, as if scheduled, as if plotted out. No, I'm fine. Thanks for saving me, Il.
いえ、あなたが無事ならそれでいいのです。
Il's wings flapped energetically, expressing his joy and relief. They were just like a tail on a dog, so full of energy and innocence. Right in the crowd of people, yeah. Oh. At times like these, I'm sure Miser would sigh and say this.
やれやれ。やっちゃったね。
So you were the one that was tagging along, weren't you? Exactly. Wait, huh? Just now, that was a little too clear, just to be a voice in my head. He was the one that was the question mark, uh-huh. Huh? What's this? Fog?
そうでした。ついこの姿になりましたが、人
You
前だ
can't
と
read a
いう
mood.
ことを失念していまし
You
た。
can't read it.
ことね、この場は任せるとしましょう。我々がここに留まっていては、この霧による記憶の改ざんがうまくいきません。今のうちに会場から距離を
Oh,
取
we
る
had
べ
our
きか
fun,
と。
even though we didn't get to go see the stage event. Uh-huh, but... You were looking forward to the event on the stage.
やはりあなたはいい人です。ということで、
Change out, we'll go towards the stage.
一気に飛びますので、
Oh
しっ
gosh,
かり捕まっていてくだ
we're
さい。
going for a flight. We're taking a flight. Huh? Fly? The moment I had thought, the feeling of the ground beneath vanished. And suddenly the sky immediately turned orange. The sight of the setting sun and the color of the orange sky filled my view. Oh, here's our CG. It's like... upside down, almost. It's like portrait mode. At first my eyes were simply taken away by the beauty. But then the cold breeze that swept my face brought me back to my senses. Terrified, I turned my look down and see... We're flying?! The event venue we were just inside earlier was now the size of a small bean. Feeling the warmth of the one I held on to, flapping his 3 sets of wings at once. He glides gracefully above the city. Ew! This is a bit too... scary for me.
おっと、暴れないでください。あなたに負担をかけないように風圧や重力を制御していますが。
Don't you dare drop me.
私、あまり腕力には自
No!
信がない
No!
ので、
Don't you drop
うっ
me!
かり落としてしまうやもしれません。
Do not drop me, Eel. What?
冗談ですよ。
Do not
間
drop
違って
me.
もあなたを落としたりなどし
Even
ま
if you
せん。
catch me, do not drop me to start with. That's just... do not. Please don't joke about that.
それよりも、見てください。ここから見える風景を。
Wondering what he was talking about, I timidly looked out where Eel was pointing. Wow. It was twilight, the time leading right up to the night. Red and blue colors swirled up in the sky. Light reflected on the sea and the skyline. The scene was absolutely... beautiful.
ええ、私は飛ぶこと自体珍しくもありませんが、この付近はこんなにも輝いた景色なのですね。人間界の都会はあまり美しくないと
They have
聞
their
き及
charm.
んでいましたが、
Up close they might be kind of dingy, but there's certain charms about cities.
決してそんなことはありませんでしたね。人の営みと光が共存する世界。ここは展開に劣らぬほど、いえ、勝るほどに美しい。
Yeah. The terror from being so high disappeared. The two of us simply stayed in the air, taken by the view until the sun had set.
「経過観察完了。これより帰還を開始。
Is this a new character? Or is this the... Is this that mask? Not mask. The, like... Was it GPM, was that? Whatever company that Rindo's with? The one that hid his face. That was
イ
what
ル
they...
ファドでリー落ちたものだな。
I think it sounds... It sounds like Hikaru Midorikawa's voice, and I think that was his character? But I could be wrong. The place we ended up was on a large observation deck over the shoreline. No one was allowed up here. In other words, on top of a tower where falling from a gusty wind would certainly be the enemy. Winds must have been usually strong here, but we had good timing. It wasn't too bad. Of course, it's still very high up, so it's not like I wasn't scared. However,
大丈夫です。100万回落ちたとしても100万回キャッチしてみせますから。
and so Il speaks in complete confidence, easing my fears. I appreciate it, but at the same time, holy shit, we're up really fucking high. Il and I continue watching this special view from this spot.
おや、気がつけばもう夜でしたか。外出していると時
Time
間の
flies when
経
you're
過
having
がいつ
fun.
もより早く感じられますね。
Yeah, even more so if you're having... Oh, here we go again. Here we go again with me just predicting the lines.
なるほど、そういう捉え方もあるのですか。ですが、
What's wrong, Il?
いえ、本日のデートを改めて振り返ってみたのですが、
Good
少
question.
々疑問が浮かびまして、乙女ゲームのキャラクターたちはもっとスマートかつ甘く主人公をエスコートしていました。それらと比較すると、今回のデート
What do
は
you mean?
そ
You
の形式にあ
definitely
まり沿えな
checked
かった
off
と思う
the
のです。
otome route. The otome route date. Why is that? As he mumbles quizzically, all I could do is awkwardly smile back. Well, we ran into a lot of things today. And still, I had a lot of fun. The view from the sky was pretty too. Thank you, Il. I'd been so down, and you cheered me up. You're the one who got everyone else to take me out too, right?
気づいていたのですか？
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know how to bring it up. Sorry.
それは想定外でした。あくまで自然に励ますというのが今回のデートのテーマだったのですが、しかしこれから起こることはさすがにあなたも予想していないかと。デートの仕上げとして私なりのプレゼントを用意したのです。
Oh,
受け取っていただけますか？
what is it? A gift? He looks around, and after making sure no one else is in the general vicinity, he clasps his hand as if to offer prayer.
展開領域設定確保。誤差なしと判断。術式の合成を開始。
Oh, what are we doing?
求めるは光。
Oh, that sprite's so good. That sprite's so good. I like that sprite. Most of his sprites kind of have like this, like it's the character design in general, but he kind of has like this, I guess, almost dopiness about him. Like it's not bad, but there's a little bit. This one though was like serious, and I like that.
我が歌に応じ、この落ちた魂に奇跡を与えることを許したまえ。
His prayer was mechanical but strong, with effort put into each and every word.
ことね。デオ、私を信じて。
Hmm? What? Neil pulls my hand and my body is thrown into the night. No. What are you doing to me, Neil? And there in the air. 1, 2 steps. My feet step forward. What? It looked like I was walking on water. Each time my feet step down onto the air, a ring of light expands where my foot falls. I finally realized it was Eel's magic, as he smiled at me while I was in awe. Walking on air. Another CG! Did we get 2 CGs with others? I'm trying to remember. For some reason, I only remember 1 CG with Canis. I could be wrong though. I don't know. I don't have that stored in the memory. His entrancing aria pulled me in. as it echoed through the sky above the city. Faint particles of light appeared out of nowhere and floated on by. It was like an off-season Christmas lighting. A beautiful city of lights surrounded us. The glimmering lights went beyond the observation deck and continued into the sky. At first was Eel's clear, beautiful singing. And next, in a single moment, my heart was taken by the light that seemed to bless us. It was so beautiful. That was all I could think. This world, which I found no other word to describe, kept expanding in front of me.
どうでしょう。私はあなたに笑顔を送ることができ
It's
たでしょ
definitely an
うか。
experience. A smile?
以前、ソウアンが亡くなる直前、彼に言われたのです。いつかお前も笑顔を与えられる側に甘んじず、与える側に立てるようになれ。
It's a give and take.
当時は誰に何のためにと疑問に思っていましたが、今なら彼が何を言いたかったのかわずかながら理解できる気がします。
Eel looks this way, and as if reacting to him, the falling light started pouring toward me.
ことね、ここ数日のあなたは笑顔ではいても何かが違いました。
Well,
言われずとも理解しています。あれは無理をして作っていた表情だったのだと。
I couldn't hide that fact that I was about to start crying, thinking back on the past.
皆から聞きました。あなたは死んだパークスの群れを思い落ち込んでいると。ですがあなたはそれを表面化させることを良しとしなかった。それはある意味では評価されることなのでしょう。
Eel's singing lips repudiated? I'm not sure about that. Repudiated those
あの
efforts.
悲劇を忘れる必要はありません。あなたが気に病んでいる以上は仕方ないというつもりもありません。ただその上で顔を上げ、いつもの笑顔で笑ってください。私はあなたの自然な笑顔が好きなのです。それを取り戻すためならどのようなこともしてみ
I
せます。
even make the world my enemy.
それこそ
My goodness.
世界を敵に回すことさえも。
I see. I don't need to force myself to forget. What happened, happened. I don't need to separate myself from it. While embracing the grief, it's still okay to smile. Okay. Thanks, Eel. The lights gradually melt away and we softly land on the spot we left. There's no way I'd ever forget the tragedy I saw in Bestia. But while still carrying that, as the owner of Enchante, I'll make an effort to be present. Yeah, I won't stay depressed forever. I always have to try to do my best. Nodding to myself, I look at Eel. So that aria, was it? From earlier? It was such a pretty song. The lyrics too. Did you write that, Eel?
いえ、あれは先日発売された乙女ゲームの主題歌ですね。五感が素晴らしく、砲術に用いてみました。
Why am I not surprised? I'm not surprised in the least. Exasperation, I could have slipped in there. But every part about you is so Eel. I was able to give him another smile. Oh, it's a miser.
はあ、なんとか無事に終わったね。
I knew it was
あと
you.
はこっちに戻ってくる
I
だ
knew
け
you
か
were
な。
following us.
ミシェル、いくら心配だからって覗き見はどうかと思うよ。
つか、ため息つきたいのはこっちだぜ。朝っぱらから尾行なんぞに付き合わせやがって。
Oh my gosh, you all were in the background. My gosh.
いや、だってやっぱり心配だったからさ。
心配が過ぎるのは確かだが、
You're thinking about
我としては
deja vu.
良いものを見れたように
You'll
思う
handle
と
it.
基本は流されるまま受け身で生きていたイルが自主的に誰かのために行動し、トラブルにも助言なしで対処するのは。
まあね、例のイベント会場では 最後にちょっと過保護な魔王様が手助けした
That
けどさ。
that was appreciated though. 100%.
あれは過保護っていうか、ファインプレーの類じゃないかな。
You helped clean things up before it got too bad.
ま、それは抜きにしても確かに予想外の行動だったよな。どういう
His
気分
kokoro no
で落とした
damu
んだ
overflowed.
あいつ。
思うにイルにも
Mm.
庇護欲というものが生まれたのではないだろうか。
庇護欲？
琴音が来る前のここでの生活を思い出してほしい。イルはその性格と雰囲気によりどうしても我らから常に庇護
He
され
was
る立場に
babied
なって
by
いた。
everybody.
しかしそこにごく普通の非力な人間である彼女が現れ、
琴音、大丈夫ですか？怪我は？
Thanks. I'm okay. Thanks for helping me up.
彼女があの程度のことで危険な目に遭うか弱き存在だということに気づいた。
ああ、なんとなくわかったわ。
You just couldn't stand to see me hurt.
琴音
Or
は
in
箱入り
trouble.
にとっちゃ守るべき位置に当てはまる初めての存在になったわけな。
He thinks I'm pathetic.
今までは我々が率先して彼女を守っていたために実感が薄かったのだろ
That's true.
どっちにしろ鈍いな。
同感。けど彼にとっては結構な進歩と言えるんじゃないかな。
ってことでいいことずくめだってのになんでこの魔王はため息ついてんだ？
う。いわばこれはヒナの巣立ちのようなもの。ミシェルの寂しさも理解はできるが、ここは素直にイルの
You
成長を
can't
喜ぶべ
baby
き
him
だろ
anymore. It's not good to baby him for so long. How many thousands of years old is he?
いや、それもあるんだけどさ、へこんでる理由は他にもあって、イルの成長の機会を見誤ってた自分に微妙に自己嫌悪してるっていうかね。え、なにその反応？俺なんか変なこと言ってる？
はあ、ミシェル、ブラコンも大概にしないと嫌われちゃうよ。
Yeah, keep your brother complex in check.
ブラコン。
Mm. End the chapter. End the chapter. Okay. Ah, chapter 8. We can get through this. We can get through this. It's only 10:32. Not that bad. Well, this loads in. We finished the end. He runs with anime Winland. Okay, I'm going to go be right back real quick. I'm gonna go heat up a little snack and go refill my water, and I will be right back with y'all. So hang tight for just a second. I am back. Okay, I have more water and I have some chips and queso. We are good to go. Okay, it took us 2 hours to get through. It took us 2 hours to get through that chapter. Oh man. Oh boy. We got this though. It's only 10:30. We got this. I can stay up later tonight. Tomorrow's Sunday. One day of the week I can sleep in. Okay, welcome back. Thank you, Verb. Okay, let's get into chapter 8. He runs. Rindo, what's going on? Ignoring how out of breath he is. Brent just cut him, but it didn't matter. Running through the grove, cowarded Rindo dashes to the forest in the night.
これでも最悪の状況を想定してきたつもりだったけ
What's
ど
going on?
まさかそれを上回る事態とはさすがに参ったね
With a grunt, he turns off his light, jumping into the bush to hide himself. He holds his breath for 5, 10 seconds. Glaring at the dangerous darkness in front of him, Rindo finally breathes again.
リンド、追っ手は来ているでありますか？
どうにか振り切ったと思うこれで一息つけそうだ
Who is that? Rindo? Have we lost him? Rindo?
返す返すも申し訳ないであります。我々空霊族のために。
Crawling out of Rindo's chest pocket was a non-human, about 15 centimeters tall. By human standards, its face was deformed with rough skin that looked like earthenware. Rindo gives a nervous smile to the being that looks just like an old Haniwa statue.
別に気にする必要はないさこれもお仕事の一環なんでね次がお出ましだ
It's here.
また追いかけっこでありますか？
Where's this voice, dude? You couldn't come peek the audio.
残念ながらねしつこいやつだよまったく
Changing of the magazine, Rindo lets loose shots of parabellum rounds and glares at the sky through the trees. Through the trees, I can
や
speak.
れやれこれは今日中に琴音ちゃんのコーヒーを飲みに帰るのは難
What
し
is
そう
going
だ
on? What kind of mission are you on, my dude? In the dark of the night, an unmistakable eeriness fills the obscured red sky. The sky, unlike anything seen in the human world, weighed heavily on him. What are you doing? Where are you even at, my dude? We start off with Rindo for what I would assume is Meiser's chapter. This evening sky, slowly expanding above his head as if demanding that he leave. It was dusk on a particular day. I, Kotone Owaki, was out shopping in the shopping district with 2 men holding our goods. Canis and Ignis? Tissues, soap, and 2 sponges. Alright, that's all of the cleaning supplies. Now, the decorations for the shop. I want to try and keep everything we buy to 100 yen shops.
な
Yep. Oh, I want to pick up some beans too. It'll cost more if we have it delivered.
あおいまだ買い物する気満々のそこのバカ店主
What's that bigness?
どうかしたじゃねえ俺たちの今の姿を見て
You have a
何
lot
か
in your
言うこと
hands.
ねえのかよてめえは
I look back at the people accompanying me. Wow! How could I guess that these 2 would be the ones to help me go shopping? Kanes had 2 bags in each of his hands, with a total of 4 bags. Ignis holds the same amount, with another 2 bags hanging around his neck. You look like a dog with a collar on. It's kinda cute.
犬扱いすんなつか好きで首から下げてんじゃねえどう見てもこれ以上は持てねえだろ
Come on, you've only got 2 bags in each hand. You can both get 3 bags in each hand.
んイグニスには重すぎたかでは代わりに我の首にかけてたな
重さの問題じゃねえってのつかてめえの体のどこに首なんてパーツがあるんだ
Yeah,
よ
the collar's just on his head. I don't know what you're talking about, Ignis. Unless you're into that you want a collar because you're a dog beast thing, something or other. Sorry. I bought a little bit too much. Let's just head back to Enchante for today. I turned toward the road. I turned toward the roads leading back home with the Headless Knight and the Firewolf. I'm used to the shopping district now, and it's rare to find shops I don't know about. I feel like I've walked through the town so much by now that I'm a pretty familiar face.
あら、ソーアンさんのところの。今日はどこかでお買い物？
What does it look like? Yep, we went to quite a few shops and maybe bought a bit too much.
お、カブタンとお姉ちゃんだ。
Kabutan. Kabutan.
二人でデー
No!
おい、ちょっと待てガキども。俺の存在だけスルーすんな。
ト？じゃあ、三人デートだ。
Well, that isn't really the case. You can't call a date if there's 3 of us anyway, right?
うん、そうだぞ少年。我々は単なる荷物持ちだ。
You're just my pack mules.
つまり、
Oh my god.
たまた？
You're a child! Child, what are you even talking about?
どこでそういう言葉覚えてくんだよ、こういうガキは。
Where do you learn that word, you little weirdo? Oh no, I hit the button. Watching the two of them talk with each children, a smile broadens across my face. When I first started out at Enchante, I'd never imagined I'd be walking out around town like this as if it was nothing. No, that wasn't the line. Oh, there he is again. So, there they are. There you are. Miser. Right. It'd only been a few months since I'd taken over the cafe as the owner. And within that short amount of time, my life had changed completely compared to what it was before. I'd stepped into the world. I stepped into a new world. Oh, those sweet summer children with a comprehensive grasp of the English language. Kids these days, they're growing up too fast. They're growing up way too fast. Miser, Canis, Il, and Ignis. I met these people that weren't quite normal. I mean, they were non-human. And after a chance encounter with Mr. Indo, the government's GPM agent, I decided to keep running the place that they all felt home in. Cafe Enchante. I'd even visited other worlds, and I met Karya and Kororo who've come to live at the cafe. Thinking back to it all, I couldn't help but feel like so much has happened. I feel like this all could still be some kind of dream. As I said this to myself, I noticed 2 men walking in front of me. The sound of a voice coming from a TV in an electronics store reached my ear. Also, if you hear me crunching, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be quiet eating my chips. Of course, I've had something in my mouth. Huh?
なんだよ、急に立ち止まってどうした？
I'm pretty sure that caught the crunch that time. I saw the mic make noise. Well, that news on TV. That's pretty close to where my family lives.
実家か。ここからはだいぶ離れていると聞いた覚えがあるが。
Which I start eating whenever I have lines to say. Right, it's a town close to the beach up in the northeast. Oh wait, they're showing something. What the reporter on the screen pointed to was a small island off the coast. Oh, no. It did feel for— oh, we should save. That's a good idea. We just got to the new chapter. Let's save. Yeah, save. Very good. It did feel familiar. It was an uninhabited island off the coast near the town where my parents lived. An eerie mist lulled above the island and looked like it would crush the island itself.
なんとも妙な色の空だな。
Oh, that's where—
まさに異常気象というやつか。
that's where Mr. Rindo and our funky little friend are at, I bet.
ま、季節が4つもある時点で、俺にとっちゃこの国は十分異常だけどな。
年中吹雪のベスティアのものならではの考えだな。
Ignis from the land of one season, aka Arctic hell. And then Canis from the land where it's 4 seasons every day. Furrowing my brow at the images on screen, I began walking as the news moved on to the next story. I'm a bit worried. Should I call home? I should call home. As I was thinking, there, tucked into the streets near the station, stood Cafe Enchante. Of this shape I've come to get used to seeing it all the time. Came. What an odd sentence.
ほんの一目でいいから
Why is
この
he
僕に
here?
ゲートを見せてくれなさい
Why is this man here?
そう輝かしい科学の未来のためにあとなんか
This is time to eat shit.
僕とクーちゃんのために
I'm not gonna deal with him when I eat a chip. Today there was an unfamiliar voice coming from out in front of it. Not an unfamiliar voice at all. I know very well who this is.
我の記憶が正しければ、
Mm-hmm.
今の
覚える必要がねえのになぜか覚えちまう声だよな。
Yeah. I sort of remember it, yet I don't really. In fact, I wish I didn't remember it at all. I'm back! I quietly opened the door, and beyond it was a scene I'd imagined in my head. In other words,
ダメに決まってるだろ俺だって一応留守を預かってるんだ
you tell him, Karia. Tell him to fuck off. You're taller than him, too. Tell him to fuck
ゲ
off.
ートに触っていじって電気流して味見して頬ずりしたいとか言ってる変態を奥に通せるわけないだろ
Exactly, you tell him.
科学の進歩を妨げるやからめ
Yeah, that would be trespassing. And there stood an excitable Mr. Mikado, and Karia, desperately trying to stop him.
なあおかえり3人とも。君たちもカリアの半切れを魚に美味しいコーヒーでも飲む？
Mildly cranky Karia.
ああ、動かないでください、コロロ。あなたの食感はゲームプレイ中のクッション材に最適なのです。
Don't use him for a cushion. And also, Meister looks on the scene while Il plays a game with Kotaro on a table. Kotaro as a table.
なんでここに GPM の変態がいんだよ。
よくぞ聞いてくれたねイグニス君それは
Well, you're not
もちろ
welcome
ん
back there. Did you not see the sign that says
ここにあるゲートの調査だ
staff
とも。
only? Are you staff?
何かとうるさい林道が出張中の今がまさに千載一遇のチャンス今なら奴に止められることなく存分に調査を
No, you can't.
あれさっきはカリアの定期検査がどうこうって言ってなかった？
確実に言っていました。検査に来ないから呼びに来たと。
はっしまったそうだそういう建前だったくついつい本音が先に出てしまった
You're also a pain in the ass.
なんとも間抜けな自白だな。
Wait, Karia, you haven't been going in for your checkups? Karia looks away from me with guilt. Karia's fairy ancestry and the ancestral relapse had weakened his body a lot. He was told that he needed to visit Medio regularly, and that he was also to have physical checkups at the GPM.
いやそのこの店に来てるおかげで最近は調
You
子い
should
いし
still be going to the doctor.
この変人とか GPM とか
Yes, I
この
agree.
変人とか林道さん以外はまだいまいち信用できないし
I know what you mean, but this isn't right. You have to get your checkups. Well, no, don't hit the button again. I also wouldn't be going to someone that I wouldn't trust with checking out my body. Like, no? Like, there's a reason why I picked my own doctor. I don't want someone weird.
クーちゃんあの子さ
did.
っとひどいことを言ってる気がしない
Because you are
か
awful. You're terrible. If you're really worried, I'll go with you. No, don't
Yeah.
Kotone, see,
そんなの別にいいし子供じゃないんだから
just have
そういうとこいら
Mr.
ないよ
Rindo. At the very least, have Mr. Rindo there. Everyone continued to watch over us with kind eyes as Karya shook his head as I was questioning him.
なんかお姉さんと弟って
He's my
感じだ
little
ね。
brother.
ま、アンシャンテの常連はあいつより全員年上だしな。年し
After pushing the point that he needed his checkups, I turned to face Mikado. No, that's right. Mr. Mikado.
何かね。はっ、もしやゲートに頬ずりしてもいいのかい？
No. You said Mr. Rindo was on business, yes? He hasn't been at the cafe recently. Where is he right now?
そういえばここ4日間彼の姿を見かけていませんね。
あれ、リンドのことだから君たちには伝えているものだとばかり。
He might not.
まあいいか。リンドはね、今上からの命令でとある無人島の調査をしているよ。けど現在進行形で襲われているらしくてね。確か救援要請が出てたと思うよ。
You're so calm about this. What? Attacked? What's happening? Who's attacking him? I mean, is he okay?
おー、
Eh,
いや、
meh,
僕も詳しくは知らない
It's
けど
fine.
ね。
It'll be fine. Don't worry
まあ、
about it.
リンドだし、生きてるよ、多分。と、そんなことより、そこにいる首なし騎士君、ぜひ君の体を調査させてくれたまえ。
You're not allowed to touch him. Back off. More importantly, Mr. Mikado, please tell me more about.
はあ、打天使君も興味深いな。打天するというメカニズムには大変に興味があるからね。
Mr. Mikado.
そしてとっておきは魔王。素晴らしきかなアンシャンテ。このレア人外のフルコースには僕も研究者として目移りしてしまう。
Another brand of obnoxious in comparison to. I don't even remember his name. The cat boy guy. In a firm grip, I grabbed his head, which was a bit lower than me.
何をするのかね。僕は人間になど興味は。
Okay, get out of my cafe. You're harassing my clients. You're harassing my customers. I twist his neck. His neck with 2 Ks. I twist his connect. I twist his neck hard enough to start making some crunching sounds. And after forcing him to face my direction, I smile at him gently. You stop. Listen to me closely. What happened to Mr. Rindo?
はい。
Oh, you
喜ん
will?
で説明させていただきま
You'd
す。
be glad to tell me now. That's so great. I'm so glad you finally come around. This is like vaguely out of character for MC, but I'm happy that she did. Don't kill the man. I don't know about that. I'd be happy doing that. He's obnoxious. Amasaki Island, an uninhabited island that's not too far off the coast of the northeast. The GPM started researching the island about a month ago. There have been whispers among the locals about strange things for ages now. Apparently in the past, a Type 1 species of non-humans, the Kuti, had inhabited Amasaki Island. Recently, another species of non-humans showed up and now dominated the island. Although they knew of the Kuti, GPM HQ had yet to confirm this new species, and so they sent out a team to investigate. However, the Spartoi, the name given to this new species, didn't seem capable of speech, and those around them ended up being attacked by them. As a result, the local branch determined that the Spartoi, designated a Type 3 species, could not be dealt with. They made contact with Shinjuku HQ, who sent in a seasoned team as reinforcements, but...
その調査チームにリンドウも含まれていたというわけか。
Probably.
そして現在スパルトイとやらに襲われまともに連絡がつかないと。
Or I put a chip in my mouth. Some time passed after Mr. Mikado gave his explanation of the situation, and he left. Perfect. That's great. A short silence fell inside the cafe, which was covered in shadows from the setting sun.
試しにスマホへと連絡を飛ばしましたが、反応はありませんね。
If he's running for his life, I don't know if he'd be answering his phone right now, Yo.
ねえ、それってつまりリンドウさんがピンチってこと？
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
じゃあ助けなきゃまずくない？
ああいつなら心配ねえって。
He's
そう
still
簡単に
human,
死ぬ玉
though.
じゃねえよ。どうせそのうちひょっこり顔出して、いやー死ぬかと思ったよとか、そん
He's
な
still
感
a
じで済ませんだろ。
human.
そりゃそうかもしれないけど。
どうしたの？リンドウが心配？
Of course I'd be. Of course I am. There's something else I'm worried about. Mr. Mikoto mentioned Amasaki Island, and I think that's near where my family lives.
実家の？もしや宣告、
うん。
商店街でテレビに映っていた島か？
Yep. Yeah, it's an island all the locals know about. It's close enough that you can see it through the window on a sunny day. They were, in a sense, a hop and a skip away. In other words, in a place very close to my family, where they could be easily reached. Was where these dangerous Swartway, a non-human species dangerous to humankind, resided. The chill runs down my spine as I imagine what terrible things could happen. I want to go see what's happening. I'm worried about Mr. Indo. I'm worried about Mr. Indo. I wonder if Mr. Indo's okay. I wish he would have at least said something about going to investigate a place like that.
リンドウなりに気を使ったのだろう。事実を言えばそうして心配すると考
Yeah,
えたのやもしれない。
I get it.
心配だから一緒に行くとか、お
Yeah.
前なら言い出しかねないしな。
Well, I guess, but I just wanted to see what the situation was and if everything was alright. The one who had my back was...
それじゃこういうのはどうかな。君を連れてくのは反対だけどさ、代わりに俺とイルが様子を見に行くとか。
Yeah, thank you. Really?
まあリンドウがどうこうって心配はそんなにしてないけどさ、君が気になるなら仕方ないかな。
Thank you.
私も同行するのですか？戦力的にはミシェルだけで十分かと思いますが。
人探しはイルに任せたいってこと。いいからリンドウごと島を吹っ飛ばせっていうなら話。
Of course that would not be okay.
幸い新作のゲームも発売日前ですし、
Oh yeah, I
協
don't
力
have
する
any
のにやぶさかではありません。
anything to preoccupy me right now. So I guess I could go.
発売日後だったら協力しなかったのかてめえ
Oh
は。
my gosh.
となると、我とイグニスは留守番か。我も空を
If
飛ぶこと
only
が
I
で
could
きれば。
fly.
その分俺たちが頑張ってくるよ。どうにも救出意欲の湧かないお姫様だけどね。
GPM princess, oh my goodness. Miser puts his hand on my shoulder, reassuring me that it'd be okay. Feeling the gentle warmth from his hand, I sigh in relief.
な、琴音の実家が近いなら、ついでに親御さんへ挨拶とか。
You might scare them, to be honest.
日頃からお世話になってます。
Oh my goodness.
的な。だとしたら駅前でいい感じの東京土産を買っていかないと。
Stop, Miser. Forget the gift and greeting. Just go keep Mr. Rindo your top priority, okay? And off you go. I'm going to quickly shove a chip in my mouth.
あわよくばゲートを調べられたらとかちょっと期待したんだけどな。さすがにガードが硬かったか。残念だったね、グーちゃん。
After returning from Enchante, mumbling to himself while petting his doll, Mikoto glances in front of him. What stood there was a single man wearing a hood, his presence obscured otherwise. He softly raises his hand at Mikoto.
やあやあ、ジョッシュ君じゃないか。珍しく長期の有給を取っていたけど、有意義な休みは過ごせたかな。
皇帝だ。
Yeah, I think it was this guy's voice that was at the end of Eel's route. Or not Eel's route, Eel's chapter.
そう
Excuse me.
ならよかった。
What are you guys planning?
それにしても、
Hmm?
どうしてここに？今回は僕、君に迎えを頼んでないよ。まただんまりか。相変わらず何を考えてるかわからないというか。まあ、君の立場からして、どうせ彼関連なんだろうけど。どうして君はやけに彼にこだわるのかな？いい加減関係を教えてくれない？
Is it Eel?
拒否する。私は相応の働きを持ってお前に対価を払っている。それ以上の情報を要求、あるいは強制するというのであれば。
おっと、わかったよ。そんな怖い顔しないでおくれ。こっちも君に辞められたら困るし、事情に深く突っ込むつもりはないさ。
The man kept his hood unfastened after that. As he followed Mikado, who shrugged at him. In the darkness of that hood were eyes filled with a cold fire, gazing towards Enchante. Don't tear down my cafe. I've worked hard to get this cafe up and running. Right, okay. You be careful too, Mom. It's dangerous out there. Don't go out to the beach to take pictures or anything, okay? Okay. I'll call you again soon. Phew. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. I had closed the cafe a bit early today. After going back to my room, I tried calling home. Sure enough, it seemed like the sky there was looking as strange as it did on the news. It wasn't as bad around the town itself, and the fog only resided above Amasaki Island. Coast Guard boats scattered around the island too, making for a pretty tense scene. With Miser and Il going there, it should be okay now, right? I imagined they were still on their way. I looked at my phone, but I hadn't received any messages from them yet. I just hope nothing's wrong. After giving a small sigh as I put my phone in sleep mode. Or at least, I was about to. With noisy static, an eerie sound rung through my ears. What? But this sound... I felt like I heard it before. That's right. It was when I went through the gate for the first time. Oh no, what's happening? Are we doing a okay, flashback? Yeah. Huh? Oh right, we had that weird-ass dream in the beginning too. In the colon Q? It's calling me. My phone slips from my hand and bounces after hitting the floor. Not caring about it at all, I walk forward in a daze. What's going on? No. No. Kotone, no! No, Kotone! A white fog appeared, obscuring my mind. I kept thinking about my body feeling weird. I kept trying to think of anything at all. Stop. Stop. This voice was creeping into my mind, scattering my thoughts. I nod, beckoned by the voice. Yes. I need to open the gate. This is a cafe after all. If there's a guest who wants to come, then I have to open it. No Kotone! No Kotone! No! The instant I turn over the plate, the gate bursts open from the other side. What have you let in, Kotone? The moment I came to, the winds from a world I didn't know encompassed me. And just like my first time in Medio, I felt like I was floating, like gravity didn't exist. However, more clearly than that time, I felt a strange power that was pulling me. Uh! I was being swallowed in. Thrust with fear, I didn't have time to think of anything. Drowning in the air of this alternate world, I desperately try and bat away this thing clinging to me. And then, with the sensation of my body being flung, there was the sound of the gate No! No! Okay. Did we close?
おいこら琴音、さっきからバタバタうるせえんだよ。
Oh, thank goodness,
何やって
y'all.
んだてめ
I
え
thought
は。
I thought we got I thought we got closed out on the other side.
何やら
It's so good
ド
to
アベル
see
も
you.
鳴っていたようだが。琴音
Close that thing. Close that fucker right now.
はあいつ
No.
どこ行った
No. 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 We are stuck on the other side. No. No. Ah. Fuck. Fuck, man. I can hear someone calling me. I know I'm hearing it for the first time, but I felt like I heard it somewhere before. It's the same thing that they've been calling us over and over and over again. It's kind and gentle, but there are traces of sorrow. Yes, a voice like someone I know very well. Miser? As if surprised by my murmuring, the voice suddenly stops. Is it Miser? And then...
起きるであります。
What? Is this a shadow room yet? I don't know where we are right now. What I heard instead was...
起きるであります。
Was this for our weird little Haniwa statue man? A very jarring voice, indeed.
どうやらスパルトイではないみたいでありますな。
このものは見た目からしておそらく人間であります。
Good guess.
いや、まだ油断はならないであります。
While you do that, I'm gonna take another chip.
こう見えて起きたら口から火を吐くかもしれないであります。
Yep. Fire breathing human here. On the commotion of whispers, something cold pokes my cheek. The sensation shook me awake and I managed to open my eyes. Where am... I slowly lift my body, and the grains of sand stuck to my cheek fall off. What was reflecting the hollow moonlight were the waves of the sandy shore. And...
よかった。目が覚めたでありますな。
What was staring at me were these things that looked like small earthenware. Haniwa!
我らは埴輪ではないであります。
Oh, sorry? I apologized in reflex, but they were clearly Haniwa. They didn't seem to like that, though, as they began jumping around in protest at the sound of that. Now that I got used to this strange scene, I was certain. These little things, they were also non-humans. Well, although that's important too, where is this? Why am I near the ocean? As I begin to speak, my stream seems to be very upset. It's turning red in OBS. Now then. My face turned blue from that memory. That's right. For some reason, I opened up the gate on my own. In a panic, I look around, but there wasn't anything around that looked like a gate. In my confusion, the Haniwa pulled out the sleeve of my clothes and answered me.
さきの質問、ここがどこかという話でありますが、ここは島であります。
I had a feeling we were probably on that weird island, so...
ああ、人間たちは
Yeah.
天崎島と呼んでいるでありますよ。
Hopefully it's not that strange of an alternate universe, since in the same universe that we can just leave and we'll find Rindo. Even though this is Miser's chapter. But Miser's supposed to be Rithiel, so... Amasaki... What? In shock, I stand up. Once more, I carefully look around at my surroundings. Although the moonlight graces the shores, I could only see so much around me. Still. The distant mountains in the darkness. The lights of the boats off the shore. As they zoom in into the water where there is no boats or lights from boats. It somehow felt nostalgic. All those things were trying to appeal to my memories, urging me to believe a single fact. So, this place is Amasaki Island, near my hometown? As I mumbled to myself in shock, the little Haniwas seemed to have agreed amongst themselves what to do next.
ひとまずこの人間に危険もないと分かった以上は森に向かうのが先決であります。
Why? Why would we go in the forest on purpose?
この通り浜辺は見通しが利くのでむしろ危険なのであります。
There's something hunting us. Dangerous.
スパルトイのやつらがうろついているのであります。見つかったら即殺されるのであります。
Spartoy? I recognize that word. In fact, I heard it just this evening. Amasaki Island and now the Spartoy. What those two words put together meant was...
さあさあ移動するであります。詳しい話は後ほど。
I didn't go looking for trouble, but it ended up
我ら
finding
に
me
続いて
anyway.
ほしいのであります。
Okay. Trusting both my instincts and the harmless creatures, I decided to follow them.
それにしても我らの存在に驚かぬのでありますな。
I've seen some crazier looking things,
大
so
抵はそこの説明もろもろに時間を食うのでありますが。
I'm already attuned. Oh, well, it's kind of work related. I have a bit of a understanding? Knowledge? About non-humans.
おお、そういうことならば話は早いであります。
Indeed, make this a little bit easier.
我らはまさにその人の言う人外
Kure.
クーレイ族と呼ばれている種であります。
Kure. That was the name of the species Mikado mentioned. All the bad feelings I had about the situation were now just proven true. This place was without a doubt was what Mikado was talking about. An area currently deemed a danger zone. That Amasaki Island. Taken you this long to put the pieces together, MC? How did I get here? I wish it was a dream, but considering what I've been through in the past, now that I grasp this terrible situation, I almost planted my face into my palms. But then I saw a figure in the woods. A Skeleman?
いやいや、あれは
A Spartoy? Could it be one of the GPM members that came to the island? He's looking a little bony. A little thin to be a GPM member. Right now, I'd be grateful to find anyone who was a fellow human. The moment I took a step forward to call out to them, suddenly my hand was pulled back from behind me, and my mouth was covered.
静かに。
Rindo.
君がおとなしくしてくれれば危害を加えたりしないよ。ただ向こうのやつに気取られないよう静かにしてほしいんだ。いいね。
Obeying the voice I recognized, I look again toward the spot I was just looking at. Under the faint moonlight, the figures began revealing themselves little by little. What was there was not a person, like I had originally thought. Yeah. Those hollowed eye sockets, which I could see even from here, sent chills down my body. It was a skeleton. There was no way to describe it. But there was no way a skeleton would be walking around by itself. It had completely lost all its human flesh. Making gnashing sounds as it walked, it seemed like it was looking for something. It leaves, wandering off to prowl elsewhere. Mr.
言った
Rindo!
か。突然悪かったね。それじゃあ手を離すから、まだできるだけ静かにね。
あ。
やれやれ。 それで君は地元の子かい？なんだってこんな時期にこの島に。
Rindo. I knew it. It's you, Mr. Rindo. Is that dark?
琴音ちゃん？
Yeah, it's
本
me.
物だよね。どうして君がここに？
I don't say, did we like
リン
have
ド
another
この
body?
方は
No,
浜
we
辺で
just
一人
it's
倒
just
れて
dark.
いたのでありますよ。
現状この天崎島はスパルトイだらけ。あのままでは危険と
What
判断
little
し
kudes?
林道のもとへ連れてきたのであります。
いや、それはナイス判断だと思うけど、待って、ちょっと待って。まさか君、一人でここに？
Well,
ミシェルたちは？
something's happened. Well, you see, I have to say, I don't really know what happened myself. However, there wasn't time to sit idly and explain what I wasn't exactly sure of. A presence was rushing through the grass. Startled, I turned around to find... Miser? No! More skeletons! Several of the skeletons from earlier were treading this way, closing in on us.
あらてか。
They're never ending.
少しは休憩
Don't
させ
point
て
that
ほしい
thing at me,
ね。
Rindo. Think about proper gun handling safety. Mr. Rindo readies his gun.
リンド、そこから退避を。
Hello, Eel. A godly pillar of light descends on us. Oh, it's like a kude. Oh, and your obnoxious screaming.
飛ばされる。
Hang on! I grabbed the kude that were about to be blown away from the blast of air. After the air shook through the trees, what was left was... bones that turned to dust from that light. The remains of the Spartoi.
敵生体の沈黙を確認。破壊を完了しました。
Extermination complete.
おじさん救出戦隊魔王天使到
Old
着
man rescue squad!
でね。
Following the voices, Mr. Rindo on the ground protecting me, wiped the sand off him and stood up.
助けてくれてどうもありがとう。
What's up, guys?
ただできればもう少し優しくしてほしかったよ。ミシェルにいる？
安全面は十分考慮していましたよ。
Yeah, you're fine. You just got blown around the wind a little bit. I did warn you to move out of the way. You just didn't listen. That's on you. Mm-hmm.
林道が反応できず巻き込まれる可能性は 11%。致命傷となる確率は 7.5% 程度でした。
結構無視できない確率じゃないかな、それ。
だはははそこはほら俺たちの信頼っていうかさ、林道ならまあ大丈夫かなって。
それは熱い信頼で涙が出るよ。というかなんで彼女までここにいるんだい？助けに来てくれたのはありがたいけど、そこは君たちがちゃんと止めるべきで。
I didn't exactly come with something's happened. As he spoke, he reveals me, curled up in a little ball, the miser and ill, but... Yeah, everybody just, Hey! Hi, guys! Of course, just like with Mr. Rindo, they were frozen at the sight of me.
なんで彼女がここに？
Well,
え？
about that.
あれ？君たちが
No,
連れてきたんじゃ。
no, they didn't.
僕はてっきり君たちと一緒に来た後にはぐれたと思ってたんだけど。
いやいや違うって。仮に連れてきたとしてもはぐれるような真似はしないよ。
私もミシェルと同意見です。
Scratching his head, understanding the situation, Mr. Rindo looks at me, wanting to say something. Tell us, Kotone, what happened? What did you do? Even if you look at me like that, it's not like I could explain what's going on myself.
ともかく一旦ここを移動しよう。ベースキャンプとまでは言わないけど、少しはまともな場所を確保してある。現状の把握や彼女の状況は全部そこで話し合おうか。
Regroup. Everyone nods at Mr. Rindo's suggestion, and we all start walking. But with just 2-3 steps, our movement comes to a halt. The reason being. Huh? What? The ground suddenly started shaking, and we couldn't take a step further.
これは地震。
へえ。揺れてるのは
The
この
island?
空間一体そのものか。
Miser seemed to be in awe, as if to support his observation.
一つ説明の手間が省けたね。みんな上を見てくれるかな。
Mr. Rindo pointed to the sky. The tainted sky covered Amasaki Island. Shattered? Shattered. It tore apart. I had no other way to describe it. A myriad of lightning-shaped cracks spread across the sky instantly. What? What is that? If this was another alternate world like Medio or Bestia, I would have accepted this as I would have accepted what was happening here as another strange phenomenon of one of those fantastical places. But this is where I lived. It wasn't another world, but my simple, mundane, normal, regular human world. But I was about to ask why this was here. Mr. Rindo answered my question.
あれはホールだよ。少なくとも GPM はそう認定した。
あれがホール。規模感で言えばこの島一つすら飲み込めそうな巨大さですが。
疑いたくなるのもわかるけどね。
Don't
け
jump
ど
in,
実
y'all.
際あれはこことは別の異世界に間違いなくつながってるんだ。その証拠にほら来るよ。
Mr. Rindo points at some of the cracks. One by one, objects rained down from it. They were the white and eerie Spartway? There must have been 20 of them. They continued to fall across the island. When that finished, the shaking of the space around us that Miser was talking about slowly crawled to a stop. The cracks in the sky closed too.
それじゃあ小休止かな。携帯食料くらいしかないけど、つまみたければご自由にどうぞ。
Thank you. I'll have some.
我々もありがたくいただくであります。
へえ。埴輪くんたちもご飯を食べたりするんだ。
もちろんであります。普段はトカゲやクワガタ、粘土あたりが主食でありますが。
Oh, so I can't call you a Haniwa, but he can call you a Haniwa? Beetles? Huh. While the eerie darkness still covered us, taking a rest in the cave that Mr. Rindo had led us to, we sorted through the information we had so far. Mr. Rindo's original mission was to come and investigate the wormhole in the sky, and capture or eliminate the Spartoi, but attacked by several Spartoi, most of the team sustained heavy injuries and were now standing by the boats off the shore. Standing by on the boats off the shore. Alone, Mr. Rindo found and protected the Kure, who were scattered across the island, all while investigating the wormhole. Alone. That's too much.
変に優秀だとね。いろいろとそんな役回りも回ってくるもんさ。それに、がむしゃらに駆け回ったおかげで、ある程度の空冷族は保護できてる。
Smiling, Mr. Rindo points behind him. And there were more Kure, cheering excitedly about how safe they felt, and now that they were in his protection.
リンドウがいなければ、我々は今
These
頃、
voices, my
ちくわにな
goodness.
っていたかもであります。
I'm glad you're not a clump of dirt right now.
感謝感激、雨あられなのであります。
The Haniwa, the Kure crowd Mr. Rindo in a clamor. Even though the sight did help relax me, I knew we weren't out of the woods yet. So, what are those? Oh my gosh, I can speak. What are those non-human Spartoi?
未だ調査中だよ。周囲に攻撃的なことだけはもうはっきりしてるけどね。
Extremely aggressive. They don't want to talk to you. They just want to go like zombies towards you.
分かってるのは あの巨大なホールから不定期に落ちてくる厄介な存在。その程度かな。
そのホールですが、私たちの知るものとはだいぶ毛色が違いますね。
How do you mean?
まずは当然のごとく大きさが違います。島一つを飲み込むようなホールなど聞いたことがありませんし。
It's wormhole 2.0.
そして何より、現状のスパルトイの発生源とその発生期間を振り返る限り、あのホールはこれまでに何度も開いていることになります。
It keeps opening right here specifically. Oh right. Normally once a wormhole closes.
そう。それっきり再び開くことはない。
今回は定期的に開閉しており、その度スパルトイが落ちてくる。不可解なこともあるものですね。
本当だよ。今回のは規模も内容も桁違いで、GPM としてもてんやわんやだよ。
So much information. And then Miser deep in thought raised his hand, calling the Master Rindo. You've been upgraded, Mr. Rindo. You're now Master Rindo.
ねえリンド、あのホールの先につながっている世界について何か分かってる？
それもさっぱり。少なくとも GPM の把握している世界でないことは確かだね。
しかし、あのスパルトイとやらを見る限り、
They come from
少なくとも
Bestia
安全な世
2.0,
界ではなさそうですね。
an alternate universe of Bestia where everyone's died, but they're still fighting. Of course, I take a bite of chip. The demon and the angel, leaving the two of them to think. Mr. Rindo continues, now casting the spotlight on me.
さて、とりあえずこっちの説明は終わった。次は君の番だよ、琴音ちゃん。
Well, I heard something, and I started sleepwalking, kind of, but not sleepwalking. And then I opened the door and fell on the beach. Yes.
君は一体どうやってここに？常連人外図の助けも借りずに。
Let me tell you, Rindo. About that, I'm not really sure. In any case, I can tell you what I remember in the order that it happened. I explained all the details without hiding anything, and everyone's face grew dark as they fell deeper into their thoughts.
誰かに呼ばれた。
Someone was beckoning me, yeah.
君は以前、メディオに行く際も同じような事故に
And
遭
the
ってい
static
るし。
too.
確かあの時も声みたいなものが聞こえたって、そんな風に言ってたよね。
Yeah.
どうも誰かの意図みたいなものを感じるね。
Someone's after me.
君たち以外の世界の人外の仕業とか。
かもしれない。でも今は警戒するくらいしかできないのが歯がゆいところだね。
Yeah. Hearing it could be someone intentionally doing this to me maybe made it feel so scary. I've got to make sure I'm not in that room alone at night anymore.
ひとまず店には連絡しました。念のためゲートを閉じてからカヌスとイグニスの両名がこちらへ向かうそうです。
Karia, you're not allowed in there. Don't go in there, okay?
あ
It's
の
dangerous
二
right
人
now.
も突然あなたが消えたということで大層慌てている様子でしたよ。
Hill, who managed to somehow have enough reception to make a call from this distant island, smiles at me. Okay, thanks, Hill. I made them worry too, huh?
結局原因は分からずじまい。とはいえ、君をこのまま島に残すわけにもいかないよね。
Oh, right. The sport toy here, after all.
だからミシェルにいる。この子をアンシャンテまで連れて帰ってくれないかな。
それは構いませんが。
リンドはまだ残っていくつもりなの？
He's got a mission to fulfill. And he's stubborn.
できれば僕も帰ってアンシャンテのコーヒーを飲みたいんだけどね。
Lurk, enjoy your lurk, Burb. I need to set up that command. I need to set up the command, but enjoy your lurk.
人外の保護を掲げる GPM としては、可能な限り空霊族を保護しておく必要があるんだよ。とはいえもちろん、危なくなったら自己判断で切り上げるほかないわけだけど。
Do it before you can't change your mind. That's what Mr. Rindo says. But he'll be running all across the island trying to escape this terrifying Spartoy all by himself. Just so worried. Ah, decision again. The smart one would be to ask Miser and Eel to help. Miser, Eel, could you two help gathering the kure?
私は構いませんが、あなたはどうするのですか？
I will sit here. My family's place is nearby. I can wait for everyone there. I actually wanted to help here, but I know I'd only get in the way. Considering that, the best decision would be to ask these two for help. However, Miser raised an objection.
俺は反対かな。
Huh? How come? Like Mr. Rindo said, it's dangerous here. I'd just get in the way if I stayed.
ああ、いや、リンドや君の判断がおかしいとも思わないよ。君は理由も原因もわからない現象で
Oh, you can't leave me
ここに
alone.
飛ばされて
Is
き
that
た
what
ん
you
だ。
mean?
俺たちから離れた時、それがまた起きないとは言い切れないでしょ。
That is true. Oh.
今までの異変はゲートを通る時だけに起きてたけど、上空に巨大ホールが開閉する。
I could just fall into a pit hole and be transported
た
to
だで
another
さえ
world.
普通じゃない状況下だし。
それは
確かに、あそこまで巨大なホール。となれば、周囲に影響を与えても不思議ではありません。
今回はたまたま同じ人間界に落ちて、すぐ合流できたからよかったけど、何かが起きて君を助けに行けないような状況になってしまったら、俺は死んでも死にきれないくらい後悔する。
Miser.
だから無茶は承知の上なんだけど、
Put up with my selfish request, but I can't take my eyes off you. You need to stay within my view, please. I'm begging you.
どうか俺に君を守らせてくれないかな。
Honestly, between the Spartoy and the wormhole, this place was now an area filled only with danger to me. They gave a small nod to Miser, who was looking at me so gravely. Okay, please protect me.
ありがとう。しっかり守らせてもらうよ。
というわけでして、リンド、以上の理由から我々も滞在を延長するほかありません。故に時間を有効活用するためにも空霊族の保護お手伝いしましょう。
わかった。君たちの言うことも一理あるし、ひとまず琴音ちゃんのことは任せるよ。僕はすでに今保護している空霊族を会場の部下たちに預けてくるからさ。琴音ちゃん、重ね重ねになるけど。
I promise. I promise I'm gonna try to be careful. Yes, I'll be sure not to do anything dangerous.
皆様、同胞たちのためにありがたいであります。
We got you.
どうかよろしくお願いするであります。
So loud. We saw Mr. Rindo and the others off, then quickly moved in action, talking to the kure that had been left behind to help us navigate the area.
さてと、この微妙に広い島の中で隠れちゃった空霊族を保護ね。
So, do you have any idea where they might be?
本来の集落は島の中心に位置しているのでありますが、 襲撃で皆チリチリになったので、おそらくは岩の隙間や獣の掘った穴に身を潜めているはずであります。
So essentially, they'll be keeping quiet and still somewhere close to the ground. Is that right?
そうであります。びくりともしないのであります。
It seemed really proud about the fact that. It seemed really proud about that fact, but isn't this a bad thing? As I expected, Il wore a concerned look.
大規模な探知を行ったとしても、その状態では発見できませんね。
What, you don't have
音と温度、
Haniwa tracking
どちらを用い
abilities?
ても無理です。
Come on, Il. I thought you were a real powerful angel.
彼らには体温がありませんし、おそらく天然の岩や鉱石と区別がつかないでしょう。
まさに土器そのものって感じだよね。どうしたものかな。
Bits of earth buried within the earth. I think I remember back when I was in grade school. There was some news about valuable ancient earthenware found on this island. It's as if I've learned the truth to the legends behind that. Ultimately, we decided to just go around and look for them normally for now, while thinking of other ways to search for them. Along with the kure carried in my arms, we walk off together into the woods. During this time, though he said nothing might come of it, he flew across the sky further away from us, periodically casting search magic. Still, this island's really big, isn't it?
ひょっとして琴音殿は以前この島に来られたことが？
Oh yeah, I grew up nearby. I used to come here with friends when I was a kid. Coming here and exploring the island was what all the kids did back then. We'd come by boat with everyone. It's probably not the time to think about it, but that was also nostalgic.
君って結構アクティブな子供だったんだね。
A real outdoorsy type. Not really, but I did like going out to explore and look at all sorts of things. Now that I think of it, that must have been Grandpa's influence too. Narrowing my eyes, immersed in my memories, I turned the conversation over to Miser. What about you, Miser? What kind of kid were you? You said in the past that you were a noble.
どうだったかな。数千年単位での昔だから。
My childhood
あん
was
まりよ
literally
く
like
覚えてない
hundreds
ん
of
だけど。
thousands of years ago. I can't remember that far back.
でも普通の子供だったと思うよ。多分幸せだったと思う。
That's good. It felt a bit strange to me that he spoke as if he wasn't talking about himself. I haven't really had a lot of opportunities with Miser to talk to him about what his past was like. Miser...
ごめん。ちょっと待って。
Miser's flower toy. Miser puts his index finger to his lips and glances to his left and right. Ah, there they are. 2 to the right and 2 on the left. The spar toy we saw amongst the trees. Hello, Charlie. Welcome in. What route? We haven't made it to a route yet. We're still on the main chapters of it. I've had friends search for me so I don't spoil myself. But supposedly after we finish this chapter, which is chapter 8, we should be able to have the opportunity to get on one of the routes. I plan on taking Connis's route, so we will see if I can get there. I hope I can get to that one, but we're still on the main route right now. This is just like the chapter dedicated to like quote unquote Miser's chapter, I guess. The 4 routes, so this is still main chapter route.
はい、さよならと。
Goodbye. And just with a snap of Miser's fingers, with only that, they all turn to dust.
いやいや、反則にも程があるでありますよ。
Well,
指を鳴らしただけで即粉砕とか。
He's kind of like a demon king or something, you know. I'm not sure you can tell, but he's actually a demon lord.
これくらいはさすがにね。
After this one-sided fight was over.
ああ、やはり無事でしたか。前方に20体ほどの集団がいたので、そちらを優先しましたが。
イル、おかえり。対処してくれてありがとう。空霊族の方はどう？
どうにも。やはり生物というよりか、無機物に近い彼らを探すのはかなり骨が折れますね。
What
お
if
手
we
数
were
お
just
か
like,
けするであります。
what if you just called out like, hey, everybody come out. We're going to save you. Make this easier. Let's just keep up our search. Mr. Rindo said we still have some time. Nodding in agreement, Miser brushes through the grass where the Spartoi were earlier. Miser? Is something wrong?
いや、ちょっとね。さっきやり合った時、妙な感じがして。
What's that? He kneels down and stares at the remains, the ash-like material. As he spoke, Miser picks up remains of the pulverized Spartoi in his hand. Right as I was about to ask what weird feeling he felt. Oh. Another wormhole? As if to stop me, or maybe even to answer me. A dense sound as if the air was creaking could be heard across the entire island. Ah. Not again. Oh my gosh, Mr. Kure, you're so shrill. It was just as before. The sky groaned as several fissures began to run through it. As if it was blood oozing from a wound, I could clearly see Spartoi, one after the other, raining down the island.
スパルトイ自体は我々にとって脅威ではありま
It's
せん
kind of
が、
obnoxious though, just wave after wave after wave of
空霊
skeletons.
族にとっては
It is
敵
not
の
very
数が増
favorable
え
for
てい
them.
く現状はあまりよろしくないでしょうね。
Yeah. As time goes on, the Kure's survival rate, and even the danger toward me, increases. As I was about to ask what we should do. What's that, Miser? Miser? I noticed something was strange about him.
ことね、いる。
What's going on?
二人ともちょっと俺の後ろに下がって。
What is going on?
あれは放置すべきじゃないものだ。
There was an unusual tension in Miser's voice. Before I could ask what was wrong. What's going on? Il suddenly grabs me in his arms and jumps back in retreat. And right after he spins around and spreads his wings in an effort to protect me from behind him. Faster than the blink of an eye. A wave of heat, enough to burn, pushed against us in a rush of light and harsh wind. A loud roar, scorching heat, blinding light. The sound, the heat, the light. A thick streak of purple lightning casts its hue into the ground, eating into the cracks in the sky. What? It all happened so suddenly. It took a few dozen seconds to realize. It was all something cast from Miser. What is going on? Still blinded by the flashes of my eyes and ringing still in my ears, I looked back at Il, who had protected me, towards Miser and approached him. He was completely different than usual. He had a strange aura of quiet and coldness around him, enough to make me freeze. Miser? Cautiously I called out to him. His shoulders pricked in surprise, and in a fluster Miser turns back towards us.
ああ、ごめんね、ことね。空間の亀裂、思ってたより良くないやつっぽくて、とにかくなくさなくちゃって、空間をずらしてでも消し飛ばすって感じでぶっ放したんだけどね。
それにしても今のは危険かと。私はともかく他の者たちの
Yeah, you
耐
just
久度を
kinda did
計算
that.
した上での攻撃
You
でした
kind
か
of just did that all of a sudden. You did warn us, but it was the same. What was it earlier? I forgot who was it. Someone did an attack and was like, oh, I'm gonna give you 2 seconds warning.
自分は死んだと思いました。であ
Miser.
ります。
Miser.
本当にごめん。
Miser's face revealed an anguish I'd never seen before. Yeah, that situation was a bit dangerous now that they mentioned it, but... No, it's okay, Miser. Look, I'm totally fine. Il protected me, and I'm sure we can do something about... the cracks in the sky. Right as I was about to finish my sentence, as if to deny my assertion... Oh my god! A giant one of them appeared. No! No! Miser's so OP. I love it too. The oldest one out of all of them and probably the strongest. I'm gonna assume if they have like a quote unquote true rep for this game, he's gonna be it. He seems like the the poster child that's like the front of all the art and stuff like that, the cover art and stuff. I like him though. He'll probably be the second route I do if I can. If he's not locked behind others, he's probably the second route I'll do. Just a giant hand, just a giant skeleton hand. Don't worry about it. This is normal. What appeared from the shattered sky was an arm? A frightened-looking arm made up of bones, just like the Spar toy. I couldn't really tell from this far, and I wondered how giant that thing was. That thing in the sky was.
Kimasu.
Here it comes. Get ready. Eel's warning caused me to brace myself, and then the giant fist of bone charged right at us with an incredible speed. The palm looked like a dot. The palm looked like a dot moments ago, but now was large enough to fill my view. Everything happened in slow motion. My body, immobilized, stood there staring. Eyes or no?
これはとてつもない質量ですね。
You got this. You got this. Miser and Eel, who quickly got in front of me, stopped the overwhelming fist right in front of us by using their magic. Miser! Eel! With a crushing sound, the fist of bone met the two who would clash against it. I never thought that the two would ever have to struggle against anything. Witnessing this wild scene before me, another giant arm of bone flung itself up, readying itself to smash down upon us. That Canis and Ignis? Yep. What came flying in from beside us? A slash of darkness, a fist engulfed in flames, sent the encroaching bony arm flying.
イル、こちらはお任せを。
What's going on? After the attack of unexpected helpers came a barrage of dark and light. Take down the big skeleton man. The terrifying bony arm then started to crumble, as if melting back up into the sky. And the fissure closed. Without a sound, it went back to where it came from, using the cracks along the sky.
いざ駆けつけてみれば際どいところだったな。
You made it just in time, guys.
なんかてめえらに手出してたし、とりあえずぶっ飛ばしたけどよ。なんだったの？
Oh, you know, just the normal giant skeleton. Don't worry about it. Coming from the wormhole in the sky that just keeps opening up in the same place over and over. Don't worry about it. Canis, Ignis. My relief and cheers of joy spilled forward to our reinforcements that came crashing in.
遅くなってすまない。これでも急いで来たのだが。
No, you really did save us. But how did you two get here? They didn't take the bullet train, did they? As I worried.
あ？どうやってって、それ走ってきたに決まってんだろ。
We just ran. Duh. I guess... Sure, you ran here along the shore, but we're on an island. How did you get here?
だから走ってきたんだ
Ran
よ
across the surface of the water.
海面を。
Yep. Uh-huh.
ちなみに我は海底を走ってきた。
I ran along the ocean floor. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry to assume otherwise. Yuhan really can't run after all. Yeah, see, yeah. I know I should take them seriously, but the way they skirt around these insane facts really just the way... I know I should take them seriously, but the way they skirt around these insane facts really... the proofreading in this game. The proofreader for this game needs to be fired. The localization proofreader needs to be fired. There's so many things that have come up where I'm just like, wait a second. It's either a misspelling, there's missing words, the grammar's off, the sentence is off, the sentence is weird. I think what it's alluding to here, I think, is it said, I know I should take them seriously, but the way they skirt around these insane facts really just shows how... just shows the personalities of these Enchante men.
ともかく無事なのは何よりだが、我らは来たばかりで状況がつかめぬ。なので、ひとまず話してもらおう。
Well, here's the lowdown. Right when the swing of the trees began to settle from the blast of wind created by Miser's attack earlier, noticing the fight with that giant bone arm, Mr. Rindo regrouped with us as well. For the first time in days, the regulars of Enchante were gathered together.
つまり、あの天を裂いて出た巨大な腕は正体が不明な存在。
Yeah,
ということか。
we don't know who that is.
ええ、あのホールの先の世界もまた GPM も預かり知らぬ世界のようです。
And that giant arm that appeared after the spar toy. We don't know what in the world it was, but the regulars were able to keep it at bay for the time being. They almost certainly expected that it would appear again.
手応えがまるでなかったからな。一時的に逃げただけだろうな、ありゃ。
A size big enough to tear the heavens apart. It was so extraordinary. The moment I saw it, all I could do was freeze on the spot. But honestly, I really didn't want to think about it attacking again. I glanced over at Miser next to me, and sure enough, he was deep in thought. He looked down at the ground, pensive as ever.
それで、リンド、ここへ移動してから話すとのことだったが、悪い知らせとは何のことだ？
ああ、実はね。
For an instant, Mr. Rendo looked at me and the Kure in my arms.
スパルトイの像か。それに、さっき君たちを襲った正体不明の巨大な腕。その直後に起きた地表からの砲撃。それらの状況の危険性を上層部が重く見てね。ホールおよびこの島そのものを人類の脅威とみなし、殲滅の指令が下ったんだ。
I don't know if just annihilating it like that's really gonna help. I feel like things are still gonna be a problem just in the water now.
殲滅とは
You know, like nuclear.
言葉通りだろう。
Yeah.
島ごと滅ぼせという。
The Kure holds its breath as Kanis, who was speaking for Mr. Rindo.
中でもスパルトイの数が増えていることに懸念を示していてね。いずれ島から人里に押し寄せるかもって。
Yeah.
だからこの島に留まっているうちに島ごと
Yeah,
を一
but the
気に
wormhole's
殲
just
滅
gonna
しよ
keep
うと考えた
opening.
ん
We're
だ。
just gonna have a bunch of skeletons swimming in the ocean, walking along the bottom of the seafloor, going to land and being like, hey, we're still here.
わざわざ国会を通じて
It would better to be just make a big tank
両方の自衛隊出動の要請ま
on
で
the
か
hour.
けて
Every hour starts incinerating a bunch of bone monsters.
つってもよ、島ごとぶっ飛ばしても、
Yeah.
聞いた感じじゃ空の割れ目から骸骨とも降ってくんだろ。根本的な解決になってなくねえか。
No.
それ
It's just getting rid of the island. The island isn't the problem. The fissure's in the sky.
それはお偉いさん方も理解してるさ。ただそういう決定が出た以上、現場はもう動いてる。本当なら艦隊の出撃なんてもっと時間がかかるんだけど。
You know, I should save. It'd be a good time to save.
運悪くちょうど近くを運行してた艦があるらしくてね。
どこまでも間が悪いな。呪われてんじゃねえか、この島。
Potentially. I'm sorry I stepped on the island, everyone. My bad luck affected everything.
というよりも、その原因の一つであるとんでもない砲撃って。
It's just Attack on Titan, but with skeletons.
すみません。俺です。
Meiser honestly confesses, listlessly raising his hand.
だろうな。
Honest and Ignis sigh together in sync.
まあ君なりにあのホールを解決しようとしたっていうのはなんとなくわかるけどね。
ごめん。やらかした本人として責任は取るつもりでいるよ。
At first, like when you first meet Meiser, he kind of has like this, just like real, I wouldn't say playboy necessarily. I guess kind of like borderline womanizer in a way, kind of, sort of. I don't know. He just seems real playful and kind of free. But like the more you get to know him, it's just like, man, he just wants to take care of you. He's like real wholesome. And not only that, but like, I'm gonna take full responsibility for my actions here. Like, this man's a demon lord. Like, what the fuck? You wouldn't take responsibility for your actions?
そう。まあそれならこっちもこれ以上はぐちぐち言わないよ。
Mr. Rindo shrugs his shoulders and goes back to talking.
ともかく、僕が聞いた話だと、その総攻撃は1時間後。間違いなくこの島は焦土になる。僕にも保護を切り上げて避難しろって連絡が入ったよ。
そんな。
Clearly, the country should do everything it can to protect its people from harm. But it was clear that non-humans stood outside the bounds of these protections.
このまま残る同胞たちは見捨てるしかないのでありますか？
We've done our best, okay? We've tried. I don't agree with annihilating the island either, but we've been working hard and your brethren are hidden well.
いや、そんなことはないよ。
With an unusually serious expression on him, Meiser gently pats the head of the kure.
さっきも言ったけどさ、やらかした本人として責任は取るつもりだから。
Oh, will you go on the scouting mission to help him?
そうは言いましても、具体的には何をするのです？この状況を打破するとなると、やはりあのホール自体を解決しなければならないかと。
Il was completely right. Just like Agnes said, it didn't matter if the island was obliterated, if those cracks in the sky still exist. The issue of the growing number of Spartoi and that gigantic, terrifying arm, neither of those would be resolved.
あの空に生じたホール、多分俺の力なら
You think so?
封じられると思うんだ。
Meiser made his offer after taking a breath. Everyone there stood wide-eyed at him.
それ、本当かい？
Do you think so?
事実ならば願ってもないが。
But you seem unsure.
一応ね、さっき俺自身の力をぶつけた結果、規模とか性質とか、なんとなくつかめたから。
Okay, then what's your hesitancy? Just.
ちょっとした下準備が必要でさ。それに。
You better not be using like all of your
時間がかかるんだ。
life force to close it. I'm gonna be very upset with you if you do.
だからその、なんていうか。
For some reason, Meiser had an apologetic look on his face.
それなりに大規模で難しい技だから、集中が乱れたりするとアウトでさ。スパルトイやあの腕への対抗、自衛隊やその関係者への牽制、やることはきっと多いし大変だと思う。
After explaining the particulars,
悪いね。
if you can close it, then okay, I'm not the one fighting here, but if you can close it, then by all means, we'll do everything in our power to stop everything else so you can concentrate.
原因の一端は俺なんだから、できればみんなに負担はか
Oh,
けず、
don't be like that.
個人で済ませたいとこなんだけど。
Meiser, I'm gonna beat you up. Don't you dare be like that.
もちろん強制はしないよ。
Oh my
俺
god.
一人でも気合でなんとかして。
Meiser, please. Meiser, please. The others remained standing as Meiser covered his mouth after his awkward speech.
ほら。
Time to bully you. Stop being this way, Meiser.
だだ。
Ignis flies into Meiser with a merciless kick.
ま、これもいい機会と。
Everyone's come to give you a punch of love. Yes. As Meiser was losing his balance, Mr. Rindo delivers a chop to the back of his head. And as he picked himself back up, Kanes came with a devastating flick also to the head. With all these somewhat painful attacks, Meiser couldn't decide whether to cover the back or front of his head. Your turn, Neil.
Huh?
What? Oh no! Full on bitch slapped him. After curiously watching this steady string of attacks, Eel delivers a splendidly graceful and merciless slap to Meiser's cheek. What?
見事な一撃であります。
Nice slap. Nice slap. Eel just joining in. Eel felt left out. Eel was like, I'm trying to read the mood here. Everyone's beating up Miser without saying anything. Maybe I should join in as well. Unable to stand any more damage, Miser's body took a step back before crumbling backwards. In his daze, Miser finally put his hand over his reddened cheek, where the loudest sound of all the attacks was made. Bully Miser! Stop being the way that you are! Let us help you! As Miser laid there teary-eyed, I smiled as I began to understand what everyone was trying to say. No, Miser. Your logic, your apologies, and need to take responsibility. I think they're saying that they don't need to hear any of that, right? We're all friends here, so of course we'd help you. That's what they're trying to say.
そいつの言う通りだ。さっきから聞いてりゃ、いつものずうずうしさ
Too
どうした
wholesome.
よ。
Too wholesome.
一人でだの。悪いけどだの。ゴニョゴニョゴニョゴニョ。うっぜえことこの上ね。
Miser sat there surprised, while Canis explained, sighing in amusement.
個人的な事情や各世界の事情ならばともかく、今回は共通の問題に直面しているのだ。こういう時は我らに素直に頼れ。ミシェル、お前はどうも万能ゆえの反動か、個人的なことを一人で抱えやすい傾向があるぞ。
首相な一面だね。後で報告書を更新しておこうかな。
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah, I knew he had no clue what's going on. He was like, I guess I should join in with this. Everyone's punching him. I should do something too.
なんとなく皆に続いて真似してみましたが、間違った判断ではなかったようですね。
You read the mood well without knowing what was fully going on.
いや、なんとなくの割にはイルのビンタが一番強烈だったけど。
He wanted to make sure that you felt it. For a moment, he didn't seem very satisfied with this. Miser, I'm certain everyone here feels the same way about this. Not that I can personally do much to help. Everyone support me and leave it all to the all-powerful demon lord. That kind of boasting we expect from Miser we all know and care about.
俺って普段そんな感じ
You are?
けど、そうだね。
Miser's smile eventually peeks out, showing his gratitude to the others.
ありがとう。じゃあお言葉に甘えて。頼む、君たちの助力があれば、あの程度のホール、適当にちょいちょいっと、なんとかなるさ。
We'll be counting on you. Yes. The same as usual, just a little different. His purpose was declared proudly. Almost midnight. Off the shore, further out in the ocean, seen above the endless expanse of water. Ominous aircraft cutting through the skies. The bulk of the defense force, scrambling for deployment. F-15J fighter jets. The pilots in their cockpits held their breath as they approached the target, gazing at the cracks running across the sky. They thought it was absurd to receive an order to attack the sky above an island off the coast. Now facing the menacing sight before them, they were forced to stop laughing. They took their mission seriously now. However, the pilots, taken in by the abnormalities of the sky, were in for a bigger surprise, if I can read. As they failed to notice the winged angel flying as fast as their jets were at the very speed of sound.
同型の戦闘機が6体、緊急招集だった影響か、まだ数は揃っていないようですね。とはいえ、一つ一つに挨拶をして引き返してもらうのはさすがに非効率ですし。
Il made a decision, not in seconds, but in an instant.
不時着し
Oh
て
my
いただ
gosh,
き
be
ましょう。
careful. Let's not like kill them, please. The moment he makes his decision, Il flaps his wings, ascending into the heavens. Considering his target's speed, he'll have to cut out performing his usual calculations. Instead, inhaling deeply, his lungs filled with oxygen. With a special prayer, his voice sings towards the heavens. Even though they understood the urgency in being scrambled, the pilots inside the fighter jets instantly forgot the danger that was right in front of them, and were entranced by the singing voice that came out of nowhere. However, the objective of the fallen angel wasn't exactly to provide a free concert. Suddenly, the fighter jets Eel viewed below him were slowly starting to descend. Observing this, Eel applied some of his magic, allowing him to communicate with the pilots who were panicking at their planes' behavior.
皆さん、突然失礼します。あなたたちが搭乗している全戦闘機の操作機能すべてを私の方で掌握させていた
I'm
だ
the
きました。
captain now.
このまま海面へ着水させますので、念のために衝撃に備えていただけますか？もちろん。
Alright, everyone be sure to have your life preservers pulled out, ready for impact. Upon impact, please be sure to not grip or clench your teeth. What? That's impossible. The voices were heard amongst the pilots, one after another through their radio. Just as the fallen angel declared, the jets descended until they touched the water, no longer unbound by gravity. Don't drown now, be careful out there. At the same time, right as the fighters touched down on the water one after another,
おお、箱入りの野郎、ずいぶん気張ってるじゃ
we're
ね
all
えか。
working hard tonight. Well, I'm not working hard. I don't know what I can do. Y'all are working hard tonight, though. Ignis murmurs to himself along the shoreline as he squints up at the ominous-looking sky.
んじゃ、俺も行くとすっか。
Ambaru. With that, Ignis kicks off some sand and starts to run. Kicking up clumps of wet sand, he cuts into the cold waves of the ocean. Without any hesitation, he didn't stop at the water's edge. He ran straight into it.
右足が沈む前に左足を前に。左足が沈む前に右
Oh
足
my
を
gosh,
前
is
に。
he running on water? Kotone would be standing in amazement if she were here. He was actually running on water. Little explosions blew under his feet before they touched down, as he glares at the Navy ships.
でっけえ船がガン首揃えて。けど、
You
悪
shall
いが
not
ここは
pass!
通行止めでな。
His tiny irises.
うっら
Yes, with his tiny, tiny little eyes. With a shout, he swings his arm. A giant wall of flames, hundreds of meters tall and wide, erupted from him. It was a cage of fire. They were the prey. It surrounded two ships, making it impossible for them to move forward.
さーて、こいつでおとなしくしてくれりゃいいんだが。
Y'all just stay put now. We're working on something much larger than you could have ever imagined. It would actually be more of a problem if they actually tried to advance and just ended up sinking.
つっても、人的被害がなけりゃ、その辺は GPM に請求が行くだろうし。ま、そん時はそん時だ
The
な。
cafe can't afford that. Please don't put it on the cafe's tab. With a coffee laugh, Ignis raises his hand.
お疲れ様です。そちらもうまくいったようですね。
One by one, we've all got our jobs. The fallen angel, who seemed to have accomplished his goals well, grabbed Ignis's wrist, hoisting him up into the sky.
で、どうする？このまま空中で待機して、また新しい邪魔者が入ったら
Just
相
stay
手して
hanging
くれ。
out.
浜辺に戻る時間が惜しいですし、あちらはあちらで対処できるでしょう。
On
ここ
standby.
はただ、
あ？
イグニス、無事にアンシャンテへ戻ったら減量してみては
Putting
どうで
back on
しょ
your
う。
portions. What an odd question.
再オープンの時よりも2.4キロほど体重が増加していますよ。
てめえはやっぱこういう時にも空気読まねえのな。
You got this. You get yourself a workout in, Ale.
つか太ってねっての。筋肉がついただけだっつうの。
Yes, it's just muscle. Underneath the abnormal sky, amongst a rising wall of flames and fighter jets bobbing in the water, the two regulars from Enchante continue their normal, everyday banter. This is nothing. It's fine. We've got it all under control.
いやー、派手にやってる
Yeah,
な。
they're just a little
海に
flashy.
炎の壁って。
I don't know what you expected from them, Rindo. You know them more than I do.
事情を知らなければ一体何の災害かと思ってしまうであります。
And Il's power is what caused the planes to make emergency landings?
どうであれあの二人のことだ。人死にを出すような失敗はしないであろ
While Il and Ignis were holding back the defense forces in an open spot along the coast, while making detailed gestures with his hands covered in light, he concentrates, drawing a complex magic circle on the beach. Drawing and layered on, drawing and layering, and drawing and layering on some more. It looked like a complicated schematic. It was so detailed that just looking at it started to make me feel confused.
さて、僕がどこまで役に立てるか疑問だけど。
Don't say that. I'm the one here that's the
問題ない。
most useless.
う。無論だ。ミシェルを含め、お前たちにも傷一つつけさせはせぬ。
その威圧感で言われちゃうと思わず甘えたくなっちゃうけど、僕は僕でちゃんと働くよ。
Ambaru. I believe in y'all. A few minutes later, as Miser was continuing his work, the first bead of sweat had dripped down from his forehead.
よしと。準備完了。
Good job. Wiping his forehead, Miser was standing in the middle of the completed magic ring.
さて、じゃあことね。俺のそばに来てもらっても、陣を踏まないようにね。
I won't step on it, I promise. Huh? Me? Why?
亀裂が発生したら、またスパルトイだの、
True.
あの腕だのが攻撃してくるだろうからさ。カヌスとリンドウには周囲を死守してもらうわけだし。
So I've got to defend you right next to me. You had to be right near me. Oh, I see. This would be easier, I guess, instead of me running and hiding somewhere out on the beach. Out of reach. That was not beach. That was not beach. Following his suggestion, I walked toward the center of the magic ring and stand next to Miser. The kure that was with us also stood at our feet, ready to burrow itself when the time was right. I actually hoped it would hide back in the cave, but the regular suggested that in the worst case scenario, it'd be safest to be close by, so it stayed here with us.
さて、これで二人ともそっちの準備はいい？おそらく次の亀裂、ホールが開いた瞬間、俺がこれを発動させると同時、スパルトイとあの腕はこっちを脅威とみなして一斉に襲ってくるはず。
All hell would break loose, but the demon lord would be the one to know how to deal with all hell breaking loose. But
守りは任せよ。いかなる者が相手であろうとも、断じてお前の邪魔はさせん。
Thank you, Goddess.
ま、こっちも一応戦闘訓練は受けてるからね。スパルトイぐらいは任せてよ。
You don't want to take on the giant arm in the sky? You sure about that, Rindo? Come on, be ambitious. You gotta push yourself to get stronger, you know? Receiving a response from the two reliable men, Miser gives a cheery smile. Miser? Is it okay that I'm here? I know it's safer here, but I might ruin your focus, so I'm a bit worried.
心配ってそれは無用な心配ってやつだね。むしろ、君がそばにいると、アンシャンテにいるような気分で、リラックスできるんだよね。ほっとするっていうか、懐かしい香りがするっていうか、変に緊張しないで済
Smell
む。
something familiar. Miser lets out a sigh and grins.
ダメだな。君とアンシャンテの名前を出しただけで。
Stay on topic.
今すぐにでも。
No, stay on topic. We gotta focus here. You can think about that after we're done. In reply to Miser's gentle voice and smile. Well, if we all get back all right, I'll pour a special coffee just for you.
とびきり?
Special. Yeah, actually I've been researching a lot and I've been working on my own blend. Something no one's ever made before. I haven't had anyone taste it yet. So, Miser, if you'd like to, would you do me the honor of being the first to try it? As I considered how simple and quaint my token of appreciation must have been. He likes it. Miser looked like he was at a loss.
俺が一番最初に
Yes.
君が入れてくれたコーヒーを
Yep. Miser?
ああ、いや、なんでもない。ちょっと自分に気合を入れ
Yeah,
ただけ。
definitely. Definitely getting ready. Okay, now on topic. Focus. We gotta focus on this first.
その最高のご褒美のためにも。
Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. As Miser spoke, the cracks displayed through the sky. It's back. Here it comes. I listened to our surroundings. I didn't hear anything that sounded like fighter jets or Navy ships at all. That being the case, all we needed to concentrate on is the threat of that wormhole in the Spartoy. After confirming that was the case, Miser laughs and continues what he was saying.
ここは一つ張り切って演奏しちゃおうかな。
There's that obnoxious cockiness we know and love. Oh, here's CG.
セブルクルム。
Right as Miser whispered, part of the emblem, at his feet came up off the ground, floating as it has a will of its own. They float up around him, one after another, turning upright, sideways, changing shape. It looked like a keyboard made of light. The moment Miser put his hands above them, I heard a colorful variety of sounds that spread across the world one by one. They said keyboard, and my first instinct was to think computer keyboard. Maybe that's just me, but I'm pretty sure they mean like a piano keyboard, like an instrument, not a peripheral for a computer. Oh my gosh, why are you so loud? And you echo too. Playing his mystical piano, his fingers slide one after another. Oh my gosh, why are you so loud? My turn. Can we finish with your spellcasting? He didn't seem like a demon lord. He was a pianist, playing the most sublime melody you've ever heard. Miser's performance began to have an effect. It was as if they were screaming. The cracks in the sky all began to groan loudly.
さあ、伴奏はこっちに任せて。君たちのダンス期待してるよ。
Are you talking to me? As Miser called that out, 10 Spartoi from the forest appeared by the shore, charging towards Miser as soon as they saw him. The difference in our numbers makes me hold my breath. Don't worry about it. We got these guys. I like to see that one of Mr. Rindo's rounds hit a Spartoi right in the forehead.
さて、いい音色を聞かせてくれた分はちゃんと働かないとねと。
Yup. Get the guys. Immediately after, I heard 5 gunshots, one right after another. In no time, their numbers were down to 4. Still refusing to shy away, he readies a knife and continues his attack. Yoisho. He easily kicks one right in front of him, and cuts through 2 more nearby. Indeed they are. While the Kure and I stood stunned, Mr. Rindo quickly reloads. And the remaining 2, in no time, down, met their fate by the barrel of his gun.
こんなものかな。
Wow.
なんかちょっと引っかかるけどこれでも真面目に仕事してるからね。日々の鍛錬の賜物ってやつ
Thanks
さ。
for your efforts, Rindo.
カヌスは切り札だし、できる限りは僕が相手をするよ。
Yup, yup, yup. Group effort.
頼もしいな、リンド。
I cut him off. No, I'm sorry, Connors. I cut him off. Probably trying to reserve his strength, Connors thrust his sword into the ground. Continuing on, as if in rhythm with Miser's performance, Mr. Rindo takes on the Spartoi that attacked us from every direction. He takes one down with each turn of his head. Focused. Round after round. Calmly and with precision. He had no sort of overwhelming power, but his shots never missed a target, clearly showing Mr. Rindo's composure, as well as his tempered accuracy. Mr. Rindo quickly reloads again, and after returning several more Spartoi to Ash, there were the sounds of rustling grass. From beyond the trees, more Spartoi revealed themselves. right when Mr. Rindo was about to ready his gun. For some reason, as if he thought it was over, he lowered his weapon. He came back toward me. Rather, back to the kure at my feet.
質問いいかな。あのスパルトイたちがいる場所に君の仲間が隠れてる可能性は？
おそらくいないはずであります。あそこは土がゆるい上、雑草も多く、土の中に潜りづらいはずでありますから。
なるほど。それじゃあ吹き飛ばしても問題なしだ
You're
ね。
just gonna throw like a Molotov cocktail in there? Oh no, just a grenade. Just a grenade. With that, Mr. Rindo pulls out his... Mr. Rindo? I spoke out him. Oh my gosh, I spoke out to him without even thinking. I couldn't even tell what he had in his hand. A tried and true...
心配しなくても帝お手製のグレネードだから。
Okay.
そんなやつとはちょっと性能が違うんだ。
Oh, okay. I don't know if I trust that man.
こいつはあくまで人外用さ。
Okay. With a kind smirk, Mr. Rindo doesn't hesitate to pull the pin. He tosses it effortlessly at the spark toy. With the kude's scream, a violent sound and shockwave erupted through the forest. And following that, skeletal remains rained down the area.
まあまあな威力。帝にも報告しないとな。
Mr. Rindo spoke completely nonchalantly. Ah, yes. We'll take this for statistical information. What? You just caused an explosion, sir. Ah, this is normal. I know you don't usually come to battle scenes like this. This is normal. We've got this under control.
さて、僕がどこまで役に立てるか疑問だけど。How
useful can I really be? You literally just took out a bunch of spar toy, my dude.
無論だ。ミシェルを含め、お前たちにも傷一つつけさせはせぬ。
その威圧感で言われちゃうと思わず甘えたくなっちゃうけど、僕は僕でちゃんと働くよ。
And that's what he said before the fight started, but... Mr. Rindo, what were you talking about earlier? You're really strong too.
買いかぶりすぎだよ。僕は人間としてそこそこ
yeah,
でき
but
る
even
って
still
だ
for
け。
a human, you're pretty
他
strong.
の常連図の足元にも及ばないよ。
Even though he laughed it off, it was clear that his actual physical capabilities were more than just a few moves.
さて、カヌス。どうやら見る限り、皇族は数が多いみたいだ。力を借りてもいいかな。
心得た。
Oh my gosh. Just as Kanas boldly set forward, now double the number. No, much more than that. As if they decided to finally do harm to Miser, what pushed forward was a massive amount of Spartoy, coming from every direction in front of us, with a thirst for blood. They had to have been over 50 in number. See, this is when you should have saved your little grenade. This would have been a great time to use that instead. After he spoke, Kanas raised his sword and suddenly disappeared. And in one breath, whoosh! Several of the Spartoy to the right of us were cut into two, right at their torsos. And just as I was about to gasp, whoosh whoosh! From the front and to the left. Man, can you imagine how strong this guy must be? If he's literally carrying that giant, claymore, and just, no big deal, whoosh whoosh that quickly. The rest of them were sliced from the waist up. They turned to ash, blowing away in the wind.
早すぎて残像が残るとか。
Swinging a claymore fast enough to leave an after image. My gosh. And running with that too. Otherworldly beings here. Mr. Rindo elaborated on what had just happened. What his true strength was like. The knight had simply just swung his sword at the countless number of boned soldiers. No magic. No controlling of fire. Just by swinging the giant sword he had in his hand. I'm trying to think of anything in this world that had power comparable to that. I'm sure anything I can think of would pale in comparison to Kanas. As he lifts his head, more, he saw numerous Spartoi crawling out towards us from the cracked miser was trying to seal. Just how many of them were there? A shiver ran down my spine after seeing the endless army of bones.
あいにくと律儀に地上へ降りてくるのを待っている義理はないのでな。
You gonna go meet them? Crouching down lower than normal, Kanas readies his sword once more. And in the next instant, off he goes. The sword itself let out a roar. The sword itself let out a roar? I'm pretty sure that was Kanas himself. This wasn't a metaphor, but what I actually saw in front of me. All Kanas did was stand there and swing his sword. But he formed a blade, slashing through the air with huge force. And then, with just that, all the Spartoi that were falling from the sky had vanished. What should I do? I should be a little afraid at least, but all I could do was stand there dazed. So powerful. My knight in glowing armor, you're so powerful. I felt like I realized once again why my regulars were called the final boss. And then, one within the group of these last bosses. The one they all refer to as a lord.
いいね。いいもの見せてもらったおかげで
Everyone's feeling fired up
俺の
tonight.
方もだいぶ乗ってきたよ。
Miser's finger movement sped up quickly. Then the shapes of the cracks in the sky slowly began to waver. Close up! Come on, let's just put some super glue in it. Close up now! The more light spread, the harder he played. The cracks groaned more the faster he was. They continued to shrink and sink with Miser's performance.
これで終わってくれたらこっちとしては助かるんだ
It
け
would be
ど。
nice. Just close up already. We'll take some was it wood gap filler? We'll just put some putty in there. A little spackle. Just go across it. No cracks. No more cracks. The cracks looked like they were being slowly pushed in from the sides, and they were definitely getting smaller. It's over. Don't say that! You're gonna jinx us! Any one of us would have thought that when... You jinxed us! Why did you say that? Kotone! Kotone, you dumbass! You shouldn't have said that. It's that arm again. The giant menace appeared again, forcing open the fissures that were beginning to close. It was that single giant bony arm. And then... just like last time, its fist came hurling towards Miser and I, in a simple attempt to crush our bodies.
見せることね。
Protect us! Kana stepped forward with his sword, ready to protect us, but...
構わないよ、カナス。
Oh, okay, we'll leave it to Miser. It's Miser's
二人
turn
は
to look
少
all
し退避
cool.
を。
After that, Miser lightly exhales. As the fist collides, Miser uses all fingers from both of his hands and plays the keyboard like magic circle. The overwhelming force digs into the ground around us, sending it flying. Ooh. With it, the large bony arm was stopped right in front of us. The large bony arm that stopped right in front of us made a sound like it was crying out. It's the same static noise. And I saw it slowly start to crumble away from end to end. And then, Miser turns to face it as it crumbles away.
ここは君たちが、いや、俺も含めて好き勝手していい世界じゃない。
You gotta respect it if you're coming to visit. No terror. No terrorizing, please.
ここは人外の世界じゃないんだ。だから、あるべき世界にお帰り。
He spoke somewhat sadly. With the tune, he began to play again. This time, surely, the eerie arm turned into inanimate ash. And the sky closed. The sky closed! With the giant arm now gone, the cracks in the sky vanished without a trace, as if all of what just happened never did. Is it over? It all ended as soon as it started. Looking around, although the ground was fairly broken up because of the fight, what also remained was the usual veil of night, with nothing strange to it at all. The usual Amasaki Island. The sea casting its waves, a familiar calm to their rhythms. Hey, It just didn't feel real to me. As I pulled on his sleeve beside me without thinking. Huh? Whoa! Collapse. He's expended a lot of energy. Gambaru. You did good. Yoku yatta, Miser.
こんなに気合い入れて魔法使ったの超久しぶり。冗談抜きで疲れた。
I knew this was real by the sound of the demon lord laughing on the floor and embracing me.
ことね。怪我はない。
Nope, I'm okay. Not at all. Actually, I'm more worried about you.
まあまあ、この程度の疲れなんてさ。
You sure used a lot of magic.
君からのご褒美。新作コーヒーを飲めば全回復しますとも。
Okay. Hey, that's a really easy recovery. Too easy even if it wasn't a video game. Well, I've got to make sure to give it my all to make it especially delicious. It'll be a cup of coffee so satisfying that he'll shout for joy when he tries it. Good work, Mr. Demon Lord. When we get back to Enchante, just have a nice rest over some great coffee.
ありがとう。けど可愛いマスターさんこそ
My cute little owner. Excuse me? Who said I was yours yet?
突然こんな場所に放り投げられた挙句、とんでも人外バトルに巻き込まれちゃったんだからさ。
Yeah, I think I've had enough excitement tonight to last me a lifetime. Probably enough for my next life too. He laughed at my comment, but it seemed like he was dialed in on what I said.
それはさすがに気が早いかもよ。
We're probably gonna have a lot more excitement before the game's over. Huh? Again, he gives his usual kind smile.
まあさすがに今回みたいな危険な騒動は二度とごめんだけどさ。ことね。
Yeah, I was about to say, as long as we own the cafe, we're gonna run into some bullshit like this every once in a while. These strange and sprightly days will simply continue. He whispers. Afterwards, it was confirmed that every single one of the Spartoi were eliminated on Amasaki Island. The GPM higher-ups also acknowledged that the anomaly was dealt with and closed the case. The plan to destroy Amasaki was also cut. The defense crews withdrew, having no idea what had happened. We never understood what caused the wormhole, or what that arm was exactly. They say the GPM will be looking into that. The Kure were also able to finally reunite, with the threat now gone. Giving their thanks again and again, they saw us off as we left the island. That's right, the one that was nearest during the battle. It mentioned it didn't come out right away, wanting to make sure Miser and I had a little bit of space. I don't want to be third wheeling here. Also, about the attack Miser launched that the GPM higher-ups considered to be one of the threats.
Ah, あれ?
That was technically the first wormhole I've really seen.
とんでもないホールだったよね。
The music's making me emotional. The music is kind of like, it does have like that ear-jerking quality to it.
あんなすごい力を放てるスパルトイまで作り出しちゃうんだから。
All the excitement.
わーい。
Miser decided to blame on the Spartoi, or deflected the issue, and it was considered resolved in any case. Afterwards, on the boat ride back, I called my parents. I was able to confirm that they were safe, as the Spartoi had never come to shore. It seemed no tragedies occurred, and the regulars and I decided to return by rail back to Tokyo. Oof. Ah. Without warning, my eyelids slowly opened. It seemed like as soon as I got back, I fell right to sleep. I look at the time, and we were approaching the time of day. We were approaching the time today would change into tomorrow. Let's see. Seriously, it was a roller coaster ride. Cute. Kororo, you're so cute. Kororo looked like he was sleeping so comfortably. I gaze at him as I think back on the events of today. I went out to the shopping district. I was flung away through the gate. I saw a giant non-human at Amasaki Island. Then everyone from Enchante handled it. All that happened in the few hours before the afternoon today, and now on the verge of the next day. My regulars here really are some amazing people. I woke up. Maybe I'll have some warm milk and try to go back to sleep. I don't know if we made Miser his coffee yet. Being careful not to wake Kororo up. And quietly stepped down to the cafe. Miser, you out here? Huh? Considering how late it was, I didn't think anyone else would be here, but I heard a noise. Better just be someone I know. I wandered outside, wondering who was out here, to find Hannes. Hannes looking up at the moon and in the mist, hanging in the air. Hannes, is something wrong? When I call out to him, Hannes slowly swings his large form around. Dwelling on the day, letting it sink in. Take a breath. I see. I woke up right now. Can I join you? That's fine. We can sit in comfortable silence. You know I don't care. With his permission, I stand along with Hannes, looking up at the night sky. The flowers blooming in the garden seemed to welcome me as they were swaying in the breeze. Yeah, it's like it never happened. Yeah. With Hannes' words, I gave a sigh of relief, finally feeling like regular, peaceful days here had returned. However... Huh? I was taken aback by Hannes, who suddenly lowered his head apologetically. What did he mean by his apology? What's the matter, Hannes? I can't think of anything that you need to apologize to me for. I don't know if anyone would be able to predict that. It's kind of weird. But... Well, it's a good thing because my grandfather's dead, so you'll never have to face him ever again. That was a mysterious circumstance that no one could explain. It couldn't be helped that Hannes and Ignis didn't notice. He had no need to apologize. Though, I thought that might be insensitive if Hannes was still worried about me. In that case, thanks for worrying about me. I'll be careful moving forward, too. And if anything like this happens again, I'll do my best and ask for help from you and the others. Thank you, Hannes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Even though he's in his normal clothes and in his headless state right now, looking at how bravely he fought at Amasaki Island, I thought of how well what he just said fit him. I asked this reliable knight for his help with a smile on my face. Hannes. No matter what strange things happen in the world, the morning will always find its way to greet us the next day. provide hospitality in those mornings and the days and the day to inevitably follow is my duty. Yes, for those who are human and those who aren't. Hello! Welcome to Cafe Enchante. No matter who my guest is, I'll always greet them with a kind smile. Where memories and the aroma of coffee fill the room in this strange and sprightly cafe. Chapter end? Yay! Kana's chapter. Okay, I felt like I did the right answers to get on the Kana's route. Okay, we will continue on with this in just a minute. I'm going to take a small little break. I'm gonna get some more water again because I'm almost out again. And then I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back though. Oh my gosh, please don't scream first thing, my lord. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. More water, ready to go for this. Now that the common route is ending, what are your thoughts on all the guys? Fave? Okay, so starting with Fave, I'm pretty sure Connors is gonna be my fave. I quite like him. He fits like one of my archetypes really well. I like Connors a lot. Meister's cute. I like that. I wasn't quite sure at first about him, but he's like slowly grown on me and I like how sweet and wholesome he is. He definitely kind of fits that like true end route. At the very least, obviously I believe these are the same makers that also handled Code Realize, because there's Code Realize reference in here and I got all excited the other night. But he kind of reminds me of Lupin in a way. He kind of has like that ambitious about him, and I love Lupin. Like Lupin is my favorite from Code Realize. So I like Canis the most. Meiser's pretty good. I like Rindo as well. Rindo also fits one of my MOs. But those are probably my top 3 at the moment. Ignis and Il aren't bad, but they just aren't necessarily like the characters I go for like an otome route or just in general for my favorites as like a character I like. They're not bad though. I appreciate them. They're definitely like a nice fun little cast. So I will say that. The only ones that I just can't stand are that, oh my goodness. I can't even remember his name because I've just gotten so tired of him. The little cat boy dude that's from Ignis's world, from Bestia. That's just like Aniki every time with him. I can't stand him. And then Mikado from the GPM, I'm just like, oh my lord, I'm just tired. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired. But I like the cast for the most part, and oh, I like Karya too. Karya is so cute. I love Karya. He's my little brother. I love him. Okay, I guess let's get into it. Now that we finally actually let's save. Let's save. Dromi. Yeah, Dromi. I can't stand him. I'm so tired of him. Like sometimes it's not necessarily the archetype in general, because there are characters I appreciate that are the Aniki type of role, you know? But Dromi I can't stand. Dromi's a dumbass, and he makes my skin crawl. I'm so irritated every time he comes up. Okay, what's going on? Oh. We have that going? Yeah. What is going on, Canis? Are we on a purge spree? The pale hand of death knocks on the door. All equals when it calls. Be it the impoverished living in a shed, or the king living in a palace. And both sinful fairies and innocent fairies. I had to lower Jomi's voice because he is! Like, the audio balancing in this game is so whack. I'm hoping that the audio balancing isn't too bad tonight, because I've kind of futzed with it, but even, like, the same character will... It's not like they're whispering either. They're, like, talking like this normally, and it'll be just... They're not even shouting, but then they'll say another voice line that's still in the same intonation, like this, but for whatever reason the volume's like 2 times higher, and I'm like, oh my god, why is it suddenly so loud even though we're just talking normally still? You're not even shouting. But yeah, like, and then you get the characters that do start shouting and squealing and having shrill voices and stuff like that. It's like, oh my god, my ears, I can't, bro, I can't deal with it. Dromi's one of those too, where he's just constantly you know, into the mic, and it's like, I can't deal with you, bro, get out of here. With not a single discrimination. Canis uttered to himself as he looks up at Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil, I think? Yggdrasil? Yeah, Yggdrasil, the world tree. It can't be helped. This was the best decision. Those who witnessed this tragedy would all agree. However, he can't help but be disturbed by it. Even if this was the right answer. Yeah. The spirit must never be lost. A raw sensation remains in his palms. The final gasps of the fairies that have been seared into his memory. However, because they are fairies, their deaths leave nothing behind. They simply disappear. That's right. Not a single proof of one's sins are left behind. Not a single one. A gentle autumn breeze blows, not discriminating what it runs into as it traces above the fire. Because I don't have a face. Oh, I cut him. I'm sorry. You're taking a minute. I didn't realize you weren't done. I'm sorry, Canis. There's so many plants in here. I slowly regained consciousness. It was awfully vivid. For a dream. So much that awful feeling is still in these palms. I wonder why I dreamt of that day. Perhaps I'm being punished, as I could never forget that tragic day. And with those thoughts, just as I tried to awaken from my drowsiness and wipe the sleep from my eyes. Hannes, are you really sleeping? Ohayo gozaimasu! I'm speechless. For some reason, Kotona's face is right in front of mine. Very close in front of mine, in fact. Daydreaming, perhaps? If you're going to sleep on the chair, you might as well sleep in the bed. Why? Why is Kotone in my room? You know, this is kind of interesting that we're seeing it from their perspective. Not just like the flashbacks, but like this is still in his perspective, because he's speaking. This is his inner monologue. I don't know if I've seen that very much in otome games. That's very interesting. Oh wait, I think I might have been hearing someone lightly knocking for about a minute now. I'll be grateful she came to check on me out of concern, but hello. While calling for me with a light voice, Kotone waves her hand in front of my face. She is too close. So close that I hesitate to speak up. Then Kotone tilts her head at my lack of a response. What should I do? Really forget about our promise to replant the flowers today? Good thing I don't have a face, or perhaps it is a misfortune. It seems that she does not realize that I am fully awake. It's not like I have any reason to pretend to be asleep. However, I hesitate to casually say good morning at such a close proximity. If only she would take a few steps back. She's been taking lessons from Miser, for some reason. But I suppose I'm not that lucky. Rather than stepping away, she came even closer and curiously peeked at my face. It's rare to see Kana snapping like this. Since I can't see his face, I can't be sure he's actually sleeping. I wonder what his sleeping face looks like. Perhaps this too is a side effect of my facelessness. She continues to observe my face from all angles in detail without considering my personal space. I'm sure the fire from your neck changing colors is a dead giveaway, my dude. That you are indeed awake. He's dead asleep. And just as always, Kanes is still sleeping like a rock. I'd love to leave him alone in his peaceful sleep. But I'm planning to go shopping today, and if I can, I want to finish replanting the flowers by sundown. After some thought, I've made up my mind. Try waking him up, try poking his cheeks. He won't respond to my voice. Just to double check. I wave my palm in front of his face to confirm that he's sleeping. Then, poke. Using my soft voice as a trigger, I reached my finger to poke Kanes' cheek that we can't touch. Or so I thought. But as expected, my finger simply touched the air where his face should be.
驚くかもしれないが、我は首なし騎士と言われるが、実際には見えないだけで、我が首は
I've poked your invisible cheek. I hope you felt it.
目も耳も鼻も見ることも触れることも決して叶わぬ存在だが、確かにここにあるのだ。
I now remember Kanes mentioning this previously. And now, I once again try and reach for it, but the outcome was obvious. My hand touches nothing, only going back and forth through his head. Oh dear. Without so much as a physical sensation, I begin to slightly doubt if his head really does exist. It does feel a bit warm though. I guess it's just not visible in the slightest. Kanes. Anyway, I still have work to do. I'll need him to wake up regardless. Alright, at this point I'll just shake him. As I place my hands on Kanas' shoulders, somebody else comes in. Hi, Karya. Oh, hey, Karya. It's odd to see you upstairs. What's wrong?
いや、コーヒーの注文受けたから呼びに来たんだけどさ。
After explaining himself, Karya continued with slight reluctance.
あのさ、イチャつくなら閉店後にやってくれない？
I might be right in his face. We are not flirting. No, he's asleep. Wink, wink. I'm not flirting! Triggered by Karya's remarks, I quickly distanced myself from Kanas. But it is true that from his perspective we were physically very close. I can understand why he thought that. Well, since Kanas was sleeping, I just came to wake him up and... We promised to replant the flowers today. I point to Kanas with my gaze. Kanas, he just won't wake up. Karya immediately responds.
Huh?
What do you
何言っ
mean?
てんの？
He's wide awake.
カヌス、起きてるじゃん。
You're covered in blown Kanas. What? What? As Karya points it out with squinty eyes, the brave knight who was napping, pretending to be asleep, suddenly got up, making a grandiose noise. A few minutes later.
それでは罪状を読み上げます。
The charges?
被告人カヌス・エスパーダは被害者との約束を反故にし、部屋までおびき寄せ、自分を眠っていると勘違いした被害者の様子を長時間にわたり観察していたとのことです。
なるほど。被告人カヌス・ゲスパーダは痛いけな被害者の顔をじっくりたっぷり堪能したということか。
誤解だ。我はそのようなゲスではないぞ。
I'm not a degenerate, I promise, I swear.
被告人は許可なく発言しないように。では
めんどくせえから極刑で。
Aren't you supposed to be his attorney?
弁護人のくせに弁護をしないのか。
なんか変なコントが始まったけど、止めなくていいの？マスタ
I
ー。
could, but they have their own fun.
まあいつものことだし、気が済むまでやらせといたら。
They have their own fun. Oh, hello! Hi, Arya! Welcome in, everyone! Welcome, welcome! Oh my god, you won't believe it! We finally got on Kanas' route! I got through all the main chapter stuff. We're finally on a route! We're finally on his route doing stuff. But yes, welcome in, everybody! Thank you for the raid, Arya. Yeah, we're playing Cafe Enchante, which is an otome game, and I've finally gotten through all the like main route stuff, and we are finally branching off on one of the characters' routes. So we will romance the headless Nightman. That's what we're going through right now. We just like the last main chapter was kind of harrowing, so now everything's all back in light again. I don't know if we go that far. We can handhold first. We'll try. An amateur court session takes place inside. Kari and Rindo were there, listening to them with me. I thought surely he was asleep, which is why I was looking at him so closely, but I didn't think he was watching the whole time. Ugh, the thought of it's so embarrassing. So with that, I decided to change the subject and switch gears. By the way, Karya, I never really talked to you about this, but can you really see Kanas' face?
Huh?
Remember when you came upstairs earlier, you knew right away that Kanas was awake. So I thought that maybe Kanas' expression and his face were visible to you. Time to switch MCs and switching the topic. MCs are just like, I don't know about that. Let's move on. Kotone's not really bad about doing that though. The 7 Scarlet, I forgot her name, but the 7, oh, well you named it Arya, so I don't know her name. But the 7 Scarlet MC really is bad about switching the topic. Just like, I don't like those words for whatever reason. I'm just deciding to switch the topic. She's somehow worse than me. She is pretty bad. It's kind of fitting you picked that as your otome to play. Yes, yes, welcome in! Welcome in, Rek! Thanks for coming in with the raid.
ああ、それ別に俺だってしっかり認識してるわけじゃないよ。
How was I supposed to know? Well, you picked it subconsciously and it ended up working out in your favor.
メディオに行くようになってからぼんやりと見えるようになっただけ。それこそ
You didn't sense it.
視力 0.1 の人間が30メートル離れたところにいる人を見るみたいな感じ。
His head's just his head's censored out.
だからなんていうかあることはわかるんだけど表情とかそういうのもなんとなくだし。
Well, you couldn't see his head.
というかみんなもそんな風に見えてるものだと思っ
No,
てたん
it's
だけ
just
ど
non-existent for
違うわ
us.
け。
Yeah, at least for me, I can't see anything at all. Mr. Rindo nodded in agreement.
僕も輪郭も何もかもが透明で完
Just
全に見えない感じだね。
completely see-through.
じゃあなんで俺だけ？
You're a fairy, my dude. I'm pretty sure that's because you possess qualities of a fairy?
その通り。
Whoa, Canis. It seemed the faux court hearing ended without us realizing. I looked over to see the others hanging around as usual.
先ほどのカリアの話だが、メディオゆえんの血を宿しているからこそ、我の顔を認識することも可能なのだろう。
へえ。
That would mean a fairy who lives in Medio can see Canis's face clearly?
いや、そうというわけでもない。
Ah, they still got bad eyesight.
同じ
It's
妖
been
精
censored
界
out.
の生まれだとして、我の顔が見えるわけではないのだ。
Hmm.
例えば、ティターニアから見れば、我の顔は黒。一方でベンニーアは、我の輪郭のみを軽んじて、カゲロウのように認識して。
You just have variations of censorship. He has the black line bar across his eyes, or it's what's the word, mosaicked out, or it's just blur tooled out.
ゆえに、そんな我の表情までもわかるカリアは、かなり相性が良いと言えるな。
The first thought that comes to mind, just as an example, would I ever be able to see your face? Is that even possible?
琴音が
Yeah, would I be able to see it?
今までは特に見えぬことを気にされた記憶もないが、
No reason.
どうしてまた急に？
No reason. Oh, I mean, just look at what happened. Not being able to see your face is what got us into this mess, right? So, if I were able to see your expressions, maybe we could avoid this in the future. Maybe I also shouldn't just get, like, within 6 inches of his face. Like, we learned this from the very beginning where Miser was just right all up in our business from the very beginning. So, why are we doing this to poor Canis in his own room? I've been thinking once I finish a route in 7 Scarlet or 2, depending on how long it takes to finish the Sora, I'll go back to Bustafellows. Yeah. I remember watching a little bit of that. I remember the sprite quality was really sporadic. I remember that much. I found it kind of strange. I think he started Bustafellows so long ago I wasn't even helping with streams yet. Bustafellows was a long time ago. I can't remember exactly when, but it was a while back.
なるほど。それは一理あるのかもしれん。
そうは言っても同じ種族でも難しいとなるとね。具体的な解決策の展望は？
My heart like left out of my chest there for a second. I don't know what that was. I don't know, I'm gonna choose to ignore it. I don't think it's anyone at the door. Notification didn't go off. It sounded like I'm not sure if the mic picked it up or not. It sounded like a singular, like, firm knock on the door. And literally, the door is not even 5 feet away from me through a wall. That scared me a little bit, considering it's almost 1 in the morning. What are we talking about here? Yeah, it was difficult even for another fairy. Do you have any idea for a workaround? Well, I mean, creativity. Hold on. God's mess. So if I were able to see your expressions, maybe we could avoid this in the future. I see you have a point, yeah, but it's difficult even for another fairy. Do you have an well, I mean, these seem like inconsequential choices, but at the same time, knowing otome is this is going to be like the linchpin. Magic? What if Miser and Eel could use their magic spells to make it visible?
あの二人の持つ実力ならあるよ。
Perhaps?
はい。
Kaya raises his hand politely to interject himself into the conversation. What's the matter?
オチが見える。多分、琴音が爆発するか、もしくはカヌスが爆発するだけだと思う。
Yeah, maybe not the smartest idea. Mr. Bindo, who's sitting next to me, is also nodding along in agreement.
やめておくとしよう。
Let's not explode. That's a good idea. Right. Everyone else tried their own hand at drawing his face, but Kanis's face remains a mystery to us all. At some point, dusk had fallen, which meant it was time for Kari to go home. In the end, with Ignis's final remarks, "I'm over this and I'm hungry," this case was temporarily closed. On the same day after supper, while I was cleaning the kitchen,
琴音、何か手伝えることはあるか？
"You want to help me do the dishes?" He politely asked as he came to check on me. "Oh, I'm done with most of the cleaning. All that's left is putting it all away. I'm okay. Thank you."
そうか。もう少し早めに手伝えばよかったな。
Without much else to do, Kanis begins to look at his surroundings. And as I wipe the wet dishes in hand... Oh, sorry about what happened earlier, Kanis. I had no idea staring at your face while you slept would turn into a whole thing. After expressing my regrets, Kanis responds awkwardly.
ああ、いや、あなたが謝
He
るこ
didn't
と
want to say anything, but then at the same time, it's my fault for getting all up in your face.
我が寝たふりなどをしたのが悪いのだ。
I was also the one like 6 inches from your face, so... Kanis slowly nods as if to acknowledge his embarrassment. Or so I thought. About that. Why were you pretending to be asleep in the first place? It's embarrassing to think back on it, but I don't want to leave this strange feeling unresolved. So I decide to ask.
それはその
I was right in his face. He couldn't say something.
言い出せなかった。
He got embarrassed.
我に興味を抱き、微笑みを向けてくれているあなたの姿が、それが声をかけたら終わってしまうと思うと、その
He was still talking. Then Kanis clears his throat.
つまり
Oh my
単純
god.
な話だが、我はもっとあなたの顔を見つめていたいと思ったのだ。
So honest. Oh. So that's what it was.
その点に偽りはない。我はただ純粋にあなたの顔を見たかっただけなのだ。
What is this feeling? Now that he's being honest with me, I'm embarrassed in a completely new way. So forward. While dealing with my embarrassment.
しかし、やはり我の顔など見えたところで意味はないように思えるが。
He contradicts himself from this afternoon. While still contemplating on it, Kanis sounds like he was against the idea. Perhaps because he was born this way, he never felt unusual for being faceless or saw the importance in seeing one's face. I think there's meaning in it. As I go on to explain, the answer that I came to for myself, he reacted as if he was caught off guard. You see, the cafe won't run without customers, right? When I look at their faces, I can kind of learn a little bit about them. Like whether they had a good day or not, or maybe they look really tired. And depending on what I see, my coffee and menu recommendations change accordingly. Usually if the customer doesn't have a preference, I'll select something that suits the moment. But I can't do that with you. You can read his body language. You don't necessarily need facial expressions to read someone's, like, mood. Body language is a big thing too. Even, you know, even without a head, the body's still there. Plus, if you were to be in distress or crying, it'd be terrible if I can't notice that just because I can't see your face. Back to that nightmare.
そこまで
Yeah.
そこまで我の顔が見たいというのか。仮に我自身が見られたくないと思っていたとしても。
Well, of course I won't force you if you didn't want to. But if you ask me whether I want to see it or not, the answer is most definitely I'm curious. Like I said earlier, you are to Cafe Enchante as to me as well. A valued customer. Kana's face reveal when! Exactly, Kana's face reveal when!
そうか。その気持ちには素直に感謝する。だが、やはりあなたが我の顔を見るのは実際には不可能だろうな。
I can only feel a faint warmth from the air around where your face would be.
我は妖精であり、あなたは人間。種族を隔てる壁というのは、やはり分厚く。
You say this, but you're also an otome, my dude. But you don't know that. Only Eel's the one that kind of breaks the fourth wall a little bit. Just because of his interests. Yeah, you're right. Human and non-human. It is unmistakably true that we are two different beings. But the distance between them is isolating.
だが、その代わりに、これからはよりできるだけ心の内を言葉にしていこう。辛い時は辛い。楽しい時は楽しいと。
He really is that character though, where it's just like he speaks what's on his mind. Like he might keep things to himself, but with people that like he trusts and stuff, he will speak what's on his mind. He's courteous like that.
我はこの声であなたに伝えていこうと思う。
Thank you.
それではダメだろうか。
No, it's perfect. Kanis's gentle words seem to comfort me. In response to a suggestion, I tell him, yes, that would be fine. Thank you. That was rather simplistic of me. I feel satisfied, so I put on a smile. A few days later, Enchante's scheduled day off. I, along with Kanis and Karya, and Kororo too, are visiting the fairy world Medio. Today, we're having our regular tea party with Titania. We're also here to get Karya back in good health. While minding the souvenir I'd put in my bag, I briskly walked through the filtered sunlight coming through the trees.
なんか機嫌いいね。
Yeah, I'm back in the fairy world this time, and I didn't get lost like last time. And I have you and Kororo with me as well. Karya, holding Kororo in his arms, asks, guess what? Instead of making coffee today, I found some good tea leaves for black tea. It is a little seal. Oh my gosh, you haven't been here. So that was a whole thing. The other night we got through, it was the main chapter stuff, but we were going to each of their worlds and stuff. And this is a little, I think they called it a water demon. I don't know, he's from Ignis's world, so he's from the beast world, the demon beast world. And he's a little water demon. He's just a little baby. And his name's Kororo. He's our little friend now. We've adopted him. And we've also kind of adopted Karya.
ほう、紅茶か。我もたまに注文するが。
Yep, Enchante's menu mainly consists of coffee, but Titania mentioned during our last tea party that she loves the fragrance of fruits. I'm not an expert, but I tried my hand at making an original blend.
へえ、美味しそう。それは俺たちも楽しみかも。
I sure hope that you all like it.
ああ、きっとティターニアたちも喜ぶ。
Kokoro. I know there's so many typos in this game. I've noticed more earlier tonight of just like sentences not making sense, words being misspelled, words just missing from the sentence in general, like the structure of the sentence being awkward. it's been time. The localization proofreader needs to be fired for this particular game. They did not do their job if they even had a proofreader. But occasionally, so his name is Kororo, so Kororo. They will occasionally call him Kokoro, Kokoro, and he's not Kokoro. His name is not Heart. He is Kororo. But they'll occasionally spell it Kokoro. We walk a little further, and as we near the center of Yggdrasil,
ここまで来ればもう迷うこともないだろ
yeah, we'll be okay. Karya nods along in agreement.
う。我はいつも通り仕様があるゆえ席を外させてもら
You
う。
just don't want to join for the tea party. Well, alright, I see how it is. We'll see you later.
日が陰る頃には戻る。それまでに帰り支度を整えておいてくれ。
Okay, bye, Kanas. Gotcha. After seeing Kanas off, the rest of us head over to the Nexus. And once we peek into the vast Nexus, Titania!
ことね、待ちわびておったぞ。
It's good to see you.
どうも。別に来てほしくは
Look
ない
up,
のですが
Benya.
できる限りは歓迎いたします。
No one wants you here. Get out here. Once in good spirits, the other not so much. The polarizing welcome party made me smile. Good afternoon, Titania, Venia. Thank you for having us today.
俺もよろしく。
So cute. The main purpose of this tea party is to talk with Titania. Unlike common tea parties at a table, we lay down a sheet near the throne and make things as intimate as possible. We share what's going on in our lives and share the latest fads and concerns of our respective worlds. Venia, who's usually cold, has been warming up to us lately. They don't immediately lead the conversation, and now actively engage with us, participating in a dialogue.
これを見てみーニーヤよ。何でも人間界には時の流れに応じて衣服の傾向が変わる流行とやらがあるらしいぞ。
Sitting around with Titania talking about boys. Well, it's an otome game, so I'm pretty sure Titania is like the equivalent of our best friend, the best friend equivalent, you know? The girlfriend. That's not a girlfriend, but like your best friend.
ほれ、琴音が持ってきてくれたこのファッション雑誌を見てみよ。さまざまな服が描かれているじゃろ。
確かに華やかではありますね。特にこの
Oh, we're showing them
花をあ
fashion
しらっ
from
た
the
ものな
human
どは
world.
特に。
Titania expressed interest in the clothing of the human world during our last tea party. So I brought over a fashion magazine that was lying around in my bedroom. It looks like they're enjoying it.
なんかさ、
うん
ベンニーヤってティターニアと話す時だけちょっと優しい感じするよね。
Only cares about Titania. He said in a whisper. Arya looks towards the two of them laughing with one another. You're right. I guess there's a level of trust or something like that. Considering Titania calls Venia by their nickname, Nia.
やはり人間界は賑やかで愉快なところなのじゃろうな。
Sure.
そう
Sure.
ですね。
行ってみたいの。いつかもしそんな時が来れば。ニーヤ。
姉さん、それは。
Sister.
何言ってみただけじゃ。
Even Kari. Kari and I are both shocked at the conversation we heard. Rather, that term. Kari and I look at each other in disbelief. Anyway, if we just heard them correctly, Venia just said, did you just say sister? Yeah. You caught me.
あ、ごめん。盗み聞きとかそんなつもりはなかったんだけど、ちょっと。
よいよい。この距離で盗み聞きも何もあるまい。それに
They both do have like green eyes and that kind of lightness to their hair.
この際じゃ わしとこやつの関係について改めて語るとしよう。さて、今しがたニーヤがこぼしたが、言葉通りわしらは近しい存在なのじゃ。
All green-eyed blondes are related. Absolutely.
とはいえ、人間界の血縁関係とは若干定義が異なるがな。
Are you from the same flower? Looks like you both have similar flowers on your heads.
姉さん、
Why is this so loud, Venia? Why is it so loud? As if to give in to Titania's casual remarks, Venia begins addressing her differently.
基本的に妖精は繁殖行動ではなく、この妖精界にて自然発生する存在。わしらは単に全く同じ時、同じ場所で発生した妖精同士なのじゃよ。
You just appeared all in the same spot.
要は自分たちの関係をして
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you
身も
off.
蓋もない言い方をすれば自称じゃな。
I see. You both do give off a similar vibe and share some things in common, so I guess it makes sense. By the way, I've been a little curious.
何ですか？
I know it sounds really rude, but Venia, which gender do you identify as? Personally, I feel bad for asking, but the best way to continue building relations is to be honest and open with them. So I had to be brave and ask, then...
なんだ、そんなことですか。僕たち妖精は先ほど姉さんが言ったように繁殖行動を必要としません。よって他の生物のように雌雄の区別がないのです。
Either or.
ですからどちらでもお好きな方で。
Oh, interesting. In that case, judging from Venia's demeanor, I guess we'll consider him male. And probably safe to assume they're siblings. After these exciting revelations, the tea party carries on. The conversation lands on the topic of the incident at Amasaki Island.
なんと、空に生じた亀裂状のホール。それに無差別に襲ってくる異形
It
た
was
ち。
a whole ordeal.
それはまたとんでもない事態に巻き込まれたの。
メディオでも稀にホールが生じることはありますが、そこまで危険な何かが現れたという話は聞い
Cut him off. I guess that wormhole is anything but ordinary, even from another world's perspective. Then...
しかし、なんじゃ。そなたは無事でよかったが、人間界の被害は甚大じゃろ
Did we have casualties?
まあ、縁もゆかりもない地の被害ですが。
For some reason they both looked sorry and depressed.
被害って。
じゃから人間たちのことじゃ。
I don't
それだけの
I
規
don't
模
think
な
we
らば
had any human
犠牲者も
casualties.
相当な数であろう。
Like it was a big deal for sure, but it was on an uninhabited island, and I don't think it got to humans.
辛い話をさせてしまってすまなかったな。
Oh, could it be? Sorry, you two. I was only talking about the wormhole, so I made you confused. It is true that some were injured.
あんたたちが思ってるように
Yeah,
犠
didn't
牲
think
者は
anyone
ゼロだ
got
から安心して。
killed.
は？
Yeah, we took care of it. Their eyes opened wide in response to our words.
どういうことです？
We had a demon lord take care of it. We had some otherworldly friends help back us up, no, all the good stuff there. The regulars met up with us and dealt with it. Venia scowled at Karya's vague remarks.
常連のみんなとは、あの魔王、打天使、魔獣、中年。
The otherworldly 18 that frequents my cafe. Right. Everybody joined forces and dealt with that wormhole in the giant arm.
先ほどからなんと
Oh
かし
yeah,
か
you
言いま
guys
せんね。
missed it. Not only
もっ
did
と
we
語彙
like
力はないのですか？
have to fight this giant fissure in the sky that was a wormhole that opened from some other world, But this giant, like, skeleton hand was just like, hey, I'm gonna reach on through. Like, I've shoved all the little baby skeletons out to come fight you on the land. But this giant skeleton hand was just like hanging out and going and trying to smack us. Fisher, Fisher, or Fisher? Yes. No, Fisher, like a huge crack in the sky opened up into a wormhole. That kind of Fisher. There was no anglers present at this point in time. Ugh. I know, but it's so hard to describe.
確かにカヌスからあの者たちが相当な実力者だとは聞いておる。
They are quite talented. I told
そ
you
れ
my
で
A
も
team.
その規模ならば被害がゼロとは思えぬのじゃが。
We got lucky. Usually that would be the case, but our regulars, including Kanis, are top tier according to Rindo.
ラスボス
I guess it means they are the strongest in their respective original worlds.
普段の様子からは想像もできないと思うけどね。
驚いたな。以前は軽く話しただけじゃったが、今の話でがぜん興味が湧いてきたぞ。時間があればまた改めて詳しく話を聞きたいものじゃ。
After that, we kept talking about things that occurred on Amasaki Island. Time flew by. The greenery of Medio surrounding the Nexus turned into autumn colors, and with that, Kanis returned as he promised. On the road back home, we share a tea party conversation with Kanis.
なるほど。天崎島で起きた事件を。そういえば詳細は我からも話していなかったな。ちょっとした騒動があった程度には話した気がするのだが。
それは多分カヌスが悪いと思う。
Oh, Karia didn't know?
確かに言われてみれば。
Yeah, it kind of was a big deal.
だいぶだな。
You know, just like potentially the beginning of the end of the world or something, you know. I have a feeling that's an understatement. Oh, I know. Kanis, I was gonna tell you. I'm considering visiting Media more often. Is that okay?
我は構わぬと思うが、何かあったのか?
Yeah. You know, Titania can't move from her throne, right? Even today, she expressed interest in knowing about the outside world. I can't do very much, but I can talk to her about the human world. I think that would make Titania happy. Stop giving me crabs. Crabs? What are crabs doing here? I want a lobster. I don't have any lobsters on hand. I can't give you a lobster. I'm sorry. She was laughing, but the loneliness I heard behind her voice is probably how she truly feels. In that case, as her friend, I want to do what I can for her. Kanis in response to my proposal.
そうか。それはティタニアも喜ぶだろう。
I have ate these stupid crabs. Fishing isn't being kind to adorable one. I'm sorry. I don't know if I have good luck, but I send my lobster luck ? If I even have lobster luck toward you.
彼女に代わり礼を言うことね。身も心もあの場に縛られる彼女にあなたという友人ができている。
Yeah, she's like the best friend role. His response is so kind. Oh my gosh, the proofreading in this game. His response is so kind and thoughtful. Yeah, I'm glad I met such a nice friend like Titania too. Fade out. A few days later. A typical day at Cafe Enchante. Familiar faces sat at their usual tables, engaging in casual chatter. A smile upon the peaceful scenery as I brew a fresh batch of coffee. And as I try to bring it over to Miser, who placed the additional order, the doorbell rings as someone walks through the gate. Oh, Who could that be? I'm pretty sure all the customers from other realms had gathered here already. The other regulars looked as shocked as I was and stared toward the room with the gate. Could it be Dromi? Then the reveal. Venia, what are you doing here? So what'd he say? Kinda. He said kinda? Nah, what? What? I don't... The dialogue in this. I wish I could... Like, I could go through there and proofread it for y'all. I'm not certified in any way or form or fashion, but oh my gosh, I would clean this up. I realized how off my guess was, and I look at the unexpected guest. Huh. What?
Benia.
Hi. Kana stood up in a gasp at the arrival of our unexpected guest.
騒がしいですね。喫茶店なるものは客に対して礼儀を尽くすと聞いてい
This
ます
always happens anytime someone new shows
迎
up.
え
It's
の
just
挨
like,
拶一つもないのですか
come on, just say hi. Welcome him in. Nani? Exactly. Nani? Well, welcome? It came out like a question, but I hope you'll ignore it. He takes a sip of the red tea that he ordered, rather emotionless. Everyone in the cafe was staring at the unusual presence of the first-time guest. Venia seemed to not care at all, and placed the cup on the table.
ベニア、飲み終えたのならそろそろ説明してくれ。なぜお前がアンシャンテに？我
Do
に
you
何か
have
用事でもあるの
business
か？
with us, Venia?
なぜも何も普通に客として来店したからですが。
Gosh, my model freaks out just taking a sip. Sip of my drink.
客？
それとも何ですか？この店は客を選ぶとでも？
Oh no, it's not like that. I was under the impression that you were never interested in visiting Enchante, so...
ええ、ありませんね。現在進行
Are
形
you doing
で
it for your sister?
全く微塵も。
Are you doing it for Titania?
ですが、それは僕の話です。どうやら陛下は逆のようでして。
Titania? After nodding yes, Venia turns around and faces the regulars gathered in the cafe.
陛下がこのアンシャンテ並びに常連で
You're
あるあ
doing
なたたち
reconnaissance,
によ
intel
り強い
reconnaissance.
興味を抱かれたので、以後僕自らが情報を集め、
Yep.
陛下へ直接お話し
See,
し、
I will approve of this
少しで
one.
も喜んでいただ
If
け
you're
れ
if
ば
you're taking Titania, this is perfectly fine. I will allow this kind of reconnaissance. Meaning,
つまり俺たちと交流して彼女に面白い土産話を持ち帰りたいってことかな。
gosh darn it, I took a bite of my chip. Hold on. Does that mean you'll start coming to Enchante regularly, Venia?
ええ、不本意ながら。
Reluctantly. It's not like I want to be here. He says with a straight face.
陛下のためとあらば、いかにも面倒そうな色物集団の相手をすることもやぶさかではありません。
こいつ交流じゃなくて喧嘩を売りに来たんじゃねえのか。
He's rough around the edges. It's okay. I don't really care for him either.
メディオで痛いぐらいに皮肉を受けた記憶が蘇るよ。
It's not like I enjoy hanging out with you guys, Baka. I feel like Venia though is more like he might be a little tsundere. Ignis is definitely the one though that would be like that. It's not like I enjoy hanging out, eating food and chatting with all you guys, Baka. That's Ignis. Ignis is like the strongest tsundere here.
新規顧客の獲得ですか。
More profit
ア
for
ンシャンテの収益
Enchante!
が増えますね。
Yay! Yeah, you're right. For me personally, I want to provide Titania with interesting stories too. And though I decide to visit Many more frequently, I still had to run the cafe, so I can't visit every day. It'll be a good thing for Venia to bring home fun stories for her.
まあそんなわけで今回は簡単な挨拶だと考え
For
て
a
いただけ
meet
れ
and
ば
greet?
今後は一人の客としてこちらの店に訪問させてもらっても
No, not at all. This time I was able to reply without hesitation.
ありがとうございます。では常連の皆さんも含め以後よろしくお願いします。
Yoshiko. Apparently, Kanas taught him how to pay the bill. After placing small crystals on the table, Venia shuffles into the other room and makes for the gate. He's like, I'm out of here. I got my story. I'm leaving. Kanas utters as he watches Venia walk through the gate.
ベンニアは基本的にどのような事情があっても女王のそばから離れたがらないのだが。
Maybe that's how bad Titania wants to get to know everyone? I hope we can start getting along with Venia too.
ああ、ぜひそうしてやってくれ。あれはひねくれてはいる
He's
が
just really like
決して悪人では
standoffish.
ないのだ。
Very standoffish.
それに我ばかり仲間に恵まれるのはいささか不公平だ。ティターニアとベンニーア、師弟が共にあなたという良き友人を持てたらと思う。
I'll do my best. I'm already friends with Titania. Venia though is a little rough around the edges, but we'll see. We shall see. I don't dislike him as much as Dromi and oh, what's his name? Mikado. I don't hate him as much as those two.
そんなわけでして以後アンシャンテに通うことになりました。
珍しく姿を見せぬと思えばいつの間にそんなことを。
Collecting stories for you.
迷惑でしたか？
いやいや、そんなことはないぞ。姉としても喜ばしいことじゃ。これでようやっとひねくれ者のそなたにも友人が。
心から大きなお世話です。
冗談じゃよ、冗談。
You accidentally sacrificed what?
ありがとう、ミーヤ。そなたの土産話を楽しみにしておるぞ。
はい。あなたのためにさまざまな話を持ち帰ってきます。そう。あなたのために。
That feels a little foreboding. I don't know. That's a little sus there. I pressed down one too many times. I'm not sure I'm following what's going on, but I'm sorry? I don't know. Just as he said during his greeting, he intended to do just that. Venia began visiting Enchante as if he had been a regular this whole time. She's playing Cult of the Lamb. Oh, I see. Kanas perhaps because he is worried if Venia isn't accustomed to this place yet, always makes a point to sit with him.
Venia, 茶落ちそうになっているのであれば、
I just
感
drink
想の一つ
tea
でも
and
言ったらどうだ。
why do I need to comment on it?
ただ黙っているだけでは、ティターニアへの土産話も何もないだろうに。
Cult of the Lamb. Rek is one of the Twitch cult followers. You can't get them back if you sacrifice them. Oh man. Rest in peace, Rek.
言われずとも分かっています。だからこそ僕なりに言葉を考えている最中なのです。余計な口を挟まないでもらいたい。
Rek got wrecked. Well, you don't have an obligation to talk. That's completely up to you, so
そう言っていただけるとありがたいですね。
they come and go as they please.
今日は他の常連の方々は不在なので。
As you mentioned the other day, he seems to be curious about the others. Well, Benya curiously scopes out the place. Ilan Miser, Ignis and Mr. Rindo. Ilan Miser, Ignis and Mr. Rindo. I hope this is not an important choice. Oh, and the Miser one. Yeah, the Miser. Miser and Neil are upstairs. They said they're going out today, so they're getting ready in Eel's room.
そうそう、乙女ゲーム関連のお出かけ。主に軍資金とか整理券とか、いろいろ準備が多くてね。
Oh my goodness.
期間限定のイベントショップに連れて行ってもらうのです。
Have you here Il? Have you ever been to like an anime cafe? Have you ever been to one of those? After explaining to him, the two of them come downstairs at a perfect time.
乙女ゲームショップ
Yes.
興味があるのであれば
Do you
同
want
行
to
しますか？
join? It'll be a story to tell to Tanya.
あなたは人外といえど人に近しい造形ですし、認識の調整も難しくないでしょう。
It'll be like, oh, we like your cosplay.
そうですね。実際に人間界の街を歩くのも兵界の話の種になりそうですし。
Minion getting into otomes? I don't know about that. At the very least, Minion's like, it's a story they'll collect. Oh, in that case.
うん。我らも途中まで同行しよう。ちょうどこの後、切れていた食材を買いに、琴音と出る予定だったのだ。
Oh my gosh, you know what? If I picked Ignis's route, would Dromi be the one that's like constantly hanging around? Oh gosh. How awful would that be? That's gonna be so awful. We temporarily close Enchante and walk around town, while keeping an eye on Venia, who is still unfamiliar with the environment. And as we approach an office block that is under construction,
ところで
never allowed to 100% game. Yeah, like, no. I'm so sorry, Ignis. Oh, what did I hit? I'm so sorry, Ignis. I can't play your route because of your obnoxious friend. I'm so sorry. Man, imagine if I had to play his route though to unlock like Miser's route. Ugh, I probably would. It sounds very much so. Hopefully Dromi isn't in it that much.
聞けば
Oh my gosh, and then oh my gosh, in Rindo's route too, it's gonna be Mikado.
謎の腕を倒したのは
Why do you do this to me,
あな
game?
ただとか。
He immediately broke the ice with Miser, perhaps in an attempt to socialize.
最後の一押しは俺だけどね。でもあれ、みんなの協力あってこそだし。
We beat them with the power of friendship, together, and also magic.
あなたが使う魔法はほぼ万能だと聞いていますが。
褒めてくれるのはありがたいけど、俺はなんていうか、
Imagine.
破壊専門っていうか、そこまで。
I could specialize in destruction. Man, it's like saying, oh yeah, I'm a specialist in the construction field. And it's like, oh, like what do you do? Are you like a plumber or an electrician or like an architect or something? No, I specialize in destruction. I specialize in destruction. Okay, I guess it'd be the opposite of construction. It'd be deconstruction. I work in deconstruction. Oh, what did I hit? No. Go back. In the middle of his sentence, Meister looks up above his head. At the same time, a grinding noise resonates through the air. What?
いかん
right above us. A metal pole used in constructions. I just talked about construction. I, s- I, I summoned it. Demolition is especially to be fair. It is. It is indeed. The newest skill coming to old school RuneScape. Deconstruction. I don't know much about RuneScape, so I don't know anything about that, sorry. How do you level it? Just do construction but backwards. You walk backwards, you carry everything backwards, you use your opposite hand to work on anything. Deconstruction. A metal pole used in construction starts collapsing and begins to fall. The people walking around us start screaming in terror, but once Ill blissfully raises his hand. A chain of light appears in the air and instantly gathers all of the metal poles and stops them from falling any further.
止めたはいいのですが、これらの鉄柱はどうしまし
No,
ょう。
just leave them
この
floating
ま
like
ま
that.
宙に放置しておきますか？
That's definitely just hanging out there. Normal thing. And that would be flashy and even dangerous. I think you should slowly place it down in an open area.
すでに周りからの注目も集めてしまっているしな。
Don't worry, they can do the fog thing. As we casually talk to one another. Minnie is watching us dumbfounded. And so it went on. Venia continued to visit the cafe. And before I knew it, the regulars who had initially been wary of Venia had now grown accustomed to him being there. As always, Venia drinks his red tea, and from a distance, patiently watches the regular customers. Initially, he was asked a bunch of questions, but nowadays he tends to listen in on casual conversations occurring around him. And at last, Venia, who had begun to acknowledge everyone as very unique,
彼らのようなものをまとめ上げるのがまさかあなたのような
I'm just special.
普通の人間だと。
I'm just special. They're all into me, that's how I can manage them. Technically, to level construction in old school RuneScape, you just build stuff and then destroy it, so I guess deconstruction wouldn't make much sense. I see. I really don't know much about RuneScape. I know the name, and that's about it. I don't know anything else. Without sarcasm or pleasure, Venia casually spews his honest opinion. I couldn't help but laugh in response. Oh, I'm not maintaining order. I just happen to run the cafe that everyone frequents. At that moment, Conus, who was apparently eavesdropping, said,
そんなことはない。マスターが琴音だからこそ、我らはこうして
Yeah, they
こ
come
の
to
店に
visit
通
me.
い続けているのだ。
Of course, take a bite. I'm sorry. He excused himself from the circle of chatter and sat next to Venia.
それと、我にも紅茶をもらえるだろうか。
We're having a tea
便利屋
party
と
over
同じ
here.
ものを。
Don't you go run off and work whenever we have tea parties in Medio. Well, that's new. Are you in a red tea kind of mood today?
ああ、いや、それもあるが、単純に琴音が入れるもの、作るものを一つでも多く味わいたいと思ってな。
Hannes, are you blushing right now? Yep, now he is.
なぜわかった？
I've read your body language. The fruits of my labor. Or so I'd like to say. I think I just got lucky this time. I just had a feeling. I said, and as I was preparing the red tea and engaging in casual chatter. Venia let out a gentle sigh and is staring deeply at us. What? Conus and I are both stunned, being caught off guard. But as usual, Venia without objection or sarcasm.
なんとなくですが、陛下がこのアンシャンテに憧れる気持ちがわかりました。
Yeah, There's a homeliness to it. A familiar place that's just comfy.
あの真面目なカヌスがここまで肩の力を抜いているのを目の当たりにする日が来ようとは。マスターであるあなたも含め騒がしい面々ですが。
It sounds like Benny had come to accept Enchante. His words and tone of voice made me break out into a joyous smile. Thank you. I hope you keep coming back. Not only to bring stories back to Titania, but for yourself to enjoy this cafe too. I think the last time I played RuneScape, it was in I was in high school. We should play together sometime. RuneScape's a lot of fun. What is RuneScape? Like, what kind of game is it? I have, like, literally, I only know the name. I have nothing else to associate with it.
ええ、そうします。では今日はこの辺りで。
He replies as he exits the cafe. After watching Venia's back leave us, Hannes begins talking, sounding dumbfounded.
驚いた。あのような顔をするベンニーヤはいつ以来だったろうか。
But his tone soon changed and spoke with a somewhat flattered tone.
やはりアンシャンテはいい。立場や過去など関係なく客を癒してくれる場所だな。
We have demons and angels and fairies and fire wolves. And we also have middle-aged men from the GPM. GMP? GPM. I can't remember.
昔からそれだけは変わらない。それこそ、ソーアン殿のいた頃から。
Yeah, if it wasn't for Enchante, we wouldn't have witnessed Venia's expression. Isn't that right? Now that I think of it, I'm glad I took over Grandpa's wishes to become the owner of this place. And this is how our relationship with Venia and his sister, Titania, grew deeper and deeper. And thanks to Venia taking home fun stories, our conversations with Titania became even livelier than before.
ふむふむ。乙女ゲームとは要するに恋愛の駆け引きを楽しむものか。
Yeah. Yes. For sure. Definitely realistic. Yeah. You went shopping for merch with Eel and them the other day too, right, Venia?
ええ、まあ。ただその時はグッズだのゲームだのが何かは知らなかったので、てっきり彼にとって重要な施設だと思っていたのですが。
私にとって重要なのは間違いありません。乙女ゲームは私の心の支えですから。
He's got his emotional support switch.
はあ。
Eel, who came along with us today, is participating in our casual dialogue. And as for Canis, the one who opened the gates to this realm, has been in Medio since yesterday due to some personal matters, so he didn't come with us today. This time, Venia was the one who opened the gate for us. In the midst of the chatter,
ふむ。やはり人間界には様々なものが存在するのじゃな。
Indeed. As usual, it turned out to be a fun tea party, but after her gentle remark, Titania's expression is, on one hand, joyful, yet, again, somewhat lonesome. And on a whim, I glanced down by her feet and recall what she told me the first time I visited Medio.
叶うならば、わしもそばにいてやりたいが、わしはここを動けぬ身じゃからな。
Can't leave? Because of your position?
であればよかったのじゃが、物理的にな、わしはこの場を動くことができぬ。妖精女王というのは
You know what? We should bring her videos
そう
next
いうも
time.
のなのじゃ。
We should bring her videos. No way.
あ、すまんな。余計な話であった。それに、これは名誉なことでもある。
Yeah, we'll bring her
そなたが気
TV
に
and
する必
DVDs
要
and
は
a
ないの
DVD
じゃ。
player, and we could teach her about anime. Though her feet are hidden and invisible, I believe beneath it is the world tree binding her tightly to this world. A magical world. It's a magic world. It doesn't need power, right? We could bring a generator too, because it's like human technology. All I can think of is when we were joking about Michi eating. No, I don't eat DVDs. I don't eat DVDs. I don't even have an optical drive in my computer. I don't eat DVDs. No, I don't eat
どうか
DVDs.
したかな？
I don't eat CDs, DVDs, Blu-rays. I don't eat anything like that. What's the matter, Kotone? Oh, nothing. Nothing. I don't know a thing about this world tree, but... Is there anything we can set? Is there any that we can set to Tanya free? Oh my lord, this sentence. USBs. Michi is the optical. No, I'm not. I am not the optical drive. I'm not a piece of hardware. I'm a piece of software. Okay. I can't eat DVDs. Okay. I don't eat DVDs even. USBs too. I don't. Oh, I learned something really cute the other day. From one of Kyo's classes. In the class we were talking about essentially like the information, how a computer reads stuff is through bits, and bits turn into bytes, and you know, we get like storage numbers, right, where we have like a 32 gigabyte thumb drive, right? But bits are just like the electricity that's being sent through it that makes the computer do its job. And I learned that half of a bit, half of a byte, which would be 4 bits, is called a nibble. N-I-B-B-L-E. Half of a byte is a nibble. I thought that was so cute. That was so cute. That's what they all say. What do you mean? Michi eats the cookies that all websites keep mentioning. Yeah, I can eat those cookies. Nibble is... Yeah, nibble. I learned about that, and I thought that was so cute. I thought it was so funny and so cute. We've got 4 bits to a nibble, 8 bits to a byte, and half of a byte is a nibble. I thought that was adorable. At first I wasn't sure because the teacher didn't have it on the slide at first, and the teacher was just talking about it. So I thought the teacher was just making a joke, because you know, all the teachers that Kyo has have like a good sense of humor, that they'll joke around. They'll say something real seriously, and they'll be like, "No, I'm just kidding. This is what I actually mean." But no, a nibble's a real thing apparently. And I thought that was adorable. Also, thing I learned today is that in C++ programming language, friend, F-R-I-E-N-D, is a designated term that you can't just use for variables and stuff. It's like, I'm not sure what it does, but it was listed on the list of words that we could not use to just name variables ourselves. Friend, yes. You could use friend. You can't use friend though. Friend apparently means something else. I'm not sure what that is yet. But can you call it a friend? Yeah, you can call it a friend with a W. You just can't call it a friend with an R. Because apparently that's something else that is hard-coded into the language, the coding language in itself. And I'm not sure what the function is yet. But it was on the list of words that we could not use for naming our variables. But I thought that was cute. Friends aren't friends. Friends are better. Yeah, you could totally make a variable called a friend. And they are very friend shaped. Indeed. Reserved word? I think that's the word. I think that's a term. It's been... Yeah, they're like... I think it's reserved term. Reserved terms? I don't know. It's still a little fuzzy from... This happened earlier today, but it wasn't something that we went over specifically. And lecture was like 2 hours long today, so definitely not going to catch all that information there. But I just remember seeing that on like the list of maybe 50 different terms that you could not use for naming your variables. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's what? It's a friend. You can't have a friend. You can't use a friend as your variable, but you can have another friend within whatever it does in the system. It's preserved so the computer can call you a friend. Man, I'd love to be friends with this computer. I haven't been in a programming class in like a decade. I see. But yeah, I'm learning C++ right now. And it's just the very baby days. This is technically the first class we've done stuff. We were able to do, we used a compiler and we made small bits of code today. We wrote code and we made little programs that would not only calculate different numbers and variables that we put in, but would also like output the like a word onto the screen. Pull up to Hello World. It's pull up to Hello World. It's Hello Friend. Yeah. We actually used the Hello World template to like start us with our base of how to set up the code. That's what our teacher had us open up first today to start working on. Friend is a keyword in C++ that is used to share the information of a class that was previously hidden. For example, the private members of a class are hidden from every other class and cannot be modified except through getters and setters. Similarly, the protected members are hidden from all classes other than its children classes. I'm not that far into it yet. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm sure I'll learn it eventually because I'm currently we're currently taking the Programming 1 class. I've got to take Programming 2, and I've also got to take Programming 3. So I'm sure I will learn what friend in the definition of that and how it works one day. But we literally just scratched the surface today. Today was the first time we really started writing code and doing stuff with it. So, and it was really fun. I had such a great time. We did like three different strings of code that did different things and had like different, I guess, what's the word? I guess it would it be an integer? I'm so fuzzy on the terms. I tried my best to remember stuff, but there was a lot of information to take in today, so I'll have to go review that before any exams come up. But it was fun. It was so fun to write code. It was so fun, even though it was just real baby stuff. It was very exciting. Yes, integers are whole numbers. I do remember that integers are whole numbers, and you have to use. I'm trying to remember the what's the word? I'm trying to remember what the terminology was for it, because like whenever you're writing it in the compiler in itself, you're just writing the code, right? Whenever you're adding a variable, you have to put some letters or a word and then space before your variable name and or what your variable equals. And I know that for most part the teacher today was like, oh, just use int for integer because that would get you done most of the time. But if you're trying to find decimals and stuff like that, you had to put doubles. You had to put doubles because that will give you the decimal value of whatever you're calculating together. But he's like, if you're just doing like addition and subtraction, you're just dealing with whole numbers there. You're not gonna have to worry about like a fraction of a number. But if you're doing like division, that's when you should you have to include at least one of your variables. One of your variables has to be double, just because it will accommodate that and will give you the decimal place of whatever. Like for instance, we were calculating the area of like a fence, something like that. That was what we were plugging into our program to calculate for us. So the area of the fence wasn't going to be a It wasn't going to be a solid number. There are a bunch of ways to handle numbers most of the time, but picking the right thing makes programs run faster. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and still, I'm just at the very beginning of this. Like, Kyo and I are at the very forefront. This is literally the 101 class. This is the programming fundamentals, and today is the first day we actually started like getting into stuff. I'm not sure what they did last week. Kyo wasn't feeling good, so we didn't attend class last week. But today, at the very least, was the first time that her and I were able to work on that. And so it was just so fun though. It just felt gratifying, and the teacher's like he's like a nerd. He's kind of an awkward geek, but after we finished writing our code and everybody's code was compiled and successfully did what it needed to do, the teacher is like, "Congratulations, you are all now coders. Like, you've written code. You are all programmers. You've written code and you successfully made it work. You're now a programmer. You've met the requirements. And it was just like, my heart. CS professors? Nerds? Couldn't be. No, absolutely not. I don't know. Q is so lucky with all the professors she's gotten. They're just all like, even though some of them are kind of awkward, they're all just so nice. They're all so nice and nerds in their own like respective fields. And I think this semester, yeah, all the classes that we're taking this semester are tech classes. So all of them are people. I believe all three of them actually have extensive experience within the IT field of a lot of different positions. So they're all such a wealth of information, and they're nice people. They're all nerds in their own way. They're all just so nice. They're all just so nice. It's just great. But like it felt so good today, writing code and doing stuff. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be able to learn this, because like the way that we were talking about, the way that he was explaining how, I guess, some of the ways some of the ways variables and different lines of how you have to write stuff function. He was comparing it to like math in a way, and I'm not great at math above like algebra. If it's just general calculation stuff like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, yeah, it's fine. But we start adding variables and stuff, I'm not so good about that. Any higher level math I'm not that great with. But the way he was explaining it reminded me of some of the terms that we were talking about and like the functions that we were talking about in the algebra class that Q and I took last semester. And while it was kind of hard to wrap my head around the concept in the math class with just the numbers, it for whatever reason it was starting to click. Like I was remembering the math class stuff and it seemed to click with using it in the programming mentality, because I guess it's because it had a cause and effect to it. I understood what I was putting in and how it was affecting something else, versus numbers I guess are just a little too abstract and it doesn't click necessarily. But seeing it, this is what you plug in and how this functions of this, and this is why it spits out this because it's affected by this, and so like, oh, I see how they're all like tangentially related. But it was just kind of an aha moment, a small aha moment I had today, and I was like, oh, I'm like, this is nice. And also, even though we were dealing with like some math with the programming that we were doing today, the teacher himself was like, there's some math that we got to deal with, but trust me, I suck at math, and I was a programmer for years, so it'll be fine. You'll be fine. Math classes are taught in a wonky way, in my opinion. I can't attest to like what it's like for other college classes or high school classes for that example. But I quite enjoyed the algebra teacher we had last semester. He was great. Like he was, I don't know how to explain it. Not only was he a nice, down-to-earth guy that had like a sense of humor, like he was a little bit of an older guy. He's a retired, I think he said electrical engineer or something. And he says he teaches on Saturdays just to keep his brain flowing. Like it's just, he works at his brain and he enjoys teaching. So he's like, I just keep it to have something to do on the weekends. And he was just really, the way that he explained stuff clicked for me. And like, if it wasn't for him, I don't think I would have passed the math class last semester. Like, if it wasn't for how he explained things real clearly and was like real good about not only clearly explaining it, but detailedly explaining it and using metaphors or examples to kind of correlate back to it to make sense for stuff, I don't think I would have passed. At the very least, I would not have gotten a B. Like I was crossing my fingers to just pass that class. That was my goal. To get the lowest passing grade was the upper end of the goal for that particular class, and I ended up I think it was something like an 85, 86 in that class. Like I was spooked. I didn't think I was gonna get that good, but if it wasn't for that teacher, like I would not have done so well in that class. I would not have been able to keep up in that class as well. I know for damn sure, because it's been so long since Q and I have done like math, like for schooling stuff. So I've just been, oh my god, but it ended up working. I only took one math class in college, ironic. That is kind of ironic, considering you said that you thought about potentially being a math teacher. Okay, I'm rambling on about college. in coding and programming. Oh, I really am so excited for that class. I was a little anxious about that class just because I wasn't sure how heavy a load it might be. But now I'm just like really excited for it because this is what Kyo's majoring in. So like it's just exciting. It's exciting to be able to actually get hands-on experience with what I'm aiming to receive for a degree, you know. Okay, let's get back to the story now. It's 2 a.m. now. We'll probably go for another 30 minutes or so, and then we'll call it quits for the night. But let's continue forth. Let's see here. Is there any way we can set Titania free? On the way home from the tea party, walking between the ill towards the portal, I remember mumbling to myself unconsciously.
自由というと、例の世界樹と彼女の関係ですか？私も先日カヌスから聞き及びましたが、あの世界樹そのものは私たちからすれば大した防御力はなさそうですね。
In that case, if you guys were able to separate Titania from the roots, we might have a chance?
それは可能かもしれませんが、
Yeah.
それならば当の昔にカヌスが実行しているはずでは？
She's probably some sort of like... They're like codependent on each other. Like there has to be a queen that's connected it somehow for everything to function, or else everything goes to shit. Oh, you're right. If he hasn't done it, that would mean there's a good reason for it. Yggdrasil supports life in that world after all. If we're too careless and something occurs, we can't take responsibility. In the face of the hard truth, I nearly give up, but I nearly give up until... Oh my gosh, it's the ones that threw me off the cliff. Hi. Numerous fairies pass by in front of our eyes. A few of them stop in their tracks. Can I pet your fluffiness? Can I pet your fluffiness? Something Hilitrolls. It always comes back to Genshin Impact, doesn't it?
構いませんよ。ただ少々こそばゆいのでほどほどにしていただければ。
Oh my gosh. They start screaming. Genshin for you, OnStars for her, yeah. You know, like, Genshin is like Genshin is something that just like, there's a lot of gameplay that Kia's done, but it wasn't anything that she's like, oh yes, I'm the Genshin person, until the Twitch recap, the top 1%, then she's like, well, I guess I gotta just embrace it now. Like, Genshin's not bad. I like Genshin a lot. Genshin is a very fun game to play. Even whenever I get frustrated and start yelling at the screen. As soon as they were granted permission, the fairies start touching Eel's wings and hair as they frolic joyfully. One of them that didn't join the crowd approaches and asks me an innocent question. Yes, we were. Yeah, that's right. Oops, I cut her off, sorry. You look up to Titania, don't you? She's a queen, and she's nice. World Tree Brides. What? What did I miss? I don't know. How long have you been gone? I don't know. I was talking about college stuff for a while. Oh no, stop. Yeah, I was talking about college stuff for a while and my programming. Oh right, you were here when we were talking about the friend reserve term, I think it's called. But yeah, it was mostly me just talking about how fortunate Q and I are to have like nice professors and stuff, and programming and being really excited to write code and just having a good time. Having a good time being an absolute fucking nerd. World Tree Bride? She's not the fairy queen?
世界樹の花嫁っていうのは妖精女王の別名なの。
Waiting for fairy queen. I noticed someone was online, so I went to go say hi, and it was after the fun stuff. Yeah, I do remember talking about the friend stuff. But yeah, mainly I was just talking about college for a bit. I spent quite a while just dwelling on it and being like, ah, sugoi!
世界樹に愛され、世界樹の力を借りられるのは、妖精の中でも妖精女王だけ。ティターニア様はね、その中でも一番世界樹の力を使うのが上手なのよ。
Oh, Genshin answer. So I said the word occurs came up, but whenever I first said it, I said occurls. And so Soph said something hilichurls. Hilichurls, and I said it always comes back to Genshin, and then he said Genshin for you, Onsars for her in regards to you, Arya. That is how that came about.
だから彼女は最も世界樹に愛された花嫁なの。
The fairy says innocently. I see. Loved by the world tree, huh? But as a result, she's eternally bound to that place. The term bride is starting to sound somewhat ironic. So, talking about Arya? He would never. Absolutely never. Sounds fake. Exactly, sounds fake. After separating from the fairies, we finally make our way toward the portal to return to Enchante. And then... Oh. Yes? From between the trees and a short distance away, I can see Kanas quietly walk past us. Huh? It's Kanas. Did he not notice us?
彼にしては珍しいですね。せっかくですし、声をかけていきますか?
I agree. It's almost time for supper too. Let's ask him if he's coming to Enchante tonight.
了解しました。道が少々入り組んで
Oh
い
my
ま
gosh,
すし、
you're gonna drag me into the
上
air
空
again.
から彼を追いかけましょう。
Don't you dare drop me. Neil picks me up and flaps his wings into the clouds. Then immediately we catch up to Kanis, who's walking with heavy footsteps. As I contemplate shouting at him from the sky to freak to freak him out. Oh my gosh. We've reached a giant waterfall. No, it's a waterfall again. There, Kanis is not alone. A fairy different from the one from earlier is there with him. But something seems to be going on.
お願い、見逃して。
Oh, we gotta watch him.
私、何も悪いことしてないわ。ただ楽しく暮らしてただけ。
我が殺すと予言した以上、その死は決してたがえられぬ。
いや、やめて。私、殺されるのなんて嫌。
Whoosh. What? A flash. With Kanis' immediate strike, the fairy's head and body separated and fell into the basin. After looking at his deed, Kanis reverses course and starts walking, as if nothing happened. Just now, I can't believe what I just witnessed. I'm left dumbstruck and confused, while ill carries me above ground. Chapter 2. Dun dun dun. Speaking about Genshin, I should go log in for delays. You should. I should probably also log in for Genshin later. In the Hoyo Lab check-in, but I need to go log in. On that day, at that moment, Kanis relentlessly cut down the little fairy. It has been 2 days since I witnessed it. I'm sure the fairies... Yeah, I'm sure they're fine. They're much hardier than I am. They'll be fine. Contrary to the shock I experienced, Enchante was doing business as usual.
あ、コーヒーのおかわり。
Always a
もう
coffee
一
with
杯
you.
もらえるかな。
How many
じゃ
cups is
俺は
this?
適当な炭酸とハンバーガー頼むわ。
Predictable.
おい、聞いてんのか？
Oh yeah, a cup of hamburger and soda, black. Got it.
ちっげえよ。炭酸をブラックってなんだそりゃ。お前注文ちゃんと聞いてたか？
Well, look, depending on how like you look at it and how much you have of it, a cola could be seen as a similarly to a black soda. It's cola, Ignis. Yeah, it's cola. Exactly. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, for sure.
それに一杯と一杯。言葉って
A cup of
難しいよね。
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat that? I was wrong. Business as usual is far from the truth. Where'd the audio go? Okay, the audio's still there. The music just decided to cut out, I guess. Ever since then, I've been having a hard time concentrating. Well, let's have a flashback of a scene we literally saw like 10 slides ago.
私何も悪いことしてないわ。ただ楽しく暮らしてただけ。
我が殺すと予言した以上、その死は決してたがえられぬ。
いや、やめて。私殺されるのなんて嫌。
Whoosh. I can't. The more I try not to think about it, the more it comes back to me. That gentle kindness without a hint of hesitation. And as I was running my pen across the notepad absent-mindedly.
ことね、良いのですか？あの時のことをミシェルたちに黙っていて。
Well, I guess maybe I don't know. A suggestion. My mind's at ease by reaffirming that what I saw wasn't just my imagination. You're right, but I'm very confused to be honest. I need to remember to not think about it. About what? Flashback time. I know you're curious too, Il, but for now, can you keep quiet about it?
そうですか。わかりました。あなたがそう言うのでしたら。
Il nodded lightly and returned back to his seat. No, I told Il that if Kanas comes in, I wouldn't know how to behave around him. Speak of the
邪魔
devil.
をするぞ。
Hi, Kanas.
今日は随分と集まりがいいな。
リンド以外はいつもこんなもんだろ。むしろお前のが遅かったんじゃねえか。
少し野暮用がな。
Aren't you running a little? Why are there so many words that are just like left out? Aren't you running a little, bub? Aren't you running a little late, bub? Is probably what it meant to say. I had some errands to run. You know, the like sword slashing, body dissecting type of errands. He's normal. He looks and acts as he usually does. As I was searching for something to say to him,
カヌスがどうかしたの？
no, nothing. I overreacted to his casual questioning. For a while after that, I tried to keep an eye on Kanas, but nothing really stood out. He was carrying on as usual. He's got a little butt that's running. Oh, okay. He's just got like a little he has a little friend that's running? Does he have his own little Kororo that's just running around? Kororo can't really run around. He might be able to roll or flop. Can't really run though. Maybe Kanas has a little friend that runs around. Then, perhaps because I'm too obsessed with every little detail of his behavior.
ことね。今日は一体どうしたのだ？
Kanas talks to me as everyone leaves their seats.
いや、おそらく気のせいではないと思うのだが。我に用があるんだろう。
well, about that.
遠慮せず相談してくれた方が我としてもありがたいのだが。
Yeah, just talk to him. Just talk to him, Kotone. Oh, well, I freeze up and break eye contact with him, then I ask him indirectly. Yes, we'll be upfront with him. Don't just push it off. Don't brush it under the rug. Did you kill a fairy in Medio? No way. I've never been much of a straight shooter. I've never had the courage to be. Buck up, Buttercup. Come on, just ask him. But if I keep this anxiety to myself forever, I'll never be able to look him in the eye and be honest. You haven't done anything weird lately, have you? Before I realized, I had asked an awfully vague question.
変なこと？
How do you look him in the eye in the first? You know, that's a good question. I don't know how to look him in the eye. At the very least, I can pretend there's a face there and imagine his eyes. And look him in the eye that way. It's the same with like Discord calls. I'm not looking at anyone in the face, but I can pretend there's a face there and I'm looking at that face. Also, as a fairy of death, what he did wasn't weird. That's true. That is true. You know, like bad things.
どういう意味かわからぬが、我は誓ってあなたに恥じるような行為はしていないぞ。
That's good. In the face of my awkward questioning, Kanes' usual replies in a straightforward manner. But as anyone would expect, it seems that he is flustered by my sudden questioning.
なぜあなたがそんなことを聞いてくるのか、我には皆目見当もつかぬのだが。
Did you do bad things, like go to work this morning?
細かい事情を話せぬというのなら構わない。だが、できることならあなたには笑顔でいてほしいと思う。
Smile?
ああ、そうしてまたいつも通りに我を出迎えてほしいのだ。この店は、琴音は可能な限りそのままでいてほしい。
You want things to stay the way that they are? Oh man, we're already on a bad route.
ソーアン殿の時代から変わらない我の安らぎの場所として。
Kanes' gentle voice and words offer me solace. But the softness, when he says as they are, it sounds like he's trying to put up a wall around his true feelings. Despite the pessimistic speculations, a few days have passed.
簡単な検査だから俺一人でもいいのに。
Well, I'm coming with you. I don't trust Mikado. I don't like him. Oh, don't say that. You know I'm worried about your condition. Besides, I wanted to talk to Rindo too.
ならいいけど。
We're visiting GPM for Karya's examination. We make our way down the hallway. That's right. The reason why I came with Karya here is to talk with Rindo about Kanes. With GPM's wealth of data on non-humans, maybe I can find something out about why Kanes did what he did. I can't remember if she explicitly knows if he's just a fairy. No, I thought she knows that he's like the fairy of death. Doesn't she? I can't remember anymore. I can't remember what's been like just shown to the player versus what's information the MC actually knows. I've already let Rindo know I'm visiting, so all I have to do is meet up with him.
それじゃあ検査室あっちだから。
Alright, I'll see you later. As I watch Karya quickly walk away, I start heading in my direction. First I had to get to the rendezvous point Rindo and I agreed on earlier. First time you go to Medio, they talk about it, since it was the reason he didn't go to the tea parties. I thought so too, because he purposely excludes himself, because he's like, nobody likes me because I'm the way that I am. But I couldn't remember exactly, so I don't know. It's been a couple weeks. It's been a couple weeks since that happened. I can't quite remember. If that is the case though, because I feel like she knows. I feel like she knows. But I don't know. I don't know. If she does know though, then what a dumbass. Definitely otome MC material. But he did say that GPM doesn't have a lot of information about Medio. But I want to ask anyway. If I can get any information, however small, I would consider it a win. In fact, after that day, I visited Medio a few times with Eel in hopes of having a tea party with Titania. I was hoping the fairies would tell me what was going on with Canis, but... Yeah! The Fairy of Death. Could kind of assume a Grim Reaper. Uh-huh. The fairies, who are usually very friendly, immediately ran away the second they heard Canis' name. Yeah, so she knows that he's the Fairy of Death. Like, come on. But on the other hand, I was too afraid to ask Titania, who knows anything about Canis. While those thoughts ran through my head, I reached the rendezvous. Rinda was already in the room waiting for me. Waves to me.
いらっしゃい。結構深刻な話かな?
You can tell?
そりゃね。みんなに内緒で話がしたい。なんて言われたらさすがにね。とりあえず飲み物を持ってくるよ。適当にかけて待ってて。
Take a seat. I graciously accept the tea that he brought over from the drink bar. I observed my surroundings subconsciously. Perhaps Rinda was overly cautious. There aren't any other employees in the room.
それで話っていうのは?
Well, I'd like to learn some details about Medio. There's something I really need to know. Like Medio's culture, the fairies' ecology, their predicament. I'd appreciate any kind of information you can give me.
メディオについて? みんなに秘密でっていう割には随分と大雑把な話だね。
Well, though he has his doubts, he didn't try to press me any further. Then, after contemplating for a while...
前にも少し話したかもしれないけ
Yeah,
ど。
I know, but whatever you can give me might help.
GPM にはメディオの情報が少なくてね。むしろ現地を見ている分、僕や君の方が詳しいかもしれないくらいだし。世界そのものについて詳細を聞くなら、やっぱりカヌス本人に聞いた方が正しい情報をもらえるとは思う。
See, that's where the problem lies with how MC's skirting around this. You're right. I knew this would happen. However, keeping quiet now won't solve anything. Despite initial hesitation, I decided to tell him exactly what I saw. Slaughter.
カヌスが妖精を殺した?
Yes, at least that's how I saw it. Rinda then fell into deep thought. Thank you for the follow, Charlie. Welcome to the memory database. I hope you enjoy your time here. And then...
僕はそんなに驚かないかな。
I'm actually not surprised. Yeah, he's the fairy of death. Of course I'm not surprised either. I'm not surprised. Kotone is surprised though. I saw a giant man who carries his sword use his sword. Oh no. No, not only that, I specifically saw a giant man who is known as the Fairy of Death who carries a sword, use his sword to kill a fairy. Oh no, what a surprising turn of events here. Gotta run. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for stopping by. I hope to see you again soon. Have a nice day or night or wherever you are. What's going on? I hope you have a good one. But yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't know why MC is so surprised on this, to be honest. I wasn't expecting that. What? But I mean, he killed a fairy?
ああ、いや、冷たく聞こえたらごめん。そんなつもりはないんだけどね。僕だってカヌスが妖精を殺すなんて想像がつかないし、そんなことをするやつかなとは思うよ。
Otome MCs typically aren't hired for their wits. Yeah, they're hired for how cookie cutter they're hired for how cookie cutter and impressionable they are because it's a self-insert character. Oh my gosh, you've got brown hair, probably dark eyes, a simple cut, probably likes pink and or wears pink in some way, like sweet things and strawberries. Yeah, that's it. The otome MCs are pretty generic.
けど、妖精界メディオは異世界なんだ。人間界とは何もかもが違う世界。
Maybe it's because I've been visiting so often, but I guess I've forgotten about it. And then he says,
他者を殺しちゃいけないのはあくまでも人間界のルール。
That's true.
世界が変われば正しいことだって変わる。現にベスティアでは殺戮こそ正義
Not my personal favorite justice
物騒
system.
なルールが根付いてるわけだし。そうなるとやっぱりたとえ君が見たことが事実だとしても何かしらの事情があるんじゃないのかな。そしてその理由を知るにはやっぱりカヌス本人に尋ねることが一番確実だと思うけどね。
I think Rindo's absolutely right. There must be a reason, I agree, but Hannes is always so kind. And that's why I just couldn't believe that he murdered that fairy without an ounce of hesitation. And it's just my own emotional response, I'm fully aware of that. The Hannes that brutally cut down the fairy. The Hannes that always looks out for others in their time of need will provide a helping hand. I just can't put those two together.
それなら初心に立ち返ってみたらどうかな。
Huh?
信じられないなら信じられるように。彼がわからないなら理解すればいい。アンシャンテに来たばかりの頃、ミシェルがよく言ってたんでしょ。ほら。
Oh, let's cut him off. I'm sorry. Just as soon as Rindo's words soothed my conflicted mind.
発見発見大発見
はあ。
A voice comes from the back of the hall. Rindo smiles bitterly as a figure comes rushing in. Oh, hello, Mikado.
おおこれはアンシャンテのマスターくんお久しぶり僕の話を聞いていきたまえ
What?
僕はまたこの天才の名が歴史に残ってしまうほどの大発見をしてしまったのさ
Yeah? What do you find? Mikado's lab coat sways as he spews his science jargon. And you... sus man? Oh, hello to you too, Mr. Assistant.
いや、ジョシュ君。一応確認なんだけどさ、ミカドにも僕はこの時間来客中って伝えたよね。
肯定する。
So you barged in while I had my guest, Mikado.
が、こうした事態は予測がついたはず。
I deem this your failure.
措置の過失と判断する。
The due diligence was attempted. In response to Mr. Assistant, Rindo rolls his eyes. Wait, hold on. Mikado, aren't you supposed to be examining Karya?
安倍カリアに関しての対応は予定よりも早く終了した。またそれと並行し、別の検証を実施。その解析結果が予想外だったと、こうしてこれは騒いでいる。
Okay. So the outcome was so impressive that he wants to immediately report to Rindo? Is that what's really going on?
というわけで妖精界メディオについてある程度は知っているね。
Yeah, what's going on? Oh, yes, we were just discussing that. I don't know if there's some sort of ulterior motive behind his question, but I play it safe by nodding along.
ならば話が早い。実はリンドウがメディオから持ち帰った花弁などの各種解析がようやく完了してね。
What did you find?
なんとその遺伝子配列が紀元前に絶滅したとされている人間界の植物と極めて似通っていたのだよ。
Oh, really now? You found dinosaur plants? My life.
植物と
Rindo and I look at each other.
そう、これを受けて僕は仮説を組んだ。メディオには何千年何万年か前に人間が何かしらの植物を持ち込み、
If anything, wouldn't it be the other way around, maybe?
それが巨大に成長した結果、世界樹になったのではと。
Whoa, Miles freaking out on that. I don't know how. I don't know about that.
ああ、いや待て。しかし、そうなるといろいろと問題があるぞ。
Do you start thinking before you speak, sir?
世界樹ほど質量がある超巨大植物の存在。一体どうやってその成長や維持に必要なエネルギー、つまり養分を保っているんだ。
Mr. Mikado starts pacing around in circles as he gets lost in thought. What he just said.
ああ、放っておいていいよ。ミカドはいつもこんな調子で自分の世界に入り込むからさ。
Let's just casually lead him out, and close his door and lock it.
その意見を肯定しよう。適度な時間が経過次第、私がこれを開発課へと回収しておく。
Right. But he was talking about Medio. I wanted to hear more on what he thought.
ひとまずカリア君の検査が終わったなら、彼を拾ってアンシャンテに行こう。僕も休憩時間だし、車で送ってくよ。
I enter the back of Mr. Rindo's fancy car and sit next to Karia. I enter the back of the car as the background shows the passenger seat. So, how did your exam go?
体調的にも精神的にも大丈夫だって。
That's good.
一番の懸念だった妖精の力もちゃんと抑えられてるみたい。
お、それは朗報だ。お祝いに何か美味しいものでも食べようか。
What do you want to eat? Karia thinks on Mr. Rindo's proposal for a bit.
お祝いはまだちょっと保留がいいかも。
Yeah. You're leaning forward, like what Arya does to me in Final Fantasy XIV. You're leaning forward? Oh, like from the backseat of the car, just like, ooh, from the back. That's why my head's just over the passenger seat, leaning forward. That's not very safe if we're driving along. You should be buckled up. There's a car in 14 you can use to carry 4 people around. I see. Why should we? Okay, Karia. Why should we hold off on celebrating? How come? Karia continues after thinking deeply to himself.
今までずっとごまかしてきたけど、自分の体とか正体のこと、ちゃんと両親にも話そうかと思って。
I think they already know, Karia. But yeah, all more power to you. Oh, that's... Karia's always struggled with this. As we think about this, Mr. Rindo and I are speechless. But...
安定してきた今だから言いたいんだ。
Yeah, for sure.
父さんにも母さんにもずっと体調やこの力のことで散々心配をかけてきたから。それと俺もなんだかんだアンシャンテで結構人外のこと勉強したからさ。林道さんにも言われたことだけど、そろそろ将来のことも考えなきゃならないと思ったんだ。人間として生きるか、妖精として生きるか。
Karia continues.
あと家族に打ち明けたら、ひょっとしたら自分のルーツもわかるかもしれないでしょ。
Potentially, yeah.
俺が妖精の先祖返りなのは、先祖の誰かに 妖精がいたから。だからこれが俺自身を正しく理解するためにも。
His words are filled with strong conviction. Both Mr. Rindo and I are unable to stop him right now. Karya's trying to think about his own future for himself. You're so mature, Karya, considering you're only in middle school. I don't think I ever took things that seriously when I was in middle school. And without much thought, I went on to college, got a job, and ended up where I am now. As soon as I finish...
琴音ちゃん、それは違うよ。
それは違うよ! What? As he stares at the road and drives, Mr. Rindo continues.
君はアンシャンテにただ流れ着いた
I
んじゃない。
did choose to be here, that is correct.
自力で泳ぎ着いたんでしょ。
That is correct.
ソーアンさんの後を継がずに、ごく普通の OL として人生を終える選択だってあったんだから。
I feel like she's probably scarred with desk jobs at the moment.
うん、俺もそう思う。琴音があの店を継いでくれたから、俺だってこうして生きてるわけだし。だからもっと自分に自信を持ってよ。
Karya, Rindo, confidence in myself. Yes, they're right. Since when did I start investigating behind Candace's back? Being the owner of Enchante is my identity and my place in the world. And as the owner, if I believe that we can be open with one another and develop trust, then I think it's only right that I just ask him what happened. Be there for him if something is wrong. My job is to provide a place where Candace can find peace comfort. Peace comfort? Peace comfort. He can find peace comfort. I received words of encouragement from Mr. Rindo. And courage from Karya, who inspires me by his attempt to better himself and his quality of life. Yeah. I decided to ask Candace directly about the incident. Fade out. It's probably a good spot to save. Oh, because it's almost too... Before I'm able to chicken out. Before I'm able to chicken out, we're going to chicken out tonight, though. And we're going to save. Save. Ah. Candace is in the picture now. It's so nice. Okay. Well, I'm going to end it off here tonight. Let's see. We got through quite a bit of stuff. We actually got on a route tonight, which is exciting. Next time we will be here. Next time I'll be here will be on Tuesday. For Valentine's Day, we'll be continuing with Cafe Enchante. Because obviously that's what you do on Valentine's Day, right? But we will be continuing with this, and now that we're finally on this route, I hope we can get like some good strides done on it on Tuesdays. So yeah, we will continue from there. I'm pretty sure it will be Tuesday, Saturday next week, because it's usually kind of the schedule that I've kind of set for this. But the exact schedule and times and stuff will be posted on Sunday once I get everything or I guess that's today, technically. Oh my gosh, wow, it's already Sunday. At least where I'm at. It'll be posted later today then. I had to just think on it and sit on it and see what I want to do. If I just want to do Cafe Enchante again for both days this week and what times, if I want to shift anything. But yeah, that'll be posted on Twitter eventually. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, I post whenever I go live, and I also post my weekly schedules for stuff. So you can catch everything there, and if I post anything else, you can just keep up with me there. But yeah, I think I've kind of covered my bases here. So we should probably just get off for the night, because I've definitely stressed out the hardware enough tonight. The CPU in my brain is slowly starting to degrade for the night, so let's see here. Alrighty, so yeah, thank you everyone for coming out to hang out tonight. I hope you guys had a good time tonight with stream. I had a good time going through the storyline stuff, and I'm excited to continue seeing where this is going from here. So until next time, I see you guys later. Bye bye.